Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe and let's dive into today's story. 101 Explosion, Lu Sheng shot, 4. As a friend of Tang Milan's family, and with the fact that the little girl was very affectionate to him, Lu Sheng was warmly welcomed into the village. You came by coincidence, just in time for the elder sister's family to come back. I'll go get some wild game myself later. People from the city like you have never tasted it before. The young man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and bronze complexion was particularly enthusiastic about Lu Sheng. He hugged Lu Sheng's shoulders as soon as he came up, with an affectionate attitude. Lu Sheng learned from the chat. The young man's name was Gu Yu, and he was the owner of Xianlin village, the adopted son of the skinny old man, and also the young owner of this small village with fewer than 50 people. The skinny old man's name is Gu Pingsha, and his mother is also the old man's adopted daughter, with a bright tongue. Almost everyone in this village has the surname Gu. Gu Yu sent Lu Sheng to the entrance of the stockade, and called several young men from the upper stockade to go hunting in the mountains. Everyone had shotguns in their hands, only the cold weapon that Gu Yu held. It is a sharp prismatic spike with a cold light, but it has no handle, like a spear tip cut from a spear. This stockade is not simple. Lu Sheng looked at Gu Yu and the others whose figures quickly disappeared into the mountains and forests, thinking silently in his heart. He sensed it as soon as he saw it. Gu Yu is a first-level spiritualist, and the old man Gu Pingsha is a second-level. Plus Tang Milan, the daughter's father of a second-level spiritual teacher. May 27th is a small Xianlin village, but there is a spiritual master. This ratio is simply exaggerated. Lu Sheng originally wanted to come up and ask if he could hire someone to help him deliver mithril, but when he saw this situation, he didn't know how to ask. Since he is a psychiatrist, he naturally knows the value of mithril. He couldn't guarantee whether these simple villagers would change their minds in the face of such a large amount of wealth. Moreover, Tang Milan didn't look simple at all. Do you want to show your strength and overwhelm all these people? Just when Lu Sheng was thinking about how to deal with it, the little girl ran up to him quickly, and said to him aggrievedly, "Big brother, the girl's ball is gone." Lu Sheng was taken aback for a moment before realizing that Xiao Nanan was talking about the red plastic ball he played with before. "Where's the ball? Take it and show it to Big Brother, and Big Brother will make it up for you." Lu Sheng patted the little girl's head and said softly. "The ball is in, the ball is in." The little girl tilted her head and carefully recalled where she saw her beloved red ball last time. The delicate white and tender facial features wrinkled together, thinking hard. Suddenly, the little girl pointed in one direction and jumped up happily. "My daughter's ball is there. My daughter's ball is in that person's hands." Lu Sheng turned his head away. When he saw the scene in that direction clearly, the smile on his face began to shrink little by little, and finally returned to silence. At this time, Xianlin village, which was originally lively and full of joy, gradually quieted down. Everyone is looking in one direction. Tang Milan's face became ugly and dignified, and the thin old man also put down the burning tobacco stick in his hand, and slowly narrowed his eyes. I saw a group of people approaching gradually at the entrance of the village. The leader was a middle-aged man in a plaid suit. His eyes were a strange purple, and he was holding a shriveled red plastic ball in one hand, while the other hand was hanging down casually. Silver threads like spider silk extended from the cuff of this hand. Flying in the air, each silver thread is wrapped around a young and strong man. It was the Xianlin villager who had just entered the mountain to hunt. The young man Gu Yu was also among them. From a distance, this person looks like a monster coming out of the mountains. Behind the middle-aged man, there were 2 strong men in black suits. Every strong man held a young and beautiful woman in his hand. They are Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan. Zheng Dandan saw Lu Sheng at a glance, and hurriedly shouted, "Lu Sheng, run away! Run away! It's a pity that before he finished speaking, his mouth was covered by a strong man in a suit, and he could only hear the struggling sound of "Ahoy!" Lin Zishan next to her was in great shock and panic, her face was pale and she lost her soul. Psychiatrist! The devil-like man in front of her turned out to be a legendary spiritual teacher. Dongning Yuda has a student with the talent of a spiritual teacher. That is the true pride of heaven in the school, the stars are holding the moon, and the light is shining. Lin Zishan knew how scary this group was. That is a method that ordinary warriors can't even imagine, and it is even rarer than gifted warriors. Lin Zishan once accompanied her ex-boyfriend Chen Fei to challenge the student with the talent of a spiritual teacher. At that time, the two were competing for the president of the Dongda Budeo Club. The opponent's martial arts strength was a whole level lower than Fei Chen's, but the result was. As soon as Chen Fei met, he was kicked out of the ring by the opponent, and he didn't even have the qualifications to force the opponent to make a move. At that time, Lin Zishan was amazed at the power of the psychiatrist. And the purple-eyed man in a plaid suit standing in front of her now is a spiritual teacher who is many times stronger than the president of the Dongda Budeo Club. Otherwise the two fourth-level fighters who caught us would not be as obedient as dogs in front of him. In this world, the strong will only succumb to the stronger. Along the way, Lin Zishan has almost figured out the ins and outs of the matter from the conversation between the middle-aged man in the suit and the two strong men. The middle-aged man in the suit came to seek revenge on Xianyuan's family, who had been avoiding their pursuit. Since it is the relationship between hunting and being hunted, it is clear at a glance which one is stronger and weaker. It's over, I'm afraid I'm really going to lose my life on Nyudishan this time. Why am I so unlucky? I was drawn into this dangerous vortex for no reason. Lin Zishan's heart was full of despair and desolation, and she regretted her decision to come to Nyudishan to relax. Whoosh! A sharp piercing sound interrupted Lin Zishan's thoughts. I saw a long and narrow black shadow shooting from a distance, flying to Lin Zishan and the others in an instant, and heading straight for the strange man in the suit. The middle-aged man in the suit didn't panic. A silver thread shot out from his cuff, and hit the shadow fiercely. The silver thread and the black shadow intertwine in mid-air, the speed is so fast that it makes people dizzy, even Lin Zishan, who is a second-level warrior, can't see clearly. Only the sound of clang like the collision of swords can be heard. Not long after, the long and narrow black shadow fell from mid-air and was knocked away by the silver line. Almost at the same time, the thin old man standing beside Tang Milan in the distance let out a muffled grunt, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. At this time, everyone could see clearly that the black shadow that the silver lines collided with was originally a tobacco pole, but it had been broken into several pieces at this time. Is this what you rely on? Tang Milan. The middle-aged man in a suit opened his mouth softly, took a step forward, and appeared in the open space at the gate of the village in the blink of an eye, as if teleporting. Behind him hung the villagers of Xianlin village, some of them had stopped struggling, hung like puppets on silver wires, and their faces were purple. I thought there was something, but it turned out to be just a good-for-nothing old man. The superficial second-level mental power and vulgar skills are simply insulting to the word psychologist. The middle-aged man in a suit said with a face full of disappointment. Tang Milan's face was ashen, and he gave a cold drink. Wu Zijing, you are too deceitful. As he spoke, he raised his hand and shook it, and a large number of small dark brown iron beads flew out from his cuff. Densely packed, flying towards the middle-aged man in suit like a net. The middle-aged man in a suit didn't even look at it, but stretched out a hand towards Tang Milan. The silver threads that originally bound the villagers suddenly retracted, and then flew out from his cuffs, facing the iron beads in clusters. The two collided and made a crisp sound of clinking. Iron beads were constantly being bounced out, Tang Milan's face was pale, a lot of sweat rolled down from his forehead, and he stepped back step by step. Come on, let's take my daughter away. Tang Milan turned his head with difficulty and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. The beautiful woman woke up like a dream, and quickly ran in the direction of Liu Sheng not far away. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man in a suit casually ordered his subordinates behind him with a relaxed face. Kill Tang Mulin's wife and daughter first, and then deal with the rest. Yes. The two strong men in suits released Lin Zishan and Zhang Dandan from their hands, and disappeared in a flash. Almost in no particular order, the two shadows rushed towards the three beautiful women tens of meters away. The skinny old man's eyes flashed brightly, just as he was about to make a move, a silver thread came out of nowhere. He turned his head violently, the silver thread ran through his shoulder, bleeding profusely. Lin Zishan and Zhang Dandan were out of control and wanted to escape. But the middle-aged man in a suit didn't know what kind of tricks he had put on them. The two of them felt their whole bodies were limp, their blood was stagnant, and they couldn't exert any strength. They were not even as good as an ordinary person. Tang Mulin quickly manipulated the iron ball, trying to break away from the battle group, and flew to stop the two strong men in suits. But he was entangled tightly by dozens of silver threads. Among the many silver threads, the black iron beads are like a group of sparrows caught in the net, scurrying headlessly. Wu Zijing, you should die. Tang Mulin was burning with anxiety, his eyes were bloodshot. The middle-aged man in a suit smiled, and said lightly, "Don't worry Tang Mulin, I will let you watch how your wife and children died with your own eyes. I will play with you slowly." At this time, two strong men in suits had already approached the beautiful woman and the others. A few young and strong villagers rushed forward to stop them, but they were randomly beaten out by the strong men. Two burly bodies nearly 2 meters high walked forward step by step. Like two stone walls, they quickly covered up the figures of the three beautiful women. Tang Mulin's eyes showed deep despair. In the distance, Zhang Dandan also opened his eyes wide, his lips trembling as he read a name. Liu Sheng. The smile on the face of the middle-aged man in the suit became brighter and brighter, but his eyes gradually turned cold. He glanced around, looked at the despair and desolation in everyone's eyes, and said coldly, "Have you regretted it? It's too late to regret it now. When you chose to offend me, you should have thought that sooner or later there would be such a..." The middle-aged man in a suit hadn't finished speaking. Boom! A sharp piercing sound like a cannonball tearing through the air interrupted his words. The middle-aged man in a suit turned his head suddenly, and his pupils contracted in the next second. In the reflection of his eyes, two burly bodies like torn sacks are rapidly enlarging and approaching. "I went out to eat at night, drank some wine, and my head was dizzy. Today is the fourth watch, sorry. 102 between control, your mental strength is really weak and pathetic, 1. Damn it." The middle-aged man in a suit had no time to react. The powerful mental power belonging to the third-level psychiatrist suddenly burst out. The huge spiritual power almost turned invisible into form, showing traces like water waves in the air in front of the middle-aged man in the suit. But under those two cannonball-like burly bodies, this wave of water was quickly cut and cleared. Circles of umbrella-shaped ripples spread around. The unreserved mental power shock only slowed down the speed of the two black shadows. The pupils of the middle-aged man in the suit shrank again, and he almost subconsciously chose to end the game of cat and mouse with Tang Mulin. Dozens of silver threads are like frightened white insects, piercing through all the iron beads in an instant, blasting into balls of iron mist. Then it retracted rapidly, making a sharp sonic boom in the air. Dozens of silver threads interweave into an exquisite and dense net in front of the middle-aged man in the suit, just blocking the route of the two black shadows. Not a huge sound. Two tall and strong bodies hit the silver net heavily. The back of the suit was cut almost instantly, leaving bloodstains. And the silver net was also smashed into an exaggerated and astonishing depression by the terrifying impact carried by the two bodies. There are no support points around the silver net. Or, the support point is the mental strength of the middle-aged man in a suit. His mental strength was like invisible big hands, tightly grabbing the corners of the silver net, trying hard to prop it open. 02 dense beads of sweat oozed from the forehead of the middle-aged man in the suit. He gritted his teeth tightly, and the corners of his eyes stretched out with tiny veins. Obviously his mental power had been pushed to the extreme. But even so, his body moved back unconsciously. The expensive and exquisite black leather shoes plowed a clear trace on the muddy ground, rolling up a large piece of turf. Extending to more than 10 meters away, that terrifying impact. It was finally completely offset. Boom! Boom! 2 tattered, bloody bodies fell to the ground. Can be clearly seen. These 2 were the strong men in suits who had been sent by middle-aged men in suits to kill Tang Mulin's wife and daughter. Unfortunately, it became the battlefield where the 2 forces fought, and the 2 were already dead and could not die anymore. Perhaps, before their bodies became the battlefield, the 2 were already dead. Because the expressions on their faces were still frozen in shock and astonishment, and there wasn't much pain. It's just that there is a deep fist mark left on the chest and abdomen. That almost pierced their bodies. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They couldn't make a sound, and looked in one direction with blank expressions. There was a beautiful woman with a pale face and a sluggish expression. The little girl with the ignorant expression, still hasn't figured out what happened. Besides, a handsome young man with a calm face standing in front of the 2 of them before he even had time to put down his mountaineering bag. Ninny, close your eyes and don't look. The young man spoke softly. Oh. The little girl responded, and obediently put her 2 white and tender hands in front of her eyes, but her eyes couldn't help blinking curiously through her fingers. For her, it might just be a little game like hide and seek. The boy took off the hiking bag on his back and gently placed it on the grass at his feet. Then, continue to look ahead calmly. Lu Sheng. Everyone looked dazed and confused. It is really impossible to connect everything that happened before with this thin and handsome young man in front of him. B.888. He's just an ordinary, gentle, lost big boy. Just now, what happened? Level 5 warrior. The middle-aged man in a suit finally recovered from the sequelae of his mental power explosion. He stared at Lu Sheng in front of him with an ugly expression, his eyes full of shock. No, it's not level 5, the stellar energy doesn't show, and the inner strength doesn't exist either. The middle-aged man in a suit quickly denied his guess, and said through gritted teeth, So, how did you do it, Tang Mulin, so this is your real reliance? The middle-aged man in a suit glanced at Tang Maolin with a look of you are fine, you can do it. Tang Maolin Yi's face was blank, and he didn't quite understand the meaning of the middle-aged man in the suit. Forget it, it doesn't matter. The middle-aged man in a suit took a deep breath and regained his composure. With a strange light shining in his purple eyes, he walked towards the original position step by step. Without the stellar energy protection, you are just a boy with a bit of strange power. Under my mithril spider silk, your fragile body will be cut open like butter. I can't wait to hear your painful experience. House voice is gone. The middle-aged man in a suit licked his lips, his expression becoming more perverted. Lu Sheng's eyes were like water, and he looked at the middle-aged man in the suit quietly with an indifferent look. You can try it. Lu Sheng said casually. The middle-aged man in a suit grinned, revealing his red gums. I hope you can still be so proud later. In the next moment, purple light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, the cuffs, collar, hem of the suit and other parts of the middle-aged man in the suit suddenly sprayed out nearly 100 dense silver threads. Twice as much as what was shown before. Hundreds of silver threads pierced the air and shot towards Lu Sheng. From an outsider's point of view, the middle-aged man in a suit at this time is like a spider demon in urban legend, who is about to choose and devour someone. Hundreds of silver lines arrived in front of Lu Sheng in an instant. A smile began to bloom on the face of the middle-aged man in a suit. He can almost foresee what will happen in the next second. The boy in front of him will be directly pierced by his silver spider silk, and instantly become a tattered rag doll. But in the next second, the smile of the middle-aged man in the suit froze on his face. Facing hundreds of spider threads that were so fast that they could hardly be caught by the naked eye, Sheng just made a simple movement. He calmly stretched out his right hand. The white and slender right palm waved gently in the sun, following some kind of wonderful law. There seems to be a black hole vortex in the palm. Exudes an invisible attraction. Those silver thread spider threads shot before Sheng's eyes were attracted by the vortex in the palm of his hand, and all belonged to Sheng's hands. Sheng. With just one fleshy palm, he grabbed all the spider threads with his bare hands. In the distance, Lin Zishan, who witnessed this scene with her own eyes, suddenly trembled all over. As if getting an electric shock, his lips trembled crazily. Control level martial arts. What is control? Between the palms of my hands, everything is under my control. Lin Zishan only once heard a certain tutor mention it in a university class at Dongning Wuda University. Now that I witnessed this scene with my own eyes, this sentence popped up in my mind for no reason. It was as if something that should have existed in the legendary species suddenly appeared alive in front of him. How could Lin Zishan not tremble with excitement? No less than mortals, suddenly see the gods. In the distance, the middle-aged man in a suit let out a voice that was so shocked that it almost deformed. How can this be? His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. The power of a spiritual teacher is an existence that transcends ordinary warriors. Like hot weapons are to cold weapons. Sheng's current behavior is a picture that he can't even imagine. It's almost like someone caught a missile with their bare hands. Tang Milan, the skinny old man and the young man Guyu who were beside him were also dumbfounded. As spiritual teachers, they felt that their worldview seemed to be slowly collapsing at this moment. Hundreds of spider silk and silver threads were held in one hand by Sheng. Stretch straight one by one. The middle-aged man in a suit frantically stimulated his mental strength, but felt that there was an extremely huge rock lying in front of him. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Impossible. Impossible. The middle-aged man in a suit was talking nervously, his eyes were bloodshot, and his purple eyes, which were already weird, became even more horrifying. But in the eyes of others, no matter how you look at it, you can bear it. It's a little pathetic. Crunch. The white and slender 365 fingers slowly tightened, and Sheng stared at the middle-aged man in the suit coldly with an indifferent look. He tugged at the silk thread in his hand. The middle-aged man in a suit in the distance immediately uttered an exclamation, flying toward him like a doll caught by a thread. The middle-aged man in a suit danced his limbs wildly in mid-air. Suddenly, he stopped and fixed his eyes on Sheng, with a strong look of madness in his eyes. In that case, let's die together. As he said that, a terrifying mental force far surpassing that before erupted from the body of the middle-aged man in a suit. There seemed to be invisible ripples spreading in the air. Everyone in the field felt a sudden heartbeat, as if a big stone was suddenly pressed on it, and there was an indescribable discomfort. Tang Milan's expression changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously. Not good. He wants to blow up his mental power. If you get too close, everyone will be shocked into idiots. After finishing speaking, he gritted his teeth and rushed in the direction of the beautiful woman and the little girl. Others also changed color. Although I don't know what self-explosion of mental power means, but looking at Tang Milan's apocalyptic expression, I also know that it is definitely not a simple matter. Lin Zishan tried her best to support her body and crawled back, but Zheng Dandan shouted palely, Sheng. What about Sheng? In a moment, everyone reacted and retreated crazily. Only Sheng, who was at the center, remained motionless. He looked closer and closer to the middle-aged man in a suit with distorted facial features, with a trace of deep pity on his face. I have to say, your mental power is really... It's pitifully weak. Sheng spoke softly. In the next second, the distorted smile of the middle-aged man in the suit froze. In front of his eyes. In everyone's eyes. A round of golden sun. Slowly rising. Woke up and immediately got up to code. Today I recommend it, and try to get a few more codes. Please support me with monthly tickets, flowers, and rewards. Chong chong chong. 103 The scorching sun that can end number 039, be seen directly. Really bad name, too. The afternoon sun, passing through the gaps between the valleys, sprinkled the small villages. If you look directly at the sun, it will make people feel a little dazzling. But at this time in the eyes of everyone, this sunshine is not as good as the light that bloomed from Liu Sheng's body. In a sense, Liu Sheng is still the same Liu Sheng. Standing in place flatly, there is no difference. But it just gives people a very dazzling feeling. It was as if he had transformed into a golden sun, an endless golden light was released from his body. This feeling does not exist on the visual level, but on the spiritual level. Under the nearly infinite golden light, the mental strength of the middle-aged man in the suit is like snow in the sun. Just a moment to be submerged, extinguished, melted, disappearing into nothingness. The center of Liu Sheng's dark eyes was burning with a raging golden light. He, who was originally fair and handsome, showed a bit of noble and mysterious temperament at this time. Holding the spider silk with his hand, he is like a god in ancient mythology, suppressing the demons that are raging in the world. Liu Sheng suddenly let go. Hundreds of spider threads spread out. Then it was twisted into one strand by an invisible force in an instant. Forcibly shaped into the shape of a spear weapon. Liu Sheng tried hard to recall the shining glacier he saw in the dream space. Then, shoot! The white spear pierced through the heart of the middle-aged man in a suit. The latter fell powerlessly to the ground. The pupils in the eyes are rapidly expanding, and there is still a trace of shock and disbelief on the face. The middle-aged man in a suit spat out streams of blood, kneeling on the ground, his body swaying. I'm Wu Zijing, how could I die? He didn't announce his name in front of Liu Sheng until he died. It's a pity that Liu Sheng is not in a good mood now. His spear technique has reached perfection, and under the blessing of powerful spiritual power, he feels that he has not even imitated the charm of 1/10,000th of the spear of the Valkyrie, the master of the dream space. What a bad name! Liu Sheng vented his bad emotions on the middle-aged man in a suit. The latter's eyes widened suddenly, a few blood bubbles popped out of his mouth, and then he fell down weakly. Die! Liu Sheng turned around and saw the little girl covering her face with her hands looking curiously through a gap between her fingers. Seeing Liu Sheng turn around, he quickly closed his fingers together, as if to prove that she didn't peek. It's made of mithril, but it can be used temporarily. The silver thread spider silk on the ground flowed into Liu Sheng's hands like a living thing. Although Liu Sheng doesn't like soft spiritual weapons like silver thread, if it is twisted into a gun shape like just now, it can still be used before the seamless knife wheel is built. After all, he now has a powerful and unparalleled spiritual power, but he does not have a handy weapon that can perfectly display this spiritual power. At this time, a group of people by the village had been shocked to the point where they could not utter a word. The whole village was silent. Only the sound of the stream gurgling past the entrance of the village and a few dogs barking from time to time in the distance can be heard. Tang Mulan maintained a forward posture, frozen in place, with a blank expression. Others are pretty much the same. Lin Zishan's eyes were round, and the eyeballs almost protruded from their sockets. Zheng Dandan opened his mouth wide, with a shocked and confused expression on his face. If we say that the martial arts strength that Liu Sheng showed before was like dropping a bomb into the crowd, it shocked everyone's scalps to tingle. Then when his spiritual power is revealed, no less than a nuclear bomb, it directly cleared everyone's brains and left them blank. Psychiatrist. Liu Sheng is still a psychiatrist. He is only so old, he looks like a high school student, 17 or 18 years old. Possessing a martial arts cultivation base comparable to that of a 5th-level martial artist, and mastering the first-level martial arts, is already monstrous enough. Now we have to add the identity of a psychiatrist. Moreover, he is a spiritualist who can easily crush the third-level spiritualist Wu Zijing. That blaze like the scorching sun and the pounding supernatural power Wu Zijing's self-destructed mental power can be directly wiped out. Everything has already surpassed everyone's cognition, and the concepts about geniuses and evildoers in their minds have been blasted to pieces, and they can't even stick together. The ones who shocked me the most were Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan. Both of them are top students of Dongning Wuhan University. Dongning Wuda is originally a place where geniuses gather. It can be said that the two of them have seen countless geniuses around them, many of which are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But now, the rare geniuses they can think of in their minds. Compared with Liu Sheng in front of him, it is simply one day and one place. He is not even qualified to carry shoes for Liu Sheng. Cough cough cough. A cough broke the silence in the arena. The skinny old man walked forward slowly to pick up the broken tobacco sticks on the ground, shook his head and sighed, "Old man." Tang Mulin ran over quickly as if waking up from a dream. Check the safety of his wife and daughter first, then fight again, and walk in front of Liu Sheng. Land. Tang Mulin opened his mouth, but found that he didn't know how to address Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng is still that Liu Sheng. But the status in his mind is already very different from before. "Do you want to thank me?" Liu Sheng spoke abruptly. Tang Mulin's expression was a little stunned. "Then do something for me," Liu Sheng said lightly. Tang Mulin came back to his senses and nodded heavily with a serious face. "Good." A few hours later, Liu Sheng, who was carrying a hiking bag, returned to the Xianlinzai BNB at the foot of Nihutu Mountain, followed by Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan, who walked in an unnatural posture. The anxious young tour guide who had been waiting at the hotel jumped up immediately when he saw the three of them. "Where have you been? We've been looking for you all day." "A good group, inexplicably missing 6 people, can't get through on the phone." The young girl who just got her tour guide certificate a few days ago almost cried. "Sorry, I'm sorry, we heard that some group members were missing, so we thought about going out to help find them, but we didn't expect that the time to find them was delayed." Liu Sheng explained with an apologetic face. The young tour guide's eyes were red, and he accused, "Then you can't say hello and not call, and the phone will be dropped off." "Why?" "The main reason is that there is no signal, and the battery of the mobile phone is dead. But there is good news, we have found the 3 lost group members." "Really? Where is it?" Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan looked at Liu Sheng, who was telling the young tour guide about his experience vividly, and their expressions were a little dazed for a while. After walking out of that mountain forest, Liu Sheng turned back into that gentle, sunny, smiling, good-tempered, ordinary boy again. Before, Liu Sheng, who forcibly killed a third-level spiritualist in Xianlin village, was shining brightly like the sun, as if it was just a dream they had, an illusion. After an explanation, and Tang Mulin's phone call, the young tour guide can be regarded as laughing out of tears. Poor ants of the tour group, because of the disappearance of several people, the good 3-day and 2-night tour group just wasted a day. In order to avoid being criticized collectively by the ants, Liu Sheng stayed at the BNB for 1 night, and took the earliest bus to leave the Nihutishan scenic area early the next morning. Lin Zishan and Zheng Dandan also followed. The two of them had no intention of continuing to play. The morning sun shone in through the window glass of the bus speeding on the mountain road, and sprinkled on Liu Shengjiao's beautiful side face. Liu Sheng stared at the rapidly passing scenery outside the window, thinking about things quietly in his heart. He has already handed over all the affairs of the Mithril mine to Tang Mulin for help. Tang Mulin is a 2nd-level official spiritualist who has passed the assessment, and has a special channel to properly handle this batch of Mithril mines. He said that he would sell this batch of Mithril mines as soon as possible, and then transfer the proceeds to Liu Sheng's account as soon as possible, in order to repay Liu Sheng for saving his life. Liu Sheng is not afraid that Tang Mulan will take it for himself. First of all, Tang Mulan doesn't seem like the kind of person who will repay kindness and revenge. Secondly, if Tang Mulan did such a thing, Gu Pingsha from Xianlin village would definitely be the first to hit him on the forehead with a pipe. Tang Mulan still respects his father-in-law very much. And Gu Pingsha, a second-level spiritualist, would choose to live in seclusion in a small village in the mountains, and he is obviously not a person who has an eye for money. In general, this trip to Niudishan was a successful completion of the task. Not only that, Liu Sheng also got an additional set of mithril-level spiritual power weapons. The hundreds of spider threads were all made of mithril. Liu Sheng weighed it, and it weighed 4 or 5 catties. Psychologists want to obtain wealth much more easily than ordinary warriors. Wu Zijing is only a mere third-level warrior, and he can afford mithril-level weapons. He also has 2 obedient 4th-level warriors. But it also depends on the ability. Tang Mulan is also a second-level psychiatrist, but he can only use dense iron-level weapons, and he was driven around like a lost dog. Liu Sheng sat in his seat and thought to himself. On the seat to his left, both Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan, Monyo Zhao, were looking at him. Zheng Dandan, in particular, has made no secret of his affection for Liu Sheng, staring fixedly at Liu Sheng's side face, not knowing what he is thinking. Liu Sheng, where are you going after that? Zheng Dandan suddenly asked. Liu Sheng turned his head, and the sunlight poured down from behind him, casting a faint golden glow on his body. Liang Cheng. Liu Sheng thought for a while and replied, I'm going to do something there. Dong Qingxiu told him that the Dongning Provincial Psychiatrist Association was in Liangcheng, and he could only go there if he wanted to take the psychiatrist assessment. Liangcheng? We belong to Liangcheng. Zheng Dandan blurted out, surprise written all over his face, we can just go back together. Liu Sheng looked at the two suspiciously, and said, aren't you students of Dongning Wuda University? You don't know the capital of Dongning, so why go to Liangcheng? Well. Zheng Dandan was at a loss for words. Lin Zishan, who was next to her, gave her a helpless look, and said to help her, Dandan's family is indeed from Liangcheng, and she told me before she came to Niudishan that she wanted to go home this time. Yeah, I just wanted to go home. Zheng Dandan responded hastily. Oh well. Liu Sheng smiled slightly, nodded and said, then let's go together, I don't know a place in Liangcheng, so I can ask you. It's okay to live in my house. Zheng Dandan's face was pleasantly surprised, and her pretty face was shining, as if she had got a great blessing. 104 My friend came to pick me up. 3. Liu Sheng has a good impression of Zheng Dandan. When Wu Zijing attacked before, Zheng Dandan was caught by Wu Zijing's men, and he tried his best to remind himself to run. This kind of intention is really rare. And Zheng Dandan is not bad looking, with long legs and big bears. Among the women Liu Sheng had met, only Dong Qingxiu was more beautiful than her. Little girls like Xiaolin and Yang Yuan are not counted. It's just that Zheng Dandan's character is a bit aggressive, and her dress is a bit too girly, which is something that Liu Sheng doesn't like. What am I thinking? Is it possible that I really want to fall in love with her? Liu Sheng shook his head mockingly, dismissed his inner thoughts, and continued to look out the window. Liu Sheng didn't say much during the rest of the journey. Zheng Dandan was very excited, and kept typing with his mobile phone, looking up at Liu Sheng from time to time, his eyes were full of tenderness. After several hours of bumpy mountain roads, the bus finally sent several people to the urban area of Kiaming City. Liu Sheng wanted to take a taxi to the high-speed railway station, but Zheng Dandan quickly stopped him and said, I called someone to pick us up, let's go directly to Liangcheng by car, it's not far from here anyway. Wait a minute, I'll send that person a location right now. As he said that, Liu Sheng couldn't help objecting, so he turned on the phone and started to operate it on his own. Liu Sheng thought for a while and didn't say anything. He has always been a very casual person, so Zhang Dandan left it to him. At this time, the three of them were standing on the edge of a bus stop. There are many people waiting on the bus platform. Zhang Dandan and Lin Zishan are both big beauties with good temperament, which naturally attract many people's attention. A white-collar young man in a professional suit, who thought he was a little handsome, walked up with a mobile phone and a shy face. Beauty. Can you add a friend? As a result, Zhang Dandan and Lin Zishan slapped him back after he finished speaking. Do you have an official warrior badge? Take it out and have a look, and I'll add you. The white-collar youth can only go back in despair. Looking at Liu Sheng, his eyes were full of jealousy and dissatisfaction. 783 He had seen before that both Zhang Dandan and Lin Zishan were very warm and affectionate towards Liu Sheng. Why? Is it possible that this boy who looks like a high school student can still be an official warrior? Isn't it just a little bit more handsome? My friend said I'll be there in 15 minutes. Zhang Dandan put away his mobile phone and reported to Liu Sheng with a smile. Liu Sheng nodded. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. Liu Sheng picked it up, and a cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Liu Sheng, I'm Dong Qingxiu. Liu Sheng was slightly taken aback, and immediately replied, Hello, Instructor Dong, what can I do for you? Dong Qingxiu spoke concisely. Kaiming has advanced the selection of stars, where are you now? I will pick you up right away. Kaiming advances the selection of stars? Liu Sheng was a little surprised, but he didn't say anything, so he reported his location in Kaiming City. Okay, I'll be there in about 15 minutes, you get ready. Dong Qingxiu hung up the phone. Liu Sheng put away his phone, his eyes flickering slightly. Kaiming advances the selection of stars, and judging by Dong Qingxiu's tone, it seems that it will start soon. In this case, your own psychiatrist assessment may have to be postponed. Liu Sheng didn't really care. Even without the assessment, he is still a serious third-level spiritual teacher. The assessment is only to enter the star network, so that it will be more convenient to buy and sell things in the future. But with Tangmalan helping to deal with the mithril mine, he doesn't need to be in a hurry for the time being. Liu Sheng, what's the matter? Do you have a friend coming to pick you up? Zhang Dandan looked at Liu Sheng suspiciously, feeling a little bad feeling in his heart. Lin Zishan next to her was also curious. Just now when Liu Sheng answered the phone, he didn't deliberately avoid the two of them. Both of them heard, that Liu Sheng's report appeared at their location. Liu Sheng nodded and said apologetically, Yes, I have something to do, so I may not be able to go to Liangcheng for the time being. Zhang Dandan showed undisguised disappointment on his face, but he quickly recovered and said quickly, Then where are you going? I'll send someone to take you off. No, thanks. Liu Sheng shook his head and said, My friend will be there soon. Okay. 17. Zhang Dandan stopped talking. The three fell into silence. There were people coming and going on the platform, and I don't know how long it took. A burst of engine roar resounded from far to near, resounding through the street, causing many people to crane their necks to watch. I saw a cool green supercar galloping from a distance, approaching quickly. Fuck, Oasis killer of the Lion Country, this car costs more than 10 million yuan. The white-collar young man who came up to talk to Zhang Dandan and the two before hadn't left yet, and when he saw the supercar, he was amazed and his face was full of envy. Call. In the next second, the more than 10 million supercars mentioned by the youth stopped in front of the bus platform, raising a large cloud of dust and exhaust. Passers-by avoided one after another, but they dared not speak out. The door of the supercar opened upwards, and two people stood up from it. There are two young men, a man and a woman, all in fashionable attire, with the temperament of a wealthy second-generation son. Dandan. Among them, a girl wearing big earrings and heavy makeup waved to Zhang Dandan excitedly. Wen Hui. Zheng Dandan's eyes lit up, and he responded loudly, turning to Liu Sheng and Lin Zishan and saying, "My friend is here." In the distance, the white-collar youth who witnessed this scene looked like they had eaten a fly. He now finally knows why he was rejected when he struck up a conversation. Dare to love is by few may. No wonder if you add a friend, you have to ask him if he is an official warrior. Thinking of this, the white-collar youth looked at Luxin even more sourly. It's amazing to be handsome. The two people on the supercar quickly walked in front of several people. The girl with big earrings and Zheng Dandan hugged each other excitedly, jumping up and down. The yellow-haired young man in colorful clothes next to him said with a smile, "Dandan, it's been a long time since you've seen you, and you seem to have become more beautiful again. Friends don't introduce me. What are you doing here?" Zheng Dandan let go of the hand holding the girl named Wen Hui, and glanced at the young man with yellow hair with a somewhat unsightly expression. He didn't seem to have a good impression of him, but he still introduced, "This is Lin Zishan, my best friend in Dongning Wuhan University, a second-level martial artist." "Who is this?" When Zheng Dandan introduced Liu Sheng, he didn't know what to say. To be honest, she doesn't know anything about Liu Sheng's identity and background. And the mysterious and dazzling features of Liu Sheng cannot be explained clearly in one or two sentences. "Liu Sheng, I met when I was traveling in Niudishan, good friend." Zheng Dandan deliberately emphasized the words good friend. It's a pity that the girl with big earrings and the young man with yellow hair didn't pay attention to this point, they all focused on Lin Zishan. "Level 2 martial artist, that's amazing. Hello, I'm also Dandan's good friend, my name is Su Wenhui." The girl with the big earrings stretched out her right hand to Lin Zishan and said enthusiastically. The yellow-haired young man's eyes lit up when he heard that Lin Zishan was a second-level martial artist of Dongda University. He introduced himself, "My name is Cao Ming Liang. You are Dandan's friend, and you will be our friend in the future." As for Liu Sheng, the two glanced at each other and ignored it. He looked like a high school student, not well dressed, but rather handsome. "I met Zheng Dandan when I was traveling, so there is no need to know each other at all." Liu Sheng didn't care either, and looked down at his watch. Dong Qingxiu said it would be there in about 15 minutes, and it was almost here. Zheng Dandan and the others chatted for a while, and the yellow-haired youth Cao Ming Liang greeted him, "Okay, let's catch up on the old days when we return to the capital." He took out the key to unlock the car door, pointed at the cool sports car and said with a smile, "My Oasis killer has just been mentioned for a week, and it happens to be a 4-seater, what a coincidence. I guess I knew that I was going to pick up two beauties today." Zheng Dandan stared at the back seat of the supercar and frowned. "There are only 2 seats, where does Liu Sheng sit?" Su Wenhui opened his eyes wide in surprise, and didn't shy away from Liu Sheng, and said directly, "Dandan, are you still planning to take him with you?" Zheng Dandan nodded, turned around and said to Liu Sheng, "Liu Sheng, where are you going? We will see you off first." "No, I told my friend to pick me up." Liu Sheng politely refused. "Or?" Lin Zishan took the initiative and said, "Dandan, you can send Liu Sheng off first, I'll wait for you here, or you can wait for the car yourself." Zheng Dandan hesitated for a while, but Cao Ming Liang and Su Wenhui next to him were not happy. "What's the situation, Dandan? It's just a donkey friend I met on a trip. As for taking him so seriously, even Zishan has to give up her seat for him? Don't you think he's handsome? Don't you just grab a handful of handsome guys with such good looks? I tell you I don't agree." Su Wenhui said bluntly. Cao Ming Liang was also full of displeasure. "That's right, didn't he say that he has a friend to pick him up, so let him wait for his friend to take the bus together. Why not?" Cao Ming Liang took out a dozen banknotes from his pocket, threw them in front of Liu Sheng, and said calmly, "These money is enough for you to take a taxi to Liangcheng." In Cao Ming Liang's view, the only friends of high school students are buses or taxis. You. Zheng Dandan was so angry and anxious that he couldn't speak for a while. Liu Sheng stared at Cao Mingliang's banknotes on the ground for a while, with strange eyes. At this moment, there was a sound of rumbling propellers above everyone's heads. The sound was so loud that it was even accompanied by a strong wind, blowing the banknotes on the ground everywhere. On the next bus stop, passers-by waiting for the bus looked at the sky and exclaimed. Several people looked up in surprise. I saw a super large black helicopter hovering at a height of more than 10 meters above the bus stop, directly above them. On the fuselage of the helicopter, there are also 4 large characters Eastern Military Region. A heroic and beautiful military officer in a dark blue school uniform stood beside the open door, stretched out half of her body, and threw a long rope ladder from above. Liu Sheng, come up quickly, we are still in a hurry. Immediately. Liu Sheng greeted Dong Qingxiu, then turned his head, smiled at the bewildered Zheng Dandan, Lin Zishan, Su Wenhui and Cao Mingliang, and said, my friend is here to pick me up, I'm leaving first. See you next time by fate. After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng jumped up, and his whole body turned into a cloud of green smoke and quickly climbed up the helicopter along the rope ladder. 105 I am shocked, really. Different blood and different marrow, 1. Tat tat tat. The door of the super large black helicopter was closed, and the rotor released the last gust of wind, blowing several small tornadoes on the street, and left quickly. A group of people standing on the bus platform waiting for the bus at the bottom exclaimed, and many of them took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The white-collar young man who was quite jealous of Liu Sheng before was completely stunned. The mouth was opened so wide that it could almost fit a fist. He originally thought that Liu Sheng, who was looking at a high school student, was the most ordinary among them, and he could only get along with the rich second-generation daughter who drove a supercar mainly by virtue of his face. But I never thought that Liu Sheng is the most awesome. Tens of millions of supercars are nothing, and they directly pick up the super-large combat helicopters from the Eastern Military Region. Moreover, look at the action of Liu Sheng on the helicopter just now. Ordinary official warriors probably wouldn't be able to do it. Hey, this shit should be the so-called city god. The white-collar youth murmured. The scene that happened just now had an impact on him no less than the feeling of a middle-aged aunt riding a bicycle walking into the sales department and buying the entire residential complex in one go with a basket of vegetables. The white-collar youth deeply felt the mystery and horror of this world, so he stopped waiting for the bus and took a taxi and left. At this time, Cao Mingliang and Su Wenhui also looked confused. After a long time, the team came back to their senses after being deeply shocked. Dandan, your high school friend, what's your background? Cao Mingliang recalled the military helicopter whizzing away just now, and then looked at his supercar. Before, I thought this oasis killer was extremely cool, but now I feel that it is not even a toy. Zheng Dandan and Lin Zishan were better off, they had seen Liu Sheng's strength before, so it's not surprising that such strength should be paired with any mysterious and prominent background. Zheng Dandan glanced at Su Wenhui and Cao Mingliang indifferently, took Lin Zishan's arm, and said, Zishan, I think we should take the high-speed train back to Liangcheng. Lin Zishan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded quickly. Good. After speaking, the two ignored Cao Mingliang, whose faces turned blue and red, turned around and left the bus stop. Hu. Liu Sheng sat in the helicopter and looked out through the window glass. The Qiaming city below is rapidly shrinking, becoming like a town of building blocks in Lego toys. It is not the first time for Liu Sheng to take a plane, but it is really the first time for a helicopter. It is inevitable to have a novel feeling in my heart. Seeing his appearance, Dong Qingxiu said, Do you like it? If you like it, join our Eastern Military Region. Send me one. Liu Sheng said with a smile. It's pretty beautiful to think about. Dong Qingxiu said speechlessly, I mean, I can sit every day. In the future, when you are promoted to Grand Master and become a Major General in the military region, the military department will prepare one for you. Qin Shaojun on the side patted Liu Sheng on the shoulder and said half-jokingly. Liu Sheng smiled slightly, did not speak, looked away from the window, and his expression returned to calm. I haven't seen each other for a few weeks. Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun are still the same, one is cold and serious, the other is still lazy and cynical. In the eyes of Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun, Liu Sheng became a little different. This change is hard to describe, the biggest feeling is. Previously, Liu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu could more or less see through, but now. Liu Sheng, who was quietly sitting by the window in the cabin, had lowered eyebrows. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary high school student. They couldn't see through at all. Weird boy. Dong Qingxiu muttered, then took out a document, and said, 3 days ago, the talent training camps in all the provinces in the east were announced to be over, and the candidates for the Kaiming General Star selection in each province were all decided. This year's selection of Kaiming General Stars is stronger than any previous one. Dong Qingxiu looked serious. To be honest, even she was severely shocked when she got the information. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dongning province that she was in charge of also had such a monster as Liu Sheng, Dong Qingxiu almost wanted to just go through the motions. The genius representatives selected by more than 20 provinces have reached the 3rd level or above in martial arts. Most of them are talented fighters, including a talented fighter who is more powerful than ordinary talented fighters. 1 month ago, a talented martial artist who passed the formal assessment of a 2nd-level psychiatrist. There is even a monstrosity who is very likely to have stepped into the 4th level. 11. Dong Qingxiu looked at the information with a solemn expression. The exaggerated data on the materials, even if they have been read several times and can almost be memorized by heart, still make people feel shocked. But after talking for a long time, Dong Qingxiu looked up, and suddenly realized that Liu Sheng's eyes had gone out of the window again at some point, as if he was looking at the scenery. Don't you feel it? Dong Qingxiu couldn't help but said, I heard the strength of these people. Hey? Oh. Liu Sheng turned his head, with a serious expression on his face, and nodded, it's an exaggeration, I was shocked. You were obviously distracted just now, okay? It's too fake. Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun looked at each other, quite speechless. But after thinking about it, Liu Sheng's strength is probably even more exaggerated in the eyes of others. A 3rd-level warrior, whose combat power is comparable to that of a 5th level, is a 3rd-level psychiatrist. Oh, the point of being a 3rd-level psychiatrist is not written in the information, and others don't know it yet. Forget it. Qin Shaojun shook his head and said, you tell a monster how other people are so monsters, it's no wonder how he feels, let's talk about something else. Dong Qingxiu nodded helplessly, okay, then tell me something you're interested in. No, Instructor Dong, just continue, I'm really shocked. Liu Sheng tried to make the shock on his face more obvious. However, Dong Qingxiu waved her hand, as if she was too lazy to watch your performance, and continued, this year, the selection of Kaiming generals will be held in the Eastern Military Region, and many bigwigs from the military department will be present to watch. 0. Ask for flowers. And the selection of Kaiming generals this time is no longer the usual way of drawing lots in pairs and competing in the arena, but through another method. What? Liu Sheng asked curiously. Dong Qingxiu paused, and said word by word, this time, your opponent will be replaced by a strange beast. Alien beast. Liu Sheng blinked. In this world, almost everyone knows it. What is the greatest enemy facing mankind? Those are those powerful beasts with strange abilities, terrifying strength, and almost endless numbers that emerge from the cracks in the ground and the sky. Every year, countless warriors join the battlefield one after another, dedicating their young and fiery lives. But even so, the living space of human beings is still decreasing year by year. It can be said that from the moment the alien beast appeared in this world, the battle between humans and alien beasts has never gained the upper hand, and they have always been in a state of being beaten and defending passively. 0. It is conceivable how terrifying the alien beast is. In the past, Sheng only watched it on TV news and in school classrooms, and learned some information about alien beasts. But I have never seen a real, living alien beast. Now Dong Qingxiu actually said that these high school students, who are generally no more than 18 years old, are about to confront some strange beasts head-on. How can he not be surprised? The situation on the front line has not been very optimistic. Everyone is looking for a real way to break the situation, but it will take time. And every extra top-level powerhouse can buy some more buffer time for the entire human race, so the above decided not to adopt a gentle protection policy for eugeniuses who have a great possibility of becoming top-level powerhouses in the future. Instead, let you feel the pressure in advance, so as to transform it into a driving force in martial arts. In the words of a certain great person, only in blood and fire can a true top martial arts expert be created. Sheng nodded, he also agreed with this concept. It can be said that Sheng has been working hard to cultivate, and the only hope is that he will be able to face the strange beast one day. Now, it is just to let this day come earlier. Although the difficulty and danger of selection are much higher than in previous years, the rewards are also much richer. Dong Qingxiu glanced at Sheng and said, "You should be interested in this. Teacher Dong, tell me. In this year's Kaiming General Star Selection, as long as you enter the top 10, you can get a piece of blood. The top 3 are the ones who can directly enter the different blood pool and really get the title of Kaiming General." Dong Qingxiu said meaningfully, "One more time, to enter a higher level than the different blood, the cultivation qualification of the different marrow pool. Alien blood? Different marrow?" Sheng's expression shook. Although I don't know what Dong Qingxiu is talking about, but hearing the name, I feel very hung up. 106 Fighting the Grandmaster Valkyrie again, the first form of Shiquan martial arts, 2. From the name, you should be able to guess what this is. Dong Qingxiu said to Sheng. Sheng's eyes flickered, and he asked, "Is it related to strange beasts?" Right, subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Dong Qingxiu nodded and said, "As we all know, the bodies of many alien beasts contain energy substances that are of great benefit to martial arts practitioners. Just like the exotic animal meat you ate in the training camp before. However, the meat of the alien beast only undergoes the simplest and most preliminary treatment, which only removes the harmful substances in the animal's body, while the level of the alien blood and alien marrow is much higher. It not only removes harmful substances, but also extracts most of the beneficial ingredients. Alien blood, which extracts the cell fluid of alien animals. As for the different marrow, the spinal fluid of the different beast is extracted. According to the strength of the extracted alien beast, the Kuner different marrow is also divided into different grades like the alien beast meat. As rewards for the selection of Kaiming generals this time, the army has given out all blood and marrow above level 4, which is unprecedented. What about the different blood pool and different marrow pool? Sheng asked. Dong Qingxiu explained, the top 10 in the selection can get the 4th level abnormal blood, only 1 copy, and the total is only about a few hundred milliliters. But the abnormal blood pool that the first 3 can enter is a whole training warehouse, and its 263 contains an unknown amount of abnormal blood, almost unlimited supply of 4th level body blood. And the first selection will replace the unlimited supply of 4th level different blood with 4th level different marrow. You may not understand what this concept is, let me make a simple analogy. A drop of level 4 different marrow can almost be exchanged for a level 4 different blood. And a level 4 alien blood can be sold for at least 50 million on the warrior's home. Although the price of different blood and different marrow in the military region will not be so ridiculously high, the cost is not cheap either. A pool of 4 different marrows would cost hundreds of millions, maybe more. Liu Sheng's expression shook. Now he finally understands what Dong Qingxiu said before. The rewards of the Eastern Military Region are by no means comparable to that of a small talent training camp. What does this mean? It's a large sum of more than 1 billion yuan. No wonder all the provinces in the entire East are so concerned about the selection of these Kaiming generals. If you can get this reward, God knows how much accumulation and hard work you can save compared to others, and the chances of becoming a Grand Master in the future will also be greatly increased. And for Liu Sheng, the benefits are huge. The cultivation of the immortal golden body and stellar body refining technique needs a lot of energy. If I only use Yang Sui pill and Ling Mushuan blood decoction to assist me, it will take me a month or even longer to barely complete the first stage of immortal gold, the initial training of the body. If you can get different blood or different marrow, this time can definitely be greatly shortened, and perhaps the degree of completion can also be greatly improved. Liu Sheng thought to himself. So, Dong Qingxiu seriously told Liu Sheng, not only for us, but also for the capital of Dongning, and for your own martial arts practice, you should also deal with this selection well and go all out. I see, Instructor Dong. Liu Sheng nodded solemnly. Seeing that Liu Sheng's attitude was a little more correct, Dong Qingxiu also showed satisfaction on her face. Next, Yuking told Liu Sheng some precautions about the selection. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Shaojun, who had been lying on the window watching, suddenly said, "Here we are." Liu Sheng looked out of the window upon hearing this. I saw the helicopter flying over an extremely large military base. Looking down from the top, you can see that there are many buildings underneath, countless armored vehicles coming and going, and various high-tech weapons can be seen everywhere. This is the Eastern Military Region. How about it, shock it? Qin Shaojun patted the shoulder of Liu Sheng, who was afraid, and said with a smile, "It will be even more shocking to see it when you get to the bottom." Liu Sheng nodded, not too shocked. Liu Sheng is almost immune to the martial arts base that has experienced martial arts for more than 10,000 years, and the towering steel defense line that is still torn apart by strange beasts. The helicopter landed slowly in an open space. The cabin door opened, and Liu Sheng followed Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun down, and changed to a military armored vehicle that had been waiting for a long time. The car quickly drove into a huge triangle-like building. Vehicles were coming and going in the building, and many soldiers in dark blue uniforms were patrolling around. The armored vehicle stopped at the deepest part of the base. Several soldiers with weapons checked the identities of Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun, and then led the three into a dark grey door. "You just have a good night's rest here today. If you need anything, just press the pager on the wall, and someone will send it for you. Tomorrow is the day when the selection will officially start." Dong Qingxiu took Liu Sheng to a room, explained a few words, and then left with Qin Shaojun. Liu Sheng looked at the room in front of him. The room is not big, there is no window, there is only one bed in it, and there is a bathroom for washing. The surrounding walls are all made of steel, without any decoration, and the rivets at the corners can be clearly seen. Liu Sheng habitually scanned the room with mental strength, and then lay down on the bed. Because he didn't know if there was a special monitoring device installed in the room, Liu Sheng couldn't practice the stellar body refining technique, so he simply went to sleep and entered the dream space. Call. Liu Sheng once again came to the dream space, the familiar base 1359. Ever since he was killed by the Grand Master Valkyrie once, Liu Sheng felt a little dark in his heart. After entering the dream space, he no longer returned to his original cautiousness as casually as before. Liu Sheng turned a corner carefully, and a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a slender woman wearing battle armor and holding a damaged spear. A woman with dazed eyes and unfocused pupils who stood quietly but exuded a cold, inviolable, and powerful aura. From a distance, it looks like an ancient battle spirit wandering in the broken battlefield, unwilling to leave, especially waiting for the opponent to come. Do you want? Liu Sheng hesitated, try again. But thinking of the aftermath of the last death, Liu Sheng decided to make some preparations first. Liu Sheng changed the street and let go of his mental power. Soon, Liu Sheng emptied the entire street like mowing grass. And his mind was full of memory fragments. About there. Feeling the slightly swollen brain and the surging desire to fight and destroy in his chest, Liu Sheng looked calm and took a deep breath. Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra, Qi and Blood Increase, Open. Breath of Flame, Switch. 10 times the power of the stars. Master Boxing. Level 3 Mental Power. Grandmaster Skills, 10 days and 1 day. The rudimentary form of the Master's will was completely released, and Liu Sheng, who was fully activated, landed hard on the ground. Boom! The whole person is like a round of golden scorching sun, quickly rushing towards the Grandmaster Valkyrie. The Grandmaster Valkyrie sensed Liu Sheng's presence the moment Liu Sheng's breath erupted, without any emotional fluctuations. With a light sweep of the damaged spear, the whole person disappeared. Next second, the brilliant golden sun collides fiercely with the glaciers. 10 minutes later, in the small closed room, Liu Sheng, who was lying on the bed, woke up suddenly. Hoo! It was like waking up from a nightmare, sweating profusely and pale. Even the light in his eyes dimmed. Liu Sheng's face was filled with excitement. Sure enough, when I'm in full swing, with some preparations, I can still fight Grandmaster Valkyrie. Although the end of defeat is still inevitable, at least I didn't get killed in a single face-to-face like last time. Maybe, next time, I don't have to die, I can get out of here. Liu Sheng is very satisfied with the result. And this time he has made sufficient preparations, harvesting a large number of memory fragments in his mind in advance. As long as he uses the crystal concept to purify it, the mental trauma caused by death in the dream can be quickly recovered. It is inconvenient to practice the stellar body refining technique in the room, but the crystal conception idea does not have this concern. Liu Sheng sat on the bed and began to practice crystal conception thoughts. In his mind, the figure exuding a little bit of diamond luster was breathing. At the heart, the golden sun representing the core of Liu Sheng's will exudes a faint glow, which changes in strength with breathing. A large amount of black memory impurities were discharged. Nothing to say all night. In the early morning of the next day, the knock on the door woke Liu Sheng up from his practice. Liu Sheng opened the door and saw a breakfast on the door. 3.7 It's like going to jail. Liu Sheng was a little speechless, but considering that this is inside the Eastern Military Region, such behavior is quite normal. After bringing the breakfast into the room, Liu Sheng took a shower first, and then slowly ate. In one night, the memory fragments in my mind were completely cleaned up. The result is that the sequelae caused by his death in the dream are completely eliminated. Not only that, but his mental power has grown a lot, and Shiquan martial arts has also improved. All kinds of martial arts mastered by Liu Sheng have already broken through a bottleneck period. That is, perfection. For ordinary people, it is unimaginable for ordinary people to achieve perfection in dozens of martial arts. Liu Sheng just achieved it naturally. After the breakthrough in Shiquan martial arts, Liu Sheng felt that his overall strength seemed to have undergone some qualitative changes. Although it hasn't been tested yet, Liu Sheng has a strong hunch. When he entered the battle again, he might enter an incomparably wonderful state. He named this state the first form of Shiquan Budo. It is also a flawless and perfect initial state. 107 Not so sure, 99%, 3. How did you sleep last night? Dong Qingxiu asked Liu Sheng, who had just walked out of the room. Not bad, but a little boring. There is no way around this. The place established by the Eastern Military Region is hundreds of kilometers ahead of the front line of the battlefield with the alien beasts. Many alien beasts will release poisonous gas, so the base protects the gas protection. Dong Qingxiu stopped in the middle of her words, and looked at Liu Sheng fixedly. Liu Sheng touched his cheek, wondering, why, is there something on my face? No. Dong Qingxiu shook her head, I just feel that today, you are a little different from yesterday. Yeah, I feel the same way. Qin Shaojun on the side couldn't help interjecting, looking at this kid yesterday, he looked like a jade stone covered in silt, but today, the layer of silt outside seems to have been completely washed away. Dong Qingxiu nodded, deeply agreeing. Yesterday's Liu Sheng was restrained, making it hard to see through. Today's Liu Sheng is one level higher in that level. Although he still can't see through it, but if you observe carefully, you will find that he is like a piece of polished jade, shining brightly. Obviously, Liu Sheng had another breakthrough in martial arts. And this breakthrough does not seem to be small. It's only been one night. Dong Qingxiu's mood was a bit complicated. Really? Maybe I've become handsome again. I'm growing fast at this age, and it's normal to feel this way when my eyebrows and eyes are opened. 02. Liu Sheng replied solemnly. Qin Shaojun glanced at Liu Sheng appreciatively, nodded and said, you look like me when you are shameless. Dong Qingxiu didn't bother to pay attention to these two treasures, and walked forward on her own. The three of them walked forward along a passage. Not long after, a huge square appeared at the end of the passage. It was only when the three of them walked out of the passage completely that Liu Sheng saw that there were dozens of similar passages connected around this square, just like the heart of the entire base. Dong Qingxiu. At this time, a voice rang in the ears of the three. Liu Sheng followed the prestige and saw two people standing a dozen meters away from them. The two were walking towards them. The leader was a fair-skinned, tall, and handsome young officer in his 30s, with one more star on his shoulder than Dong Qingxiu. Behind the officer, followed by a young man with an indifferent expression, about the same age as Liu Sheng. Long time no see, I remember the last time we met. The handsome officer smiled and said, it was the last time. Dong Qingxiu swept Zhuangling coldly, and said flatly, Guanling, you are still as annoying as ever. Liu Sheng couldn't help but glance at Dong Qingxiu. It seemed that the two of them were at odds with each other, and it was the first time he had seen Dong Qingxiu expressing her disgust towards someone so aggressively and cover-up. Hee hee. The handsome officer smiled nonchalantly, looked past Dong Qingxiu, and paused for a while on Qin Shaojun and Liu Sheng. Qin Shaojun, long time no see, you are still as useless as before. Is this the genius representative of your Dongning province? It looks so ordinary, haha. Liu Sheng, Qin Jing. No wonder Dong Qingxiu hates this guy so much. Liu Sheng was speechless. This guy named Sheng Guanling really owes him a lot. Sheng Guanling, if you haven't brushed your teeth in the morning, I suggest you better not talk. Qin Shaojun's handsome face was so ugly that he would die. Your genius representatives from Donghai province don't look very good, do you? I remember that the ones marked with stars on the information are not yours. The stars Qin Shaojun refers to those who are specially marked, have the most outstanding strength, and are the most worthy of attention. They were the ones that Dong Qingxiu introduced to Liu Sheng at the beginning. Yet, Sheng Guanling smiled, and said, why not, let's make a bet. Just bet on a 5th level talent, and see whose genius representative ranks higher in the selection. Dong Qingxiu, what do you think? Sample. Dong Qingxiu sneered and said, we three, what do you mean by betting on a different marrow? Don't bet if you can't afford it, let's go. Etc. Sheng Guanling hurriedly said, then bet 3 shares of the 5th level. Dong Qingxiu's expression changed for a moment, but she didn't speak. Sheng Guanling smiled slightly, and said lightly, Dong Qingxiu, don't you dare. Good. Dong Qingxiu seemed to be stimulated by the contempt in Sheng Guanling's eyes, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Haha, you are courageous, as expected of the Dong Qingxiu I know. Sheng Guanling laughed, looked at the indifferent young man beside him, and said, Zhao Lai, 3 5th level extraordinary marrows, it's enough for your flame control talent to go up to a higher level. A mocking smile appeared on the indifferent young man's face, and circles of crimson flames burst out from his body. Naturally, Zhao En would like to thank instructor Dong Qingxiu in advance. Element Control Talent Warrior. Dong Qingxiu's pupils shrank, and her face became extremely ugly. Qin Shaojun even yelled directly, "Fuck you Sheng Guanling, you dare to cheat! Elemental control talents are not written in the data." Sheng Guanling's expression was extremely smug, he laughed loudly and said, "Who stipulated that everything should be written on the documents? You are the ones who are stupid. 3 copies of 5-level different marrow, ha ha ha." Saying that, Sheng Guanling took the young man named Zhao Lai away. "Wait until the figures of the two are completely gone." Dong Qingxiu, whose face was extremely ugly before, and Qin Shaojun, who was so angry that his face was flushed, both returned to normal. Looking at the backs of the two, they said a word at the same time. "Fool! Holy! How about it? My performance just now was not bad, does it feel like an acting school?" Qin Shaojun said to Liu Sheng with a smile. Dong Qingxiu also had a face full of sarcasm. "It's the default rule to conceal part of your strength in the information, and only an idiot like Sheng Guanling would think that he would do it himself. Elemental control talent fighters are so powerful, I don't know how to compare them. How about a 3rd-level psychiatrist? Stop talking, I want to laugh again when I say it. Pooh ha ha ha." Qin Shaojun couldn't help covering his mouth. Liu Sheng looked at the two with eyes as if they were meeting them for the first time, and he couldn't help expressing deep sympathy for the Sheng Guanling who was still immersed in complacency. "I don't know how that big fool got into the position of colonel, isn't he a pure fool? Shangwen's family, our boss's family, and the Qin's family have never dealt with each other very well. Sheng Guanling is also famous for his bad mouth. Every time we meet, he will be angry with us. Come on, Liu Sheng, can you smash his face this time? Depends on your performance." Qin Shaojun patted Liu Sheng's shoulder earnestly, and said, "If you help us win this round, I will give you my share of the 5th-level strange essence." "I will try my best," Liu Sheng said. Qin Shaojun's face instantly collapsed. "You speak so confidently, I suddenly regret agreeing to Sheng Guanling's bet. All right, it's time to enter." Dong Qingxiu gave a reminder, and then led the two of them forward. In the center of the square stood a huge elevator column, and in front of each elevator was almost a combination of officers and teenagers. The teenagers walked into the elevator and then went down. Obviously, the selection of Kaiming generals by Liu Sheng and the others was carried out under the base. Dong Qingxiu and the others sent Liu Sheng to an elevator and pressed the down 753 button. "We'll send you here, and someone will explain the selection rules to you." Liu Sheng nodded and walked into the elevator. Seeing that the elevator door was about to close, Dong Qingxiu suddenly took a step forward, stared closely at Liu Sheng's eyes, and said very seriously, "Liu Sheng, are you sure about this selection? I mean Kaiming General Star." Qin Shaojun also looked at Liu Sheng expectantly. Liu Sheng shook his head and said, "A little bit, but not a lot." Seeing him like this, Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun showed a bit of disappointment in their eyes, but they still did not give up and said, "Not much, how much?" The next second, they saw Liu Sheng in the slowly closing elevator, and spoke calmly. 99%, if I am suddenly disqualified from the selection, I will still lose this competition. Ka. The elevator door is completely closed, and the elevator descends. Outside the elevator, Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun looked dull. A few seconds later, I heard Qin Shaojun's speechless and joyful voice. "Fuck, I said this kid has no self-confidence. Dare he have more self-confidence than anyone else? 99%. Thanks to him for daring to speak." Dong Qingxiu shook her head amusedly and turned around. Okay, let's go. There is not a single button inside the elevator, obviously there is only one destination for the descent. Liu Sheng couldn't estimate the specific depth. He only knew that the elevator went down for a long time and finally stopped slowly. The elevator door opened, and a female officer in a dark blue military uniform stood in front of her, holding a document in her hand. Dongning Province, Liu Sheng. Follow me. The female officer turned around and left without any nonsense. Liu Sheng followed behind her and walked for 3 to 5 minutes, before finally stopping in front of a huge metal gate. 108 Omniscient, Omnipotent, the selection begins. 4. The selection hasn't started yet, so wait a bit. The female officer had a cold attitude, and after saying something to Liu Sheng, she looked down at the information. Liu Sheng stood there quietly and waited. After about 15 minutes, the female officer raised her head, listened to the wireless headset in her ear for a while, and then said to Liu Sheng, "Get ready, it will start soon." Liu Sheng nodded. Immediately afterwards, he heard the metal door in front of him make a drop sound. The door slowly went up. A passage more than 5 meters long appeared in front of Liu Sheng. After entering, just keep going straight up. Your instructor should have told you that you will face a real strange beast in this selection. The female officer had a serious expression. You have to deal with every strange beast you encounter on the road. If you cross it, you will be eliminated. If you escape, you will be eliminated. Because on the battlefield, both options would be death. But don't worry, there will be special personnel to take care of you throughout the selection process. If you really can't support it, you can take the initiative to speak up, and they will come out to help you. If you are lucky enough to be the first to complete the journey, then congratulations. You will be the only starting star in the entire East this year. Liu Sheng nodded. If you look at it this way, the judging criteria for this selection is racing. At this time, the metal gate has been fully raised. The female officer gave Liu Sheng a look. Go in when you're ready. Liu Sheng strode into the passage. The metal gate slowly fell behind, and the last words of the female officer came in. Boy from Dongning Province, I wish you good luck. Thanks. Liu Sheng responded in a low voice. Crack. The metal gate was completely closed, and Liu Sheng's mental power was dispersed, and he clearly sensed that something was waiting for him in front of him. Huffing. With the sound of heavy panting, as Liu Sheng approached slowly, a huge beast with a height of 2 meters and a body size of more than 5 meters appeared in front of him. The appearance of this strange beast looks a bit like a wild boar, but its mouth is covered with densely protruding sharp teeth that are more than a foot long. The body is covered with black and grey mane, and the 2-meter-long tail is almost entirely composed of black poisonous thorns. Level 2 Black-Toothed Sword Pig. Liu Sheng grinned at the monster, revealing a mouth full of neat and white teeth. I ate your meat. The next moment, Liu Sheng's figure disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already directly above the head of the black-toothed saber pig. Roar! The black-toothed sword pig let out an ear-piercing growl. Its eyes were extremely red, and it exuded a cruel and tyrannical aura. Pegasus! Liu Sheng raised his right fist, his eyes were blazing like stars, and he whispered a name of Zhong that only he could understand. Meteor Fist! Boom! The fist fell, and the rear half of the huge black-toothed sword pig exploded completely. Like a black sack with a leaky bottom. Terrible fist power penetrated its body, erupted in its body, and formed a fan-shaped area of blood foam behind the black-toothed sword pig. A mess. So weak. Liu Sheng landed lightly, looking at his fist. Although it is only a second-level beast, it should not be so fragile logically. It seems that I have become stronger. Liu Sheng was thoughtful. He just entered the first form of Shiquan martial arts naturally during the battle. This state is very strange. Liu Sheng's control over his own power has reached an unprecedented and unimaginable height. So much so that even without using any power-generating skills, the basic punching strength has reached an astonishing height, and the second-level black-toothed sword pig was blown up with one punch. Strength is concentrated, fixed-point explosion, weakness insight, as if reaching a state of omniscience and omnipotence. Omniscient, omnipotent. It's a bit similar to the martial art of controlling the realm, but it's higher and more comprehensive than controlling the realm. Liu Sheng couldn't accurately estimate how much stronger he had become in this state. I only know that it has become a lot stronger. Much. Interesting. Liu Sheng smiled slightly, twisted his neck slightly, and the joints of his body made the sound of waking up. It seems that the potential of Shiquan martial arts is even more terrifying than I imagined. Liu Sheng's figure flickered. The body instantly disappeared in place. Reappeared, already tens of meters away. The second strange beast roared and appeared. This time it was a leopard-like strange beast, with dense scales all over its body, which refracted colorful light under the snow-white light. The leopard-shaped beast is stronger, and faster than the black-toothed sword pig. Almost comparable to the third level. After half a minute, Liu Sheng calmly threw away the ugly leopard head in his hand and walked forward slowly. Next. Huge conference hall. The huge curved display screen almost occupied most of the venue. In the middle is a separate and neat seat. School officers in dark blue military uniforms sat down one after another. Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun were among them. Dong Qingxiu. Sheng Guanling stood next to a seat and greeted the two from a distance. Dong Qingxiu ignored her and took Qin Shaojun to sit down in Dongning province. Sheng Guanling sat down with a winner's smile on his face. Not long after, a middle-aged man of medium build strode into the conference hall. After the middle-aged man came in, all the school officials in the field immediately stood up with serious and respectful expressions. Master Yu. The middle-aged man nodded slightly to everyone, and said lightly, "Sit down." All the school officials took their seats neatly and silently. Even Qin Shaojun, who has always been careless, now has an upright posture and a solemn expression. Just because this person's name is Yu Fei, and there are golden stars hanging on his shoulders, represents the rank of Major General in the Eastern Military Region, and is also a serious 7th grade master. Have all the genius representatives from all provinces arrived? Yu Fei sat at the highest and most central position in the conference hall, and the rest of the people's seats formed a half-moon shape to surround it. From this position, you can clearly see any corner of the giant curved display in front of you, giving you a sense of looking at the whole situation. Already here, waiting for you to announce the start of the selection at any time. A young officer stood up and turned on the display screen directly above. Immediately, thousands of surveillance images appeared on the screen. In each picture, there is a boy or girl standing, waiting quietly. The school officials off the field were almost always looking for the genius representatives they brought, and occasionally looked at other pictures. Yu Fei glanced at the screen, and then said, "Have you checked all the beasts used for selection?" The young military officer reported, "Everything has been checked, there is no injury, no weakening, and no special type. 5 second-level aliens, 3 third-level aliens, and 1 fourth-level alien are arranged for each selection channel. At the very top is the Hawaii 5th-level alien beast Golden Pupil Zheng Yuan." There was a slight low cry among the school officials below, and someone couldn't help but say, "Quasi-level 5 alien beast, and it is also the golden-eyed demon ape with the top combat power among its level. On the frontal battlefield, we also need at least 2 or more 5th-level fighters to fight. For a group of students whose average age is no more than 18 years old, isn't this kind of selection too difficult?" The young officer who reported faced the speaker, and said with a blank expression, "For this selection, we have arranged a total of more than 50 5th-level warriors and 10 6th-level warriors to guard them. Theoretically, the possibility of casualties has been reduced to the minimum. Yu Fei said lightly, if we gather the power of the most top-notch martial arts geniuses in the entire East, and we can't fight against a quasi-level 5 alien beast, then the Dragon Kingdom will have no future to speak of. All the school officials shut up collectively, no longer daring to have any objections. The young officer also added at the right time, in fact, this quasi-level 5 golden-eyed demon ape is a common goal we set up for all genius representatives who can reach the final level. If they can't kill the golden-eyed demon ape with their joint efforts, then the final rewards for the Kaiming general selection will only be issued according to the previous standard. The young officer paused at this point, and then said firmly, the resources of the military department will only be used on the most valuable soldiers. Only then did the school officials understand that the selection of generals, which is said to be the most generously rewarded in history, also has thresholds and conditions. Niu Wang is good. Yu Fei also said coldly, the Eastern Military Region guards the second most important and the second most dangerous front in the entire Dragon Kingdom, but it has ranked last in the National Military Region competition for several consecutive years. If the internal selection is carried out with a game attitude, then in a few years, I don't think there will be any available talents in the entire Eastern Conference. All the school officials were awe-inspiring. After glancing at everyone's expressions, Yu Fei said, then, let's start the selection. Yes. The young officer nodded and gave instructions through the communicator. Soon, the metal gates and dozens of monitoring images on the screen began to open. Dozens of teenagers and girls representing the most outstanding martial arts seedlings in the entire East this year walked into the passage one after another. The selection of Kaiming generals has also officially kicked off. Yu Fei looked at the monitoring screen, and calmly said, first, zoom in on the screen of the star candidates that you focus on, and then adjust the proportion of the screen according to the current ranking. Yes. On the screen, the 3 surveillance images zoomed in rapidly. The screen ratio is more than twice that of other screens. As a master of martial arts, Yu Fei can easily observe the situation and dynamics of everyone in the screen. The real-time screen ratio adjustment mode is activated, just to make it easier for the school officials below to watch, and to present the content of the selection more intuitively. 109 at and number 039, time for you to tremble for me. 5. In the 3 huge screens on the display screen, 3 boys and girls with different styles came into everyone's eyes. The one on the far left is a tall and beautiful girl with picturesque features and waist-length hair. The difference from ordinary people is that the ends of the girl's long hair are slightly upturned, and the tiny strands of hair tremble slightly in the air like living things. The genius representative of Dong's province, Kong Qing, 17 years and 8 months old, a third-level martial artist, a talented martial artist in elemental control. Control element, electricity, current ability control level, level 1. The young officer reported loudly to everyone at the right time. In fact, these are in the materials in front of everyone, and what everyone pays attention to is not the ones that have been recorded in the materials, but the abilities they have demonstrated during actual combat. Then there is the middle picture. The picture in the middle shows a handsome young man wearing a snow-white casual shirt. Next to the young man, objects like nails are floating quietly, which is quite strange. The genius representative of Zhangzhou province, Jiaharan, 18 years and 3 months old, third-level martial artist, spiritually gifted martial artist. Passed the second-level psychiatrist assessment. The appearance of the boy in the third picture is extremely striking. Nearly 2 meters tall, taller than many adults, with dark skin and a fierce appearance, like a brown bear walking upright. The genius representative of Shilin province, Xingji, 18 years and 9 months old, a 4th-level warrior, a defensive talent warrior. Current talent level, iron skin. When the young military officer mentioned the brown bear boy, the faces of many school officers couldn't help but jump. 18 years old, 4th-level warrior. This is already a very exaggerated result. What is the average martial arts strength of these people among them? Level 5. And the 18-year-old boy in the picture has already reached the 4th level. There is no shortcut in the stage of exercising muscles and bones from the 3rd to the 4th level, and it is the most time-consuming. 170 This young man named Xing Ji can break through the 4th level at this age, which can only be described as extraordinary talent. It can also be seen from the outside. Not to mention that Xing Ji is still a defensive talent warrior, and his defensive talent has reached the level of the 2nd stage Iron Skin. Below the 4th level, no one can break through its defense. It is also possible for Jiaharan, the 2nd level psychiatrist mentioned just now. But also only possible. At this stage, this Xing Ji is almost equivalent to an invincible existence among his peers. At this moment, many people secretly regarded him as the most popular candidate for this year's Kaiming General Star. Even Yu Fei's eyes stayed on Xing Ji for a few more seconds. After a while, the teenagers in the screen have started to make friends with the strange beasts that appeared in the passage. 2nd-level alien beasts are terrifying and invincible existences for many 2nd-level warriors. And in the hands of this group of teenagers known as monsters, many strange beasts were killed in a single encounter. Zira. Kongqing, a girl who controls electricity, dodges, leaving behind a clearly visible shredded electric glow in the air. It reappeared, already appearing behind the 2nd-level black-toothed sword pig. The black-toothed sword pig with a slightly sunken head crashed down, and the battle was over within a second. Psychiatrist Jiaharan's spiked weapons flew like fish in the tunnel, easily piercing through the body of the black-toothed saber pig. Also in a very short time, the black-toothed saber pig with blood holes all over his body fell down. As for Xing Ji, the method was more violent. The whole person was like an armored tank rampaging in the passage, and the 2nd-level black-toothed sword pig was crushed to death by it. In the 1st level of Kaiming's General Star selection, a dozen or so screens fluctuated and zoomed in quickly. Stand out from dozens of pictures. The results started to improve from the 1st level, among which there were a few teenagers who performed quite eye-catchingly, which once again attracted everyone's attention. The genius representative of Donghai Province, Zhao Lai, has a talent for controlling fire elements, and his ability control level is at the 1st level by visual inspection. This is not recorded in the data. The young officer reported emphatically. Sheng Guanling stood up from his seat, and said, Zhao Lai's ability has not been awakened for a long time, and I haven't had time to change the information in the future, sorry. Yu Fei nodded slightly. Other school officials scoffed at the rhetoric. Mao didn't have time to change it, so he didn't deliberately conceal the report, thinking of making a blockbuster in the selection. They are too lazy to break this point of flamboyance. However, the military region does not have a rigid rule that you must report the truth. Anyway, it will be displayed during the assessment, unless you don't want to get a ranking, so it doesn't matter. Sheng Guanling was quite proud of himself, and he figured out the limelight. When she sat down, she took a special look in Dong Qingxiu's direction, opened and closed her mouth and said 3 different marrows. Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun chose to ignore this idiot. They found Liu Sheng's figure in the dozen or so surveillance images that were highlighted just now, and they didn't lie in their hearts. At this time, the screen fluctuates. 1 or 2 pictures were erased. Next, the picture fluctuated almost every 1 or 2 minutes. The monitoring pictures on the huge display screen are constantly decreasing, and the remaining pictures are constantly being highlighted. Gradually, there are only 5 images left in the center of the entire giant display, with the largest proportion, suppressing all other images. Liu Sheng, surprisingly, was among them. It's strange, this is the genius representative of that province, and the advancing speed is so fast. It's almost no worse than the other 4 monster seeds, and it's even a line faster. Yet, it looks ordinary, why is the punch so heavy? All the beasts punch one by one, and they don't bring out a second punch. Is there any information? Read the information. Yu Fei also looked at Liu Sheng in the picture with quite interested eyes. The young military officer who was in charge of the report hesitated for a moment, and then said, "The genius representative of Dongning Province, Liu Sheng, is 17 years and 5 months old, a third-level warrior, a strength-type talent warrior." The young military officer couldn't help but stop after reading the mediocre information. There is no bright spot, and there is no special ability revealed during the battle. It's just strength, and the speed seems to be a little bit higher than the usual third level. All aspects of the qualities seem to be much better than the general third level, but it's obviously not up to the fourth level. Strangeness. Many people set their sights on one position, and Sheng Guanling was among them. Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun, who represent Dongning Province, sat in that seat. There was no joy or anger on the faces of the two of them, and their faces were expressionless. This kid should have mastered at least 4 perfection-level martial arts, among which body skills and boxing skills have reached the subtle level, so his combat effectiveness in actual combat is particularly outstanding. Yu Fei told the truth with one word. There was a slight expression of emotion on the faces of the school officials. It is not surprising that one martial art has reached the perfect state, and it is not surprising that 4 or 5 kinds of martial arts have been studied concurrently. The subtle state and the perfect state are not the same concept, okay? The most amazing thing is that this Liu Sheng is only 17 years old and 5 months old this year. Could it be that he started practicing martial arts from the womb? Yu Fei also showed appreciation, and said lightly, "It's been a long time since I saw such a pure martial arts genius." This kind of martial arts genius who is outstanding in martial arts comprehension, only in the 100 years when martial arts first emerged. Now, before Yu Fei finished speaking, Liu Sheng in the screen has reached the 6th level. This is also a threshold. The alien beast blocking the way has changed from the 2nd level to the 3rd level, and its strength has been greatly improved. And Liu Sheng in the picture doesn't seem to realize this at all. Still moving forward at the original speed. The 3rd level beast roared, and he punched casually. Half of the 3rd level beast exploded, and Liu Sheng kept walking. On the huge screen, the monitoring screen belonging to Liu Sheng was directly maximized, completely suppressing the other 4. The sudden fluctuation of the screen stopped the discussion among the school officials below, and they all stared at the screen in a daze. And Yu Fei's words suddenly faltered, and his whole body subconsciously tensed up slightly. A few seconds later, Yu Fei's slightly complicated voice sounded in the quiet conference hall. "I'm wrong, this kid's boxing is not in the realm of subtleties, but in the realm of control." Hiss! Below, there was a sound of gasping for air. Dong Qingxiu, who had no expression on her face, clenched her hands underneath and her eyes fluctuated violently. As for Qin Shaojun next to him, Sheng Guanling, who looked at him in the distance with a look of astonishment, secretly gave him a middle finger. "Look at Nima, look, stinky bastard! It's almost tested the limit of the first form of Shiquan martial arts." Liu Sheng killed the 3rd level beast with one punch, thinking silently in his heart. From the beginning until now, he has never used a whole card other than the first form of Shiquan martial arts. The purpose is to test his combat effectiveness in this form. The test results prove that the first form of Shiquan martial arts can almost allow Liu Sheng to easily have the strength to instantly kill the 3rd level and crush the 4th level without using any power-generating skills or amplification methods. This kind of instant kill and crushing was not his previous crushing purely in terms of combat power. It's the crushing of skills. The advantages of all attributes and all aspects of skills are too great, resulting in a devastating effect. 4 or 2 strokes of 1,000 caddies, the skill is close to the Tao, probably refers to this kind of thing. Liu Sheng thought about it, and unknowingly came to the 7th strange beast. It is also a 3rd level alien beast. Looking at the 3rd level beast in front of him, Liu Sheng glanced at the monitoring position above his head, thoughtful. Since the experiment has been completed, there is no need to hold back. The warm-up is over, it's time to let some people shiver for me. 2 hearts beat with a bang, the breath of flame switched, 10 times the force of the stars. Qi and blood roared. Sheng kicked hard on the ground, and he rushed out like a cannonball. At this moment, his aura, it is more violent than the 3rd-level alien beast in front of it. Please, please, flowers, monthly tickets, and rewards. Thank you. 110 pure and powerful, this is the star I want. 1. Among the 3rd-level strange beasts, there is a kind of strange beast called the shadow cat, which is extremely difficult to deal with. It is covered with pitch black and shiny fur, which is difficult for bullets to pierce. The half-foot-long claws are even sharper than a knife, and the steel plate several centimeters thick is as brittle as paper under its claws. Coupled with its extremely fast speed, the shadow cat is a ghostly nightmare for harvesting life on certain battlefields. Even ordinary 3rd-level warriors can only become its prey, and only 3rd-level warriors who have mastered their muscles and bones are eligible to deal with it. But now, this terrifying strange beast has fallen into a rare situation. Its proud sharp claws grabbed the skin of the young man in front of him, making a screeching sound like scratching steel, as if sparks were faintly flying. When the sharp claws left, only a few deep white marks remained on the boy's skin. The boy seemed to be irritated, stretched out his strong and dark arms, clamped the cat under his armpit, and exerted force violently. Crack! Accompanied by a series of bone-cracking sounds, this 3rd-level shadow cat called Shadow Nightmare by the battlefield was crushed to pieces like paper. Pata! Throwing the dead body of the shadow cat on the floor, the boy as strong as a brown bear glanced at the scars on his body indifferently, and said to himself, the speed-type beast is indeed a bit troublesome, and it took too long to stay here. It is estimated that those 2 people have already caught up, so I have to speed up. However, the alien beast in the last level should be very strong, with a high probability of reaching level 4. With their strength, they should be entangled for a long time, and they can't even fight against them, so. The strong boy pulled down the clothes that had been torn by the cat and let out a snort. The number 1 is still mine. Afterwards, the young man took a step forward, roaring through the passage like an armored tank. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. 0. The same shadow cat lay stiffly on the ground, its body twitching unconsciously. The long-haired girl whose eyes were dyed a light dark blue by the fine electric light was panting slightly, trying hard to recover the physical strength consumed in the battle just now. The strength of the 6th alien beast has reached level 3, and there should be a 4th-level alien beast in the future, you have to save your energy. In other words, there shouldn't be a 5th-level alien beast. Impossible. The long-haired girl shook her head, that's outrageous, no one can live with it. After finishing speaking, her figure flickered, leaving a cluster of lightning in the air and disappearing. Whoosh whoosh! A shadow cat fell from the ceiling of the passageway, scratching the ground with its paws, trying to get up again. But his bruised body had almost no physical strength due to excessive bleeding. The 2 black long nails pierced through its eyes mercilessly, completely ending its life. The boy in the white shirt reached out and rubbed the center of his eyebrows, his delicate face was full of calm. There is still more than half of the mental power left, and I will use it sparingly next time. Let's use this half of the ink nails when there are level 4 monsters. Thinking about it, the 7 or 8 black spikes around the handsome boy flew back into his pocket and were temporarily sealed up as trump cards. The boy moved his feet and quickly rushed to the front of the passage. It's level 3 again. In hell of flames, burn up! The young man whose arms were entwined with fine fire snakes strangled the shadow cat's neck with both hands. 10 fingers were deeply buried in the cat's skin, and the scorching flames burned a strong smell of burnt. After a while, the 3rd-level beast was finally half-cooked, completely lost any signs of life, and died into a pool of scorched flesh. Huff! Zhao Lai propped his hands on his knees, panting heavily. In order to deal with this third-level cat, his flame ability almost consumes his partner. Of course, the result is satisfactory. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the extremely powerful shadow cat among the third-level beasts, and many fourth-level warriors may not necessarily be its opponents. And with such a powerful alien beast, I killed it the first time I encountered it. Looking at his hands, Zhao Lai couldn't help exclaiming, I'm really too strong. Look up and look at the passage ahead. Even the alien beasts of the level of the third-level shadow cat have come out, and the selection should be coming to an end soon. I don't know how fast I can break through. I have been going all out, even if I don't have the first place, the top 3 should be stable. Thinking of this, Zhao Lai couldn't help showing a proud smile on his face. He looked up at the invisible camera in the corner of the ceiling of the passage, and whispered to himself, now outside, those chief instructors in various provinces and regions must have been frightened by my blockbuster. Hehe, even if I wasn't taken aback, someone should be amazed by me at this time. After all, Zhao Lai looked at the corpse of the cat on the ground, and said confidently, this is a third-level alien beast, the shadow cat. How can this be? In the conference hall, a young school officer suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes fixed on the huge display screen in front of him, his expression was full of shock. His almost gaffe behavior deserves everyone's dissatisfaction and attention. But at this moment, no one turned their heads to pay attention to him. In fact, he was not the only one who made a similar gaffe, nor was he the first. Fourth level alien beast, is it also an instant kill with one punch? The voice of a school officer was almost distorted, and the eyes staring at the display screen almost protruded from their eye sockets. In the huge conference hall, more than half of the school officials stood up, leaned forward, and fixed their eyes on the huge monitoring screen in the center of the monitor without blinking. Everyone's face was full of shock and disbelief. Even the Major General Yu Fei showed a hint of emotion on his face. At this time, on the display screen, more than half of the screen was already occupied by a monitoring screen. The handsome young man on the screen is clearly visible, and everyone can almost see the long and thick eyelashes on his calm face. As for the second largest proportion of screens, the screens belonging to Xingji, who was the most favored boy before, are less than 1/10 of Liu Sheng's. For the remaining youngsters who were left behind, the monitoring screen was squeezed to the corner, like pieces of tofu. Except for Sheng Guanling, who had a dull face and opened his mouth wide enough to stuff a duck egg, no one had seen the flame boy standing in front of the corpse of the shadow cat in a certain picture and smiling triumphantly. The fastest of the others is still fighting the 7th alien beast. This guy even gave the 4th level alien beast in the penultimate level. And it's still an instant kill with one punch. From the beginning to now, this young man named Liu Sheng has thrown a total of 9 punches, an average of 1 punch per beast, and no one can force him to throw a second punch. 0. Ask for flowers. What kind of strength is he? Level 3? Or level 4? Even level 4 can't instantly kill a level 4 beast of the same level with one punch. The aura doesn't show, and it's obviously not level 5. Is there any problem with the strange beast in his passage? Have you really tested it? Someone couldn't help yelling at the young officer in charge of the selection. No one answered him, and the young officer was staring blankly at the huge display screen in front of him. On the screen, the video of Liu Sheng just punching and instantly killing the 4th level beast was constantly being played back. In the picture, the thin Liu Sheng stood in front of the terrifying level 4 beast. He just punched out with a calm face, then retracted his fist, and then stepped over the body of the 4th level beast that burst half of its body. So easy. But also so shocking. Only when the strength is completely crushed can it cause such a shocking effect. And when this strength appeared in a mere 17-year-old boy, everyone in the conference hall was dumbfounded. Even Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun were dumbfounded. The words Liu Sheng said in the elevator involuntarily popped up in their minds. Not sure, 99%. It turned out to be such a 99%. Depend on. His blood value should have exceeded 200, reaching the category of a 4th level warrior. But the quality of his inner strength is too high, or in other words, the muscles and bones he cultivated at the 3rd level stage are too strong. Coupled with the incomparably brilliant fighting skills, it is possible to achieve this step. Yu Fei opened his mouth slowly, a different kind of brilliance bloomed in his eyes little by little. Pure and strong physical body, terrifying skills, even without any extra talents, are enough to create such a monstrous existence. This is what I want, a genius who truly has the potential to lead a star. Yu Fei was not stingy with his compliments. At this time, Liu Sheng in the picture has come to the end of the passage. The selection channel is a step-like slope that goes all the way up. At the end of the passage, there is only one huge platform connecting all the passages. A huge iron cage is placed in the center of the platform. Inside the iron cage, a huge humanoid body several meters high squatted quietly. The huge figure blocked the overhead light and cast a shadow, only a pair of dark golden eyes full of tyranny could be seen, and there was a terrible panting sound like rolling lava. Golden-eyed demon ape. A quasi-level 5 beast. Even through the monitoring screen, the school officials present could feel the great oppressive force brought by the giant beast. Even they can't guarantee that they can absolutely crush this terrifying beast in a frontal battle. At this time, the young military officer who has been in charge of reporting the information hesitated for a moment and explained. The golden-eyed demon ape in the last level has not been released yet. In fact, whether or not to proceed with this level is decided jointly by the genius representatives who arrived here. If they feel that all the people who have reached this level are strong enough, they can press the button in front of the iron cage to release the magic ape. If you feel that your strength is not enough, you can give up the last challenge. Thank you for your rewards and flower support, and there is a big boss who rewards you, thank you. Let me say one more thing, each chapter is written with great care, but there is no title, so I suggest you book all of them. Thanks again. 111 You are qualified to be my dinner, 10 days on the same day, Master Will. 2. Sure enough, everyone saw a conspicuous pillar in the picture, with a bright red button on the pillar, and there seemed to be a large paragraph of text beside the button. The teenager in the picture obviously also noticed this, and stood in front of the button to examine it carefully. With Liu Sheng's strength, as long as Xing Ji and others arrive, they will definitely be able to kill this quasi-level 5 demon ape. Oh no, maybe we don't need many people at all, as long as there are 1 or 2 people around to assist him, there is a chance it's... A school officer spoke. A school official murmured, that is to say, this Liu Sheng is basically determined to be the general of this year. All the school officials who heard these words had complicated expressions. Yes. With such a fast advancing speed, it pulled several positions away from other people. In the first half of the selection, the score is calculated based on the speed of breaking through the level. When it comes to the final level of the golden-eyed demon ape, it is calculated based on the contribution value of the last kill of the demon ape. The final total score of the two is the final selection criteria for the selection of Kaiming generals. But no matter how the assessment form changes, the real basis is still the strength of the selector. The horror of Liu Sheng's strength is obvious to all, becoming a general is almost an indisputable fact. Many people couldn't help turning their eyes to Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun. Liu Sheng is from Dongning province, brought out by the two of them 327. Liu Sheng has become a Kaiming star, and Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun will also receive high awards and a lot of benefits. This is also the meaning of their group of chief instructors from various provinces and regions staying here. Qin Shaojun's expression was very pleasantly surprised, and there was an unconcealable sense of pride and joy on his face. Dong Qingxiu was much calmer, but the white and trembling hands tightly clenched under the small table proved that she was equally excited and unable to restrain herself. She looked up and looked at the boy in the picture who was looking down at the button to check the instructions of the last level. Emotions agitated in my heart. Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng gave her too many surprises. She knew that Lu Sheng was so strong that even she couldn't see through him, but she never thought that Lu Sheng could be so strong. Kaiming General Star. Even the dream that I used to be elusive, now, it is about to come true in my students. This feeling, Tian Meng. Now, as long as Lu Sheng waits quietly until the other genius representatives reach the final level and defeat the last golden-eyed demon ape, he can become a Kaiming general. Dong Qingxiu looked at Lu Sheng in the picture, feeling a little excited. Even if you don't defeat the golden-eyed demon ape in the end, you will definitely be the Kaiming general. Thinking of this, Dong Qingxiu couldn't hold her composure anymore, and a happy smile began to overflow on her face. But before the smile on her face fully bloomed, she saw. The boy in the picture suddenly raised his head, stared at the golden-eyed demon ape in front of him for a while, and then… boom! He punched hard on the pillar in front of him. The column collapsed, and the buttons inlaid on it were also dented. Crack! There was a sound from the machine, and the iron gate of the cage was lifted upwards. A huge and terrifying orangutan beast was completely presented in front of everyone. At this moment, the conference hall fell into an inexplicable sense of suffocation. All the school officials stared blankly at the scene of the boy facing the giant beast on the screen, their expressions froze. After a long time, a slightly trembling voice sounded in the conference hall. Does he want to challenge the golden-eyed demon ape alone? Lu Sheng looked at the huge beast slowly coming out of the cage. Waves of tyrannical aura rushed towards him, accompanied by a strong stench and bloody smell. Lu Sheng's eyes gradually lit up, and he subconsciously stretched out his tongue and licked his lips, looking a little excited. Is this a quasi-level 5 beast? I don't know if I can test the limit of my current strength. The opponents he encountered before were either too weak or too strong. Neither can test his strength well. Now, the quasi-level 5 golden-eyed demon ape in front of him happened to be a nearly perfect test subject. It can bring him a little pressure, but it won't make him feel any fear. Come on, let me see, what's the difference between a quasi-level 5 beast and a level 5 warrior? Lu Sheng moved his body, and there was a crisp sound of clicking from his neck and joints. Level 3 to level 4 is a threshold, and level 4 to level 5 is also a threshold. A 4th level martial artist breeds inner strength in his body, and the destructive power produced by his gestures is double that of a 3rd level martial artist. And the 5th level martial artist is a level above the 4th level. Vigorous transformation into Vigor 4 power or defensive power ushered in a rise. Lu Sheng's fighting power has already broken through level 5, but he has never fought against a serious level 5 warrior. The quasi-level 5 golden-eyed demon ape in front of him, according to the description on the pillar just now, ordinary 5th level warriors would not dare to take it lightly. Hurry up, don't let other people interrupt the battle between us. Lu Sheng kicked the damaged pillar in front of him, and the golden-eyed demon ape was in his mouth. The 5th level beast already has a certain level of intelligence, and it can feel the contempt in Lu Sheng's words. This is undoubtedly a great provocation to its majesty. Humanity! Damn! The golden-eyed demon ape raised its arms and roared, causing the surrounding tunnels to buzz, and the fluorescent tubes on the ceiling flickering. Even the images displayed on the screen in the conference hall were rippled. Roar! The golden-eyed demon ape shot violently, its thick arms were so thick that ordinary people could not catch them with naked eyes, and it directly turned into a phantom in the air, sending out bursts of screams that tore through the air. Exactly, try the speed of level 5 first. Switch, breath of the wind. Lu Sheng's figure disappeared directly on the spot, almost turning into a cloud of green smoke, like mist. The golden-eyed demon ape continued to strike, its bucket-sized fists whistling like the wind, but it could only punch one pit after another on the hard floor. At this moment, everyone in the conference hall looked dumbfounded. This kid actually went to challenge the golden-eyed demon ape alone. Is he too confident, or too confident? A school official pondered for a while, and said with a serious expression, with the fine-grained agility he showed before, as well as various perfect martial arts, powerful actual combat skills, and fighting instinct. Maybe there is a real chance to defeat the golden-eyed demon ape. The others thought about it and nodded in agreement. After all, so far, Liu Sheng's strength has not bottomed out. It is not impossible to be able to kill a level 4 beast with one punch, squeeze out its potential, and kill a quasi-level 5 beast. Certainly. The school officer who spoke before continued, the premise is that he will not choose to confront the golden-eyed demon ape head-on. How is that possible? Someone immediately shook his head and retorted, the golden-eyed demon ape is known for its strength, and a 5th-level martial artist with stellar energy protection dare not confront the golden-eyed demon ape head-on. This kid's fighting instinct is frighteningly strong, how could he be so stupid? The man spoke halfway, his eyes fixed on the screen, and the second half of the words suddenly got stuck in his throat and he couldn't come out. In the picture, Liu Sheng, who had been dodging all the time, suddenly stopped. Standing still, facing the fist that the golden-eyed demon ape slammed down fiercely, he suddenly punched him. He has a real face. The voice of the commenting officer, who was slapped in the face in a second, became weak. But Major General Yu Fei, who was sitting in the middle, had a strange light in his eyes. The arms as thick as a century-old tree trunk and the white and slender arms clashed heavily. The difference in body size between the two is too huge, which creates a great sense of visual impact. Boom! The pair of fists collided to produce an air wave that was almost visible to the naked eye, causing a circle of debris to fly around, and the pipe slammed loudly. The huge body of the golden-eyed demon ape trembled, and it stepped back a few steps, hitting the metal cage heavily, bending the hard metal cage slightly. Liu Sheng, who was fighting against him, also retreated. Zlara! Both feet plowed 2 clear marks on the pure steel floor, extending to a distance of 7 or 8 meters before stopping completely. Hiss! In the conference hall, many school officials who saw this scene on the screen suddenly took a breath of cold air. None of them expected that Liu Sheng would choose to face the golden-eyed demon ape who is good at Julie. What's even more unexpected is, facing fists head-on, Liu Sheng managed to resist. What does that mean? This means that the frail boy who is only 17 years old in the picture is not inferior to the golden-eyed demon ape who is quasi-level 5 in terms of pure strength. An unbelievably terrible conclusion. Major General Yu Fei's eyes were shining brightly, and a smile appeared on his face for the first time. At this time, the more he looked at Liu Sheng, the more he liked him. This is a candidate who almost perfectly fits his vision of a rising star. At the same time, Saint Liu 3.5 in the selection channel is slowly raising his head. That's right, it can stop my fist power 10 times stronger than the stars. Liu Sheng gently kneaded his slightly swollen right arm joint, looked at the golden-eyed demon ape in front of him who was furious and also slightly shocked, and grinned, revealing a bright and cold smile. You are qualified to be my dinner tonight. After finishing speaking, Liu Sheng took a deep breath. In the next second, a bright golden light bloomed in his eyes. 2 hearts pounded. The breath of inflammation is as hot as fire. The air behind him began to distort slightly, as if 10 golden suns were rising. With this punch, you can die with peace of mind. Liu Sheng punched suddenly. Master technique. 10 days on the same day. The golden-eyed demon ape roared angrily. In the conference hall, Major General Yu Fei's admiration suddenly froze, and he stood up abruptly from his chair. His eyes widened in an instant, and he leaned forward, staring fixedly at the picture, raising his hand and punching, like a boy in the scorching sun. Is this the master-level martial arts will? The climax is coming. Ask for a monthly ticket, ask for flowers, ask for a reward, ask for everything. 112 Liu Sheng, challenge me, Beat me, kill me. 3. A massive light burst out from the monitoring screen. Incomparably dazzling golden light. It's like a sun suddenly appeared in the picture. No, it's 10 rounds. 10 rounds of scorching suns emit infinite light and heat, covering everything. There were even school officials in the conference hall who couldn't help but stretch out their hands to block their eyes. Soon, the light dissipated. The huge monitoring screen became clear again from blur. Only then can everyone see the scene presented in the picture clearly. Instantly, the audience lost their voices. The huge conference hall fell into a deathly silence. In the picture, the young man with a calm face is slowly retracting his fists. The golden-eyed demon ape that was blocking him just now was completely embedded in the wall at the end of the passage, like a pair of strange beast specimens that were forcibly nailed to the wall. There was a bloody hole in the front chest of the golden-eyed demon ape, as if it had been pierced by a shell. As for the special metal cage placed behind it, it was also squeezed into a twisted ball at this time, making it impossible to see at all. Everyone was stunned. Can't believe that this punch came from Liu Sheng. Only Yu Fei was standing, his straight body trembling slightly. He was laughing, he couldn't stop laughing, and his eyes were shining brightly. Ha ha ha, the will of the Grand Master. I never thought that in my lifetime, Yu Fei, I would still see someone condense the will of a Grand Master at the age of weak crown, and the road to the 7th level will be opened. In time, I will definitely add another Grand Master to the East District. Junior Grand Master. Yu Fei's hearty laughter resounded through the conference hall, the Grand Master's energy and blood swelled, shaking the conference hall like thunder, and many school officials were in a trance. There was only one thought spinning in their minds. Master Will. Junior Grand Master. The 02 state is fully turned on, easily killing the quasi-level 5 alien beast golden-eyed demon ape in seconds. Liu Sheng was not surprised by this result. Especially after he comprehended the first form of Shiquan martial arts, his overall strength soared wildly, and even he himself could hardly figure out what level his ultimate punch combat power had reached. The road ahead has been cleared, but the intersection has not yet appeared. Could it be that there are still levels after the quasi-level 5 monsters? Liu Sheng guessed, but quickly rejected his own idea. Impossible, Zunqilu is already a supermodel, come again, I'm afraid no one will survive this selection. He released his mental power to scan around, only to find that the customs clearance exit had already appeared. It was just behind the iron cage where the golden-eyed demon ape was imprisoned, but now it was blocked by the huge body of the golden-eyed demon ape, so he didn't notice it before. Remove the body of the demon ape, and I will be the Kaiming General Star. Liu Sheng looked calm. But he didn't do it right away. His huge spiritual power radiated to the surroundings like a radar, probing into the entrances of the surrounding passages. At this moment, Liu Sheng suddenly had an interesting idea. He quickly put into action. He walked up to the corpse of the golden-eyed demon ape, sat cross-legged in the cage where the golden-eyed demon ape had been placed before. Close your eyes, as if waiting for something quietly. What does he want to do? The golden-eyed demon ape in the last level was slaughtered by himself, isn't he 1,000? In the conference hall, some school officials couldn't help but speak. At this time, everyone in the conference hall was in a state of powerlessness. Liu Sheng gave them too much impact, and the shock was too great, so that everyone felt numb and mentally tired from the impact. To put it bluntly, it's just one word: tired heart. Yu Fei stared at the monitoring screen with burning eyes, with a smile on his face all the time. He didn't care about the people's questions, he just waved his hand and ordered, let him do whatever he wants. As long as he doesn't kill everyone, he can play however he wants. All the school officials looked at each other. Yu Shizuo's words meant that Liu Sheng went to heaven. This selection of talent, which has reached the scale of the entire Eastern District, seems to be not important at all in Yu Feizhuan's eyes at this time. All he cares about is one person. That is Liu Sheng. As long as Liu Sheng is happy, it doesn't matter if this event is about the selection of the top talents in the Eastern District, and it becomes his own game. What do you mean as long as you don't kill everyone? Does that mean killing one or two doesn't matter? Don't dare to think about it. In the selection channel, several officers who were about to go out to meet Liu Sheng and announce the end of the selection heard the latest instructions from the headset, and backed away with complicated expressions. Yu Shizuo gave the order, so it can only be left to Liu Sheng. Look at Yu Fei's attitude, and then think about the performance of the boy in the passage. Someone couldn't help sighing, young master, hey. Liu Sheng clearly felt the figures that were about to approach him and then retreated quickly, and he relaxed. At this time, there are several passages in front of him, and there are people approaching quickly. There was a slight smile on the corner of Liu Sheng's mouth. There was a bit of the whim of a teenager in this smile. The selection of Kaiming generals is over. But it belongs to him. Liu Sheng's game just began. Boom! A strong and burly body rushed out of the passage, and a dark-skinned boy who looked like a brown bear appeared on the surveillance screen. Xing Ji panted slightly, trying hard to recover the physical strength he had consumed before. The alien beast he met just now was too powerful, and even he had to spend a lot of effort to deal with it. Even with the iron skin body protection, he was injured in some places, and at this moment, bursts of stinging pain were coming. It should be cleared, I am the first. Xing Ji scanned the passages around him and heaved a sigh of relief when he found no one there. But when his eyes moved to the platform not far in front of him, his pupils shrank severely. He sees someone. A teenager to be precise. He is about the same age as him, fair and handsome, with a tall and straight figure, sitting quietly cross-legged in the center of the platform. With his eyes closed, his face was calm, and he didn't know if he was asleep or dozed off. What really shocked Xing Ji was what was behind the boy. He saw a gorilla beast about 4 or 5 meters tall, covered in long black hair, with exaggeratedly strong limbs. Just looking at it from a distance, I felt a burst of fierce aura rushing towards my face, making my hair stand on end. Golden-eyed demon ape. A level 5 alien beast after adulthood. And it's the overlord among the level 5 alien beasts. Xing Ji recognized the identity of this orangutan at a glance. But what shocked Xing Ji the most was not seeing the overlord golden-eyed demon ape among the 5th level alien beasts here, but that this golden-eyed demon ape was dead, just a corpse. There was a huge blood hole in the chest, and the whole body was deeply embedded in the wall, as if it had been punched into the wall forcefully and became a specimen decoration. Who can punch the overlord golden-eyed demon ape among the 5th level beasts like this? Xing Ji was shocked, and his first reaction was to look at the boy on the platform. Could it be him? Impossible. Xing Ji instantly vetoed this guess. To be able to punch the golden-eyed demon ape into the wall with one punch, at least the strength of a 6th level warrior is required. And it has to be a top 6 level of stellar energy. This boy looks younger than him, so how could he be a level 6 martial artist? Maybe it's just a simple decoration of exotic animal specimens, specially designed to frighten us. Xing Ji comforted himself in his heart, but he was a little confused. Then what do you mean now? Have I passed the selection? Who is this young man? Xing Ji couldn't figure it out, everything was different from what he expected. He wanted to ask the young man on the platform, but hesitated a little, and hesitated for a while. At this moment, there were clear footsteps in the 2 passages next to it. Xing Ji's face instantly returned to calm, and he quickly looked to both sides. Not long after, 2 figures ran out of the passage one after the other. A young man with a handsome appearance, holding some black spikes tightly in his hands, sweating profusely, his face pale, the white shirt on his body is torn, and there are large patches of red blood. The other was a girl with waist-length hair. His condition was not much better than that of a teenager, his face was as white as paper, and one hand seemed to be injured, with blood clots clotted on it. The moment the two appeared, they immediately looked at each other with fear in their expressions. Then I saw the boy on the platform, and the visually striking scene behind the boy. The pupils shrank severely. 740 You are here. Xing Ji spoke. The sudden sound startled the two terrified boys and girls. The girl's body lit up with tiny electric lights, and the black spikes in the boy's hands all flew up in an instant. The two stared at Xing Ji as if facing a formidable enemy. Xing Ji just looked at them blankly. Soon, the boy in the white shirt recognized Xing Ji's identity and blurted out, "You are Xing Ji from Shilin province, who participated in the selection just like us." "Yes, and I'm out a few minutes before you." Xing Ji nodded. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief and put down their guard, but their faces were not very good looking. After all, Shixian already knew that this selection was a race, and Xing Ji came out earlier than them, which proved that they were already behind in terms of grades. Then, what does this mean? The long-haired girl pointed to the platform in front of her, frowned and said, "Who is he? We have passed the selection now or not?" Xing Ji shook his head, expressing that he was not clear either. The boy in the white shirt stared closely at the handsome boy on the stage, his gaze passing over the golden-eyed demon ape behind him from time to time. A flash of thought flashed in his eyes, and he said, "I guess, this person should be the gatekeeper of the last stage of our selection. If he passes his test, we may be able to get out." Xing Ji and the long-haired girl frowned slightly, and were about to speak. At this time, a clear voice sounded from the platform. "You are very smart." The three immediately looked up. I saw that the handsome young man on the platform opened his eyes at some point and stood up. He looked at the three of them condescendingly, and said, "Now I'll give you 15 minutes to adjust your status." After 15 minutes, the handsome young man stretched out his hands, smiling, and there seemed to be 2 rounds of golden sun rising slowly in his eyes. "Challenge me, beat me, kill me, let me take a good look." This year's Kaiming General Star Preliminaries, just who are they? I'm late, please ask for a monthly ticket, brothers help me to get on the monthly ticket list. Come on! 113 Are you two ready to go one by one? 4. Really? The boy in the white shirt had a look of sure enough, I guessed it. It seems that what we will face in the final stage of selection is no longer the alien beasts, but the pressure from the gatekeepers. Such a young gatekeeper! Xing Ji snorted coldly. Are people in the eastern military region looking down on us? The long-haired girl also had a cold expression on her face. After all, the three of them even killed so many second, third, and even fourth level beasts before. At the last level, what they saw was a boy who was about the same age as them. Could this guy be more terrifying than a level 4 beast? With our current state, it is really not an easy task to defeat him. The boy in the white shirt looked at Liu Sheng on the platform, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said slowly, "I can feel that this guy isn't weak. No matter how strong it is, how strong can it be? The three of us represent the top combat power in the entire East under the age of 18. Xing Ji took a deep breath and sat down on the spot with a calm expression. 15 minutes is enough. Me too. The long-haired girl took out a small blue pill from her close pocket and threw it into her mouth. There is no rule in the selection that you can't rest in the middle, you can't take supplements to replenish energy and physical strength, as long as it's not the kind of prohibited drugs that can improve combat effectiveness in a short period of time. In fact, the three of them had already taken some medicines to replenish their physical strength before, otherwise they would not be able to persist all the way to the present. The boy in the white shirt saw that the two of them were starting to rest, so he quickly sat down cross-legged, took out a small bottle from his arms, and poured the remaining half-tube of purple medicine into his mouth in one go. Then close your eyes. This is the mental recovery medicine he specially reserved before, and now it is finally coming in handy. Seeing that the three of them began to concentrate on recovering their strength, Liu Sheng showed a satisfied smile on his face, and looked down at the watch on his wrist to count the minutes and seconds. Said it was 15 minutes, it was 15 minutes. Not a second more or less. After all, he is the gatekeeper now. You have to dress up a little bit. This kid. In the conference hall, the corners of the school officials' mouths twitched slightly, their faces speechless. Unexpectedly, Liu Sheng pretended to be the gatekeeper who selected the last level to play the game of the big devil. The key is that the three of Xingji really believed it. Really honestly began to recover his physical strength, ready to face his test. I really don't know how the three teenagers will feel when the truth is revealed. Ha ha ha. Even Yu Fei was amused, looked at Liu Sheng in the picture with admiration, and praised, "This Liu Sheng is interesting, really interesting." The young officer next to him had a complex expression. He followed Yu Fei for so long, and it was the first time he saw Yu Fei in such a good mood. The teacher's seat laughed more times today than in the past 6 months. The young officer thought silently in his heart. At this time, a school official stood up and said loudly, "Master, I request that the selection be ended immediately." "Why?" Seconded. Another school official stood up and said with a serious expression, "This genius representative from Dongning province is too much stronger than others, and it is likely to cause an indelible blow to other genius representatives physically and psychologically." I also second it. The third officer. The others looked at the nameplates of the provincial capital in front of the three school officials who stood up and strongly demanded to end the selection immediately, and they immediately understood. Dong's province. Zhangzhou province. Shilin province. It turned out to be the chief instructor behind the three of Xingji. No wonder. I'm starting to feel bad. Worried that the genius of his family was broken by that pervert Liu Sheng. It's also funny to say. When the 4th level alien beasts and even the quasi-level 5th level alien beasts, the golden-eyed demon ape, appeared, no one had any objections. Now that the alien beast has been replaced by a human, they are worried instead. This also proves from one aspect how dangerous Liu Sheng is in everyone's mind at this time. Yu Fei heard the opinions of the three people, thought about it, and then said, "Then let the supervisors raise their awareness and be ready to take action at any time. Don't let Liu Sheng break the trio." The young officer nodded and quickly conveyed Yu Fei's instructions. The chief instructors of the three of Xingji looked a little better now, and sat down one after another. But after sitting down, his face was still worried, and he stared at the monitoring screen intently, for fear of any accident. Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun were sitting there, motionless. Their current mood? Very complicated. I don't know how to describe it. There is only one word: dream. So dreamy. Dong Qingxiu has secretly squeezed Qin Shaojun's thigh more than once. If it wasn't for Qin Shaojun grinning in pain every time, she even wondered if she was living in a dream. I took a nap because of sleepiness, and suddenly woke up to find that I was still on the helicopter rushing to the military area. Dong Qingxiu suddenly thought of something and glanced in one direction. She saw Sheng Guanling sitting on his seat with a dazed expression on his face. This guy seems to have maintained this posture and this expression for a long time. Dong Qingxiu suddenly sympathized with this guy. Why do you have to be cheap when you say it is good? What kind of bet, what kind of fruit is mentioned? 3 copies of 5th level extraordinary marrow, even for people of their level, it would be a bloodbath. However, Dong Qingxiu felt that, with Sheng Guanling's current appearance, the influence of the bet was secondary, and the most important thing was that the psychological impact was too great. It was caused by not being able to slow down for a while. 15 minutes. Liu Sheng put down his hand and reminded the 3 people in front of him. Xingji stood up from the ground, twisted his neck slightly, and his body joints made a crisp sound of click. Status restored to 90%. Xingji stared at Liu Sheng indifferently, and said lightly, but it is more than enough to deal with this guy. 80%. The long-haired girl Kongqing also stood up, and there was a tiny blue electric light flashing in her eyes, looking very beautiful. Jiaoran, who was wearing a white shirt, also opened his eyes, let out a mouthful of turbid air, and looked radiant, even his face was quite rosy. I'm almost 80% too. Beside Jiaoran, 27 long black nails were suspended, revealing their sharpness under the light, like the letter in the mouth of a poisonous snake. The three of them at this time had already completely wiped away the slump they had just walked out of the passage. The three gazed at Liu Sheng on the platform from a distance. Jiaoran lightly licked his slightly dry lips, looked past Liu Sheng, and landed on the corpse of the golden-eyed demon ape behind him, with a flash of light in his eyes, and smiled. Don't say it's this guy now, even if it is the specimen of the golden-eyed demon ape came back to life, and I have the guts to challenge it for a round. Xing Ji and Kongqing also took a look at the golden-eyed demon ape. Same. Of course, this kind of talk is just talking. Who would be so stupid as to challenge the overlord of the 5th level beasts, the golden-eyed demon ape, before he could run away? Besides, the people in the military region are not cruel enough to send level 5 beasts into the selection channel. Haha, just to scare people. Not bad. Liu Sheng glanced at the three of them condescendingly, feeling the raging fighting spirit emanating from the three of them, with a look of satisfaction on his face. That's a little bit of a look. Let's go together and knock me down, you are the new Kaiming General Luo. Together. I'm enough alone. As soon as Liu Sheng finished speaking, a figure kicked on the floor and rushed towards him. It's Xing Ji. Damn it. Kongqing's whole body exploded with a circle of fine electric current, and her complexion was a bit unsightly. Let him take the lead again. However, Jiaoran looked like he was holding a wisdom pearl, and said with a light smile, it's okay, if I guessed correctly, this last level should be calculated according to the time taken to defeat the gatekeeper. Xing Ji likes to be the first, so let him go first, just let him try the strength of the gatekeeper. Kongqing was stunned for a moment. After thinking about it, her expression immediately relaxed. But having said that, this guy's strength is really terrifying, and he should be the strongest among the three of us. Jiaoran looked at Xing Ji's back and said with a serious face. Kongqing looked up. At this time, Xing Ji had jumped into the air, raising his right fist high. He is close to 2 meters, and his burly body far exceeds that of his peers, covering most of the light on the ceiling, and only a shadow can be seen from the bottom to the top. Xing Ji punched Liu Sheng hard in the middle of the platform with a wild and reckless attitude. At this time, he was like the overlord who could carry a tripod in ancient times. Look at the world with disdain, fear nothing. Defeat me. Before the punch landed, there was a huge aura overflowing, which moved the expressions of Jiaoran and Kongqing behind them. At this moment, Jiaoran and the two suddenly felt a burst of regret. What if Xing Ji instantly kills the gatekeeper with one move? The guy who guards the gate looks so thin, maybe he can't even take a single punch from Xing Ji. Xing Ji is a level 4 warrior. Hey, if I knew it earlier, I would have done it first. The two were upset, and the doctor saw them. Standing in the middle of the platform, Liu Sheng raised a hand calmly and made a fist. Then, play lightly. Boom. A figure flew backwards at an extremely fast speed, flew backwards tens of meters away, and flew directly into the passageway when it came. Ping pong pong. There was the sound of heavy objects tumbling in the passage. Jiaoran and Kongqing stood there blankly, looking at the platform in a daze. I saw Liu Sheng was condescendingly looking down at the two of them quietly, with that breezy expression still on his face. You two, are you going to go up one by one? 114 Build Haijin Liang, optimizing the Sky Yuzhu, come on Pikachu. 5. Jiaoran was numb. The hairs on the back stood erect, and a gust of cold air rose from the tailbone, and instantly traveled all over the body. This guy, killed Xingji instantly with one punch. The long-haired girl Kongqing spoke with difficulty, as if she could not believe what had just happened before her, so she checked with Jiaharan again. How old is he? Why is his strength so terrifying? Jiaharan replied with an ugly face. I heard that some warriors were too ambitious when they were young, and they took supplements indiscriminately, which led to hormone disorders in their bodies, and their bodies stopped developing early, so even in their 30s and 40s, they still look like young people. This guy must be in a similar situation. He looks like he is 17 or 18 years old, but he might actually be our father. Kongqing's expression was horrified, and she murmured in disbelief, the military department is really too cunning, they deliberately found such a person to deceive us, the purpose is to make us take it lightly. Yes. Jiaharan said with a complicated expression, after all, it is the selection of the entire eastern region, and any means will be used. But I really didn't expect that the last test would be so outrageous. Lu Sheng on the platform listened to the whispers between the two, and 10,000 ellipses flew in his heart. These guys! Could it be that his brain was broken by a strange beast? Two big fools! Have we finished the discussion? Lu Sheng couldn't help but said, why don't we change the way, as long as you can make me take a step back, or block one of my attacks, I will consider you to pass. Jiaharan and Kongqing looked at each other for an instant, with hope burning in their eyes. Without much consideration, the two made a decision at the same time with a tacit understanding. Superior. Zira. Kongqing's body suddenly exploded with lightning, and she disappeared in an instant. 400 Jiaharan also took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. In an instant, the 27 black spikes in front of him shot out at the same time, the speed was so fast that the naked eye couldn't catch it. Yes, that's what it looks like. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. He stretched out a hand and grabbed the air in front of him. It looked as if he wanted to catch the fly in front of him with his bare hands. Idiot! A hint of surprise flashed across Jiaharan's face, and he said to himself in a low voice, no matter how strong you are, if you underestimate a psychiatrist, and you're still a second-level psychiatrist, you're bound to regret it. But before he finished speaking, the expression on his face froze, his eyes widened, and the eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. It was like seeing an extremely incredible scene. How can this be? Jiaharan couldn't help crying out, his voice was distorted. Lu Sheng in front of him suddenly transformed into countless arms in an instant, and each arm was grabbing a black spike. In the blink of an eye, all arms disappeared. 27 black long nails lay quietly in the palm of Lu Sheng's palm, and each of them rolled to the ground, making a crisp sound of ding ding dong dong. Too weak. Lu Sheng shook his head with a disappointed expression. He doesn't even need to release his huge third-level mental power, he only needs to activate the sense of time and add control-level boxing. In his eyes, the 27 long black spikes propelled by Jiaharan's second-level mental power are as slow as a movie screen at 0.5 times the speed. Catch! Catch! Jiaharan stood there in a daze, because his mind was blank. He actually grabbed the dense iron weapon that I pushed with all my strength, Yuyukai with his bare hands. It seemed, something was collapsing in Jiaharan's mind. Oh! It was the sound of broken faith. How did he do that? In the conference hall, all the school officials couldn't help exclaiming. Replay, replay! Someone yelled. The monitoring screen began to play back, and the speed was continuously reduced, but the schoolmasters still couldn't tell what the speed was from the replayed footage. Lu Sheng's strength is well known, and he has already demonstrated his fine-grained agility before. If he escaped Jiaharan's spiritual weapon attack by virtue of his body skills, they would still accept it. But with bare hands, I still catch all of them without missing a single one. I can't accept it. It's too unreal, I dare not shoot like this again. Control-level martial arts. A school official thought of it. Someone immediately retorted, control-level martial arts are not so powerful. Jiaharan is a second-level psychiatrist, level 2. Control-level martial arts can't catch all of his spiritual weapons, unless he's also a psychiatrist. A cold voice broke everyone's discussion. Dong Qingxiu stood up from her seat, tried her best to maintain a calm expression, and reported loudly to Yu Fei, I tell you, Liu Sheng is also a psychiatrist, because he didn't have time to participate in the formal assessment, so it was not marked on the information. The big meeting hall was suddenly quiet, and all the school officials looked at Dong Qingxiu blankly. The next second, they heard Dong Qingxiu pause, and added, and he already reached level 3 2 months ago. Hiss! There was a sound of gasping for air. The school officials who heard this sentence all had expressions as if they had been punched in the heart, and they were a little out of breath. Level 3 psychiatrist, 2 months ago? That is to say, despite all the things that Liu Sheng has shown before, he is also a super genius who has reached the level 3 psychiatrist at the age of 17. Junior Grandmaster, level 3 psychiatrist. The school officials could no longer express their inner feelings at this moment in words. There is only one word left in my mind, which is crazily churning. Monster. This kid named Liu Sheng is an out-and-out monster. Yu Fei meditated quietly for a while, then raised his head, nodded slightly to Dong Qingxiu, and motioned her to sit down. Instead, he continued to look at the display screen in front of him, smiled and said, in time, this son will definitely become the golden pillar in the east of our country. Everyone's expressions were moved. Counting forward 30 years, I am afraid that it will be difficult to find a higher evaluation than this. You're next, little Pikachu. Liu Sheng stopped glancing at the stupid Jiaharan, and his eyes fell on Kongqing who was already approaching him. Kongqing's right hand was forming a claw, trying to grab Liu Sheng's fragile neck. Hearing this sentence, the whole person froze for a moment. Pikachu? What is Pikachu? But just in this dazed effort, an indifferent voice sounded in her ear. Didn't your chief instructor teach you not to be distracted while fighting? Kongqing suddenly came back to her senses, and when she raised her eyes, she saw Liu Sheng appearing in front of her. That not-so-large body completely blocked the light above his head, as if a terrifying shadow quickly spread down. Kongqing couldn't see Liu Sheng's face clearly, but could only see a pair of bright golden eyes like a big devil. The next moment, a pair of slender and powerful hands gently held her wrist. Kongqing's scalp tingled instantly, as if standing very close to a ferocious beast, that creepy feeling. Damn it! She subconsciously wanted to retreat, but the hands that grabbed her held her wrists like iron clamps, making her unable to move at all. Liu Sheng looked straight into Kongqing's eyes, and said calmly, "Call me." Well? Kongqing. Didn't you understand? Liu Sheng frowned, and said with some dissatisfaction, I said to use you 100,000 volts to charge me. If I am satisfied, I may consider letting you pass the test. Kongqing froze for a few seconds, then... Zira. Waves of dark blue lightning burst out from her body, like countless tiny thunder snakes, passing along her slender wrists to Liu Sheng's arms. This gatekeeper, I'm afraid there is something wrong with his brain. Qing gritted his teeth and released the self-element. She couldn't understand why someone would take the initiative to ask for a call, but since the other party wanted to, then let him be fulfilled. As long as you keep your word, let her pass the test later. The moment the electric current from Kongqing's body was transmitted, Liu Sheng's body stiffened slightly, feeling a little numb and tingling like needles. But when the qi and blood in his body flowed, the numbness, stiffness and tingling pain weakened a lot. Although the first stage of the cultivation of the immortal golden body and star body refining technique has not been completed, the physique after tempering is still unrivaled, surpassing ordinary third-level warriors by many times. The resistance to elemental abilities has also reached a very high level. Moreover, When Liu Sheng began to actively operate the natural breathing method, the remaining numbness, stiffness, and tingling sensations disappeared quickly. Liu Sheng's fourth special breathing method was conceived at this moment. Breath of Thunder. This is also the real purpose of Liu Sheng asking Kong Qing. Ha ha ha. Feeling that the breathing method of thunder has been fully comprehended, and the transmission from Kong Qing is even more obvious. Liu Sheng let go of Kong Qing's hands casually, laughed, and said to Kong Qing, "Very good, you passed the selection." What? Kong Qing, whose face was flushed from the suffocation, and who was vigorously generating electricity, was stunned when she heard these words. Jiaoran, who was not far away, was also stunned. Xing Ji, who had just limped out of the passage, was also stunned. Whole. Passed the selection. Kong Qing was stunned for a full 5 seconds, and then great surprise and excitement began to appear on her face. Her fair and pretty face was flushed, and she seemed to be chanting repeatedly in disbelief. I passed the selection? I'm the only one who passed the selection. I'm the Kaiming General. Kong Qing reacted suddenly, and stood upright in front of Liu Sheng. She was very serious and thankful to Liu Sheng. "Thank you, instructor, for your approval." Liu Sheng looked at the kind expression of the senior looking at the younger, and his eyes full of approval fell on Kong Qing, nodded and said, "You don't need to thank me, you are good enough to get my approval. Keep up the good work, little Pikachu." Liu Sheng didn't know Kong Qing's name, so he could only call her Pikachu. He thinks it is quite appropriate, after all, they are all discharged, and the difference is not too much. Ask for flowers and monthly tickets. 115 He is a student just like you. May there be no Pikachu in heaven. 1. Pikachu, it's Pikachu again. The second time Kong Qing heard this word from Liu Sheng, Kong Qing was still puzzled. What the hell is Pikachu? But that doesn't matter to her anymore. Because she has already passed the final checkpoint, she officially stood out from this selection and became the final winner. Kaiming General Star. Representing the entire East, the title of martial arts genius with the strongest combat power and the highest talent under the age of 18. Supreme Glory. Even though she has been working hard for this title, Kong Qing still couldn't believe it when she really got this honor. Such a powerful and mysterious gatekeeper of the last gate, even Xing Ji and Jiaoran were defeated face to face, and she was able to pass the opponent's assessment and get the final approval. Happiness came too suddenly. Sudden and even a little unreal. Jiaoran and Xing Ji had complex expressions, with deep frustration and loss on their faces. They admitted that they underestimated the difficulty of the final stage of selection. But who would have thought that the strength of this gatekeeper would be so abnormal? It is so strong that it is almost invulnerable. Like an insurmountable mountain, it makes people desperate. The key is to have such a young and deceitful face. Who set the final level? Hold. Final clearance criteria. It is also inexplicable. Looking at Kong Qing, who was trembling with excitement, the two fell into deep confusion. What is the clearance standard for this last level? What is it about Kong Qing that has been recognized by the gatekeeper at the last gate? Can't figure it out. Thanks. Kong Qing once again expressed her gratitude to Liu Sheng, with a smile of great happiness on her fair and handsome face. I made a decision. Kong Qing suddenly made a decision, and solemnly said to Liu Sheng, "Instructor, don't you like to call me Pikachu? Then my nickname will be Pikachu from now on." 100,000 volts. Kong Qing's palms flashed with lightning, she smiled and blinked at Liu Sheng. It's a really good name. Liu Sheng, hee, as long as you like it. I'm afraid this girl is really a fool. Just when Kong Qing was immersed in great joy and Xing Ji and Jiaoran were deeply confused, Two tall and straight figures in military uniforms came out from the passage on one side. That's enough, Lu Sheng from Dongning province. An officer looked at Lu Sheng with complicated and helpless eyes. The teacher said, "You are almost done playing, and it is time to go back and prepare to accept the commendation ceremony of Kaiming General Star. And this selection can basically be over." "All right." Lu Sheng nodded. He caught a word from the officer's mouth. Division seat. In the Dragon Kingdom, only those with the rank of Major General or above can command a division. And those who can obtain the rank of Major General must be at least level 7 Grand Masters. Since it was the Grand Master who spoke, his game can indeed end here. Thinking of this, Lu Sheng turned his head and patted Kong Qing's shoulder, encouraging him, "I'll go first, Pikachu, keep going, I'm very optimistic about you." After speaking, Lu Sheng followed the officer and left towards the side door. As for the remaining officer, he was looking at Kong Qing and the others with almost pity. At this moment, Kong Qing was completely confused, and an extremely bad premonition rose in her heart. "Instructor, what did the instructor say just now?" "What do you mean, let him go back to accept the commendation of the Kaiming General, isn't it me? Isn't that person the gatekeeper of the last round of selection?" "What do you mean?" "Literally." The officer looked at the three of them sympathetically and said, "The person who just left is a student who participated in this selection just like you, except that he arrived here 20 minutes earlier than you. And in the final stage of this selection, there is no gatekeeper, it is still a strange beast. Hey, there it is." The officer pointed in one direction. Kong Qing and the three looked along. They saw a golden-eyed demon ape specimen nailed to the wall. This thing is originally alive, and its strength is quasi-level 5. It is a goal arranged for several of you who have the ability to reach the final level to challenge together. But that kid was so perverted that he killed the golden-eyed demon ape by himself. It's not enough to finish the work, so I pretended to be the gatekeeper to play with you. Speaking of which, the three of you are quite unlucky to meet such a monster." The officer seemed to be a chatterbox, and he chattered endlessly when he spoke. But Kong Qing and the others could no longer listen to what he said later and only remembered what he said earlier. "This kid, like you, is a student participating in this selection. All students who participated in this selection." "Students." Kong Qing's expression immersed in great joy was frozen on her face, her whole body seemed to be petrified in an instant, and she stood still in place. "Thank you, instructor. Thank you for your recognition. Then I'll be called Pikachu from now on. 100,000 volts, the name is really good." Countless voices of her own echoed in Kong Qing's brain, and finally converged into one. This sound was like thousands of crows flying to Kong Qing at the same time, shouting at her. "Stupid! Stupid! Stupid! You are a big fool!" Xing Ji and Jiaharan also froze in place. Their eyes stared straight at the cold and huge corpse of the golden-eyed demon ape, motionless. That person is not a gatekeeper, but a student who participated in the selection like them. The man arrived 20 minutes earlier than them, and then punched to death the big boss of the last level that all of them had to deal with together. Recalling that he was easily punched by Lu Sheng and flew tens of meters away. Catch 27 dense iron-level spiritual weapons with bare hands. The two almost collapsed. Fortunately, they still claim to be the best fighters under the age of 18 in the entire East with Luxin 10. It was almost reduced to dregs in seconds. The two fell into deep self-doubt and couldn't extricate themselves. But thinking of Kong Qing next to her, for some reason, her mood became much more comfortable. At least they were luckier than Kong Qing. Kong Qing was almost fooled into a fool by that man named Lu Sheng. He thought he was really a star, so he was so happy. Looking at Kong Qing, who was in a trance, the two of them agreed to express their sincere sympathy and deep pity. "May there be no Pikachu in heaven. Amen." In the conference hall, a group of school officials looked at everything shown on the monitoring screen, and the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. I don't know what expression to use to express my inner feelings at this moment. It's so fucking good. This Lu Sheng from Dongning province. It's okay to pretend to be a passerby, but she even told Kongqing that she passed the pass and that she was a Kaiming general. 0. Ask for flowers. People were taken aback for a while, and they bowed and thanked. He also gave the little girl some messy nicknames. Pikachu? What the hell? Fortunately, he can figure it out. Everyone collectively felt sorry for Kongqing for 3 seconds, and even Major General Yu Fei couldn't stand it anymore, and couldn't help ordering the young officer beside him, give this little girl from Dong's province a place to enter the different blood pool. It's not easy for a little girl. Yu Fei sighed while shaking his head. Yes. The young officer should go down. Thank you, sir. The chief instructor of Dong's province stood up from his seat and expressed his thanks to Yu Fei with tears in his eyes. Only the top 3 are eligible to enter the alien blood pool, and Lu Sheng is a well-deserved number 1. There is nothing wrong with Xing Ji II. But for the 3rd place, Jiaharan and Kongqing still have a fight, and Kongqing may not be able to compete with Jiaharan. After all, he is a spiritual teacher, and his talent is rarer and more powerful than elemental masters. Now with a big wave of Yu Fei's hand, Kongqing directly avoided this process, and she clearly has the qualification to enter the different blood pool. How could the chief instructor of Dong's province not be excited? Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The chief instructor looked at Kongqing, who was like a puppet on the monitoring screen, worried, distressed, and sad. Finally, he could only say silently in his heart, Kongqing, your efforts are still valuable. Come on, hold on. Kaiming's general star and the 3 different blood pool quotas have been confirmed, and the selection of the top talent in the entire East has officially come to an end. The selection is over, and all the talented representatives will come out, and the ranking will be calculated according to the current progress and results. Yes. Congratulations to the teacher seat. All the school officials stood up and watched Yu Fei leave in unison. At the same time, in the selection channel, a teenager was leaning on the wall with one hand, panting heavily. Damn it, why is there a 4th level beast? I almost didn't hang on here. Hoo. Zhao Lai gasped violently, feeling the tearing and labor pains coming from many parts of his body, his young face contorted for a while. He looked very embarrassed now, his whole body was tattered, his hair was congealed into pieces by sweat and blood, and one place was burnt, and he smelled like a paste. Zhao Lai stretched out his right hand, trying to create a flame. But he tried his best, and he couldn't even force out a small flame. Fuck, my strength and abilities are exhausted. Zhao Lai kicked the wall hard with his foot, but a very proud smile soon appeared on his face. So what? I just succeeded in killing a level 4 beast for the first time. Level 4. Not level 3, not level 2. It's level 4. Zhao Lai didn't even dare to believe that he was able to make such a brilliant record. As expected, the instructors who are watching the selection monitoring should all be shocked by my talent and strength. Hee. Just when Zhao Lai was feeling happy in his heart, a tall and thin officer with a document in his hand walked up to him. Zhao Lai from Donghai province, right? Zhao Lai was taken aback, but quickly realized, yes, I am Zhao Lai. Don't go any further. The selection is over, pack up and prepare to leave with me. Why? The officer said without looking up. Zhao Lai was stunned, and in the next second, great anticipation appeared on his face, and he asked eagerly, the selection is over? Instructor, how is my result? Is it the first, or is it Kaiming's star loss? 116 breakthrough, 20% qi and blood increase, my wife Dong Qingxiu, too. The officer raised his head, looked at him with strange eyes, shook his head and said, General Kaiming? What are you thinking? General Kaiming was decided half an hour ago. The reason why this selection has been delayed until now is mainly because. Forget it, there is no point in telling you this. Your ranking can only be determined after all the results are counted. If you judge visually, you may be out of 5. Well, time to go. Zhao Lai froze in place, with a silly expression on his face. General Kaiming was decided half an hour ago? I'm 5. Out of 5? Are there any mistakes? I am Zhao Lai. Zhao Lai, who can single-handedly, successfully kill a 4th-level alien beast the first time he encounters it. It was a little different from Liu Sheng's imagination. After leaving the selection channel, he was directly taken back to the room he had lived in before. The officer leading the way told him to take a good rest. Although he has been confirmed as the Kaiming General Star, the results of other people still need to be evaluated and counted to calculate the final ranking. The room had been cleaned, and there were 2 medicines on the small table beside the bed. One is a blue pill, marked on it to replenish physical energy, and the other is a purple liquid 240 potion, which is specially prepared for spiritualists to replenish their mental strength. Liu Sheng's consumption in the selection was not too high. Possessing the natural breathing method, his stamina is almost dozens of times that of ordinary warriors of the same level, and he can fully withstand long-term fierce battles. To be precise, apart from breaking through the limit in daily practice, he has not experienced the feeling of being exhausted in battle for a long time. This is one of his advantages, but it has not been noticed by others, otherwise it will be another shock. The mental power was consumed by less than half. The main reason is that the consumption of using the Grandmaster skill on the same day for 10 days is very high. Liu Sheng estimated it himself, with his current mental strength, it can support him to use the Grandmaster technique 3 to 4 times, any more will cause mental exhaustion and a tingling sensation in his brain. Liu Sheng picked up the spiritual tonic on the table, opened it, and poured it into his mouth. A trace of coolness immediately permeated from the depths of the cerebral cortex, and quickly flowed through the entire brain. It is equivalent to soothing the cerebral cortex, stimulating the release of potential in the brain region, and thus achieving the effect of restoring mental strength. In fact, it is equivalent to a high-level functional drink. They are all refreshing. In a sense, it is similar to the principle of crystal conception. But it's completely different from absorbing memory fragments. Liu Sheng savored the effect of this spiritual potion carefully, and found that the effect was really unsatisfactory. After drinking a bottle of potion, it only lasted a few minutes for a refreshing feeling, and then it was over. Liu Sheng recovered less than 1/10 of his spiritual power. Maybe it has something to do with me. My mental strength and purity are much higher than ordinary 3rd-level psychiatrists, so the effect is not good. It may be different for others. Immediately afterwards, Liu Sheng took the little pill to restore his physical strength. This stuff is even better. After Liu Sheng ate it, it was almost the same as if he didn't eat it, and it was no different from chewing a Snickers bar when he was bored. Liu Sheng suddenly remembered He Ling Su. I don't know what's going on with He Ling Su's Lingji's Wangsu soup. Liu Sheng hasn't contacted her since she came out of Beihe City. After taking the medicine, Liu Sheng sat on the bed and began to experience the breathing method of thunder that he had just realized. Switch, breath of thunder. Liu Sheng's breathing rate and rhythm suddenly became strange and prolonged. He seemed to be able to hear the muffled sound of thunder rolling in the dark clouds before the rain coming from his chest. The circulating breath stimulated the muscles and blood of his whole body, including the bones, as if trying to produce something from it. Under this stimulation, Liu Sheng punched violently. Zira. The sound of fists piercing the air became a little different from before. The speed is faster, and the explosive power is also stronger, respectively combining the advantages of the breath of inflammation and the breath of Hefen, but whether it has reached the extreme of these two breathing methods. Generally speaking, it is considered to be more balanced and more inclusive. In the holistic breathing method. Of course, the true power of the 4 breathing techniques that Liu Sheng has comprehended will not be known until he has truly advanced to the 4th level and cultivated his inner strength. The strength of the special breathing method will also be truly revealed after the inner strength appears. The little increase that Liu Sheng has obtained now is not even the superficial level of several major breathing techniques. Call. Liu Sheng, who finished experimenting with Breath of Thunder, lay flat on the bed in a big character. The bed wasn't particularly fluffy, but Liu Sheng was very relaxed. For a long time, he was like a string that was tense all the time, never relaxing in the slightest. Now that the dust of Kaiming's general star selection has settled, he can finally take a breather. Did I push myself too hard? Liu Sheng raised one hand and put it in front of his eyes, looking at the grey ceiling through the gap between his 5 fingers, thinking silently in his heart. If I don't have to carry such a heavy future, I can live very easily and comfortably now. For a moment, Liu Sheng began to miss the salty fish life that he used to sleep secretly in culture class, hang out with the crowd in combat class, laugh with his buddies, and go straight to the internet cafe after school. Isn't everyone living like this? What does the future 10,000 years of martial arts development have to do with me? Anyway, by that time, I would have died long ago. Maybe I won't even be able to find my descendants. What should I, an ancient man from 10,000 years ago, worry about when people suffer disasters 10,000 years from now? I don't even know if there will be a next life, so I just have to live this life happily. Right, Liu Sheng? Liu Sheng's thoughts began to let go of himself, and something in him seemed to be gradually leaving him. But in the end, Liu Sheng still clenched the 5 fingers stretched out in front of his eyes bit by bit. No. His expression became serious and determined. Since I have seen it with my own eyes, how can I pretend that I haven't seen it? Now that you have made a choice, how can you give up easily? I am not only for the people 10,000 years later, but also for myself. Seeing the peak, how can we live in the trough? Trying your best, gnashing your teeth, and breaking your bones, you have to do it desperately, and not everyone can have it. I should feel lucky. Liu Sheng's eyes were completely calm. I see, I burn for this. This is what I choose and what I want. At this moment, the golden sun in Liu Sheng's mind suddenly shone brightly, releasing infinite light and heat, outlining densely packed tiny blood vessels, muscles, and tendons in his body. Nerve endings, lymphatic tissue. Shen Zhao Pluto Sutra, breaking through 0. 2 hearts pounded. This time, it also affected the surrounding organs and tissues. Qi and blood roared in Liu Sheng's veins. 20%. There was a brilliant golden light in Liu Sheng's eyes. Just by constructing such a small area, the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra can increase the Qi and blood by 20%. If I construct all of myself, the effect of the increase may be far beyond my previous imagination. In addition, the mental power has also been greatly improved for a period of time, which has increased by at least 50% compared with before. Liu Sheng has experienced a similar breakthrough process before, but this time the effect is better. Memo is over, it's time to keep working hard. Liu Sheng relaxed his body and quickly entered the dream space. The first thing Liu Sheng did after entering the dream space was to immediately call up his personal record. Name, Liu Sheng. Sex, male. Lifespan, June 297 in Budo, August 432 in Budo. Martial arts strength, level 7 warrior. Life experience, became a second-level martial artist at the age of 18, causing a sensation in Beihai City. Later, under the recommendation of the Beihai City Wushu Association, he participated in the talent training camp of Dongning Province and won the first place in the training camp. Participated in the selection of Kaiming generals in the eastern part of the Dragon Kingdom that year, and won the title of Kaiming generals. The overall information is similar to what Liu Sheng saw last time, but the resume has become a little more beautiful. There is no change in the upper limit of strength, it is still the 7th level Grandmaster. On the contrary, the evaluation of the characters has increased by half a star, reaching the height of 3.5 stars. This probably has something to do with Liu Sheng's choice to join the Eastern Military Region and eventually become a Lieutenant General in the Eastern Military Region. This also caused Liu Sheng to live 20 years shorter this time than the last time, and died early in a large-scale battle with alien beasts. If I don't die, is it possible to break through to the 8th level Grandmaster? Liu Sheng considered, but quickly dispelled this idea. There is no need to delve into this kind of boring and meaningless 3.7. Hey! Liu Sheng suddenly discovered something in the information, which caused his face to be filled with wonder. He unexpectedly discovered that on his personal information this time, the name of the person who is the same as his spouse is actually Dong Qingxiu. Instructor Dong Qingxiu. Mr. Liu is a bit silly. Dong Qingxiu's tall, slim, cool, and beautiful appearance quickly emerged in her mind. No way, Dong Qingxiu is a full 10 years older than me. How could I marry her? Isn't this young grass eaten by an old cow? Liu Sheng felt rather ridiculous. But if you think about it carefully, if you become the Star General of the Eastern Military Region, you will definitely join the Eastern Military Region without any accidents. And Dong Qingxiu is also from the Eastern Military Region, she has a previous relationship, plus she has been in love for a long time. It seems that this possibility is not impossible. Fuck, Instructor Dong Qingxiu will be my wife in the future. Liu Sheng's complexion was ugly, and he would not be able to look directly at Dong Qingxiu from now on. No, I have to find someone to vent my anger, calm down. As he spoke, Liu Sheng turned into a cloud of green smoke and rushed towards the position of the Grandmaster Valkyrie. 117 Kyoto Zhenghua University, Liu Sheng and number 039, S Martial Arts' Guardian. 3. Liu Sheng, are you really listening to me? Dong Qingxiu frowned slightly, she couldn't help it, and asked. Today's Liu Sheng is very strange, always staring at her face for a long time, and even lost his mind several times. The way she looks at her is also very strange, as if it was indescribable, but Dong Qingxiu felt a little uncomfortable all over. Oh, sorry for blinking. Liu Sheng came to his senses and apologized quickly. Just because Liu Sheng knew that Dong Qingxiu might become his future wife last night, Liu Sheng has been in a complicated mood until now. Liu Sheng didn't think about it before, and Liu Sheng didn't observe Dong Qingxiu carefully. Pay attention now, Dong Qingxiu, who was cold before, seems to have become different. Dong Qingxiu in front of her is more than 1.7 meters tall, wearing a dark blue military uniform. The brand new golden military boots and a high belt show her long and slender legs vividly. The face under the brim is a perfect oval shape, with fair skin and delicate and beautiful features. It's just that the too cold temperament condensed on the outside of Dong Qingxiu's body like a layer of ice, covering most of her beauty and charm. In other words, Liu Sheng has never seen Dong Qingxiu after changing her military uniform. Should be pretty. Liu Sheng thought to himself. At this time, Dong Qingxiu's helpless voice sounded again. Liu Sheng. Ah! Liu Sheng came to his senses in a hurry. Damn, I lost my mind again after thinking about it. Instructor Dong, you continue to say, oh no, you repeat it. Dong Qingxiu looked at Liu Sheng with helpless 02 eyes, and said, then let me say it again. The commendation meeting for Kaiming generals will be held in 3 days. After the commendation ceremony, you will enter the different blood pool and the different marrow pool. My personal suggestion is that you squeeze your body hard in the past 2 days, so that your whole body is in a state of deficit, and then the effect of entering the different marrow pool will be better. There is also the matter of betting with the first head. He said that within a month he would deliver the promised 3 different marrows, and I'll bring them for you when the time comes. Instructor Dong, just give me a copy. Liu Sheng spoke. Dong Qingxiu shook her head and said, "No need, this bet was originally won by you, and the reward should be given to you. Moreover, Qin Shaojun and I do not lack such a 5-level difference in resources. This time you represent Dongning province to win the Kaiming General Star, and the two of us will also be rewarded by the military department, which is much more than a 5th-level special marrow." Seeing Dong Qingxiu say that, Lu Sheng didn't insist on it. That idiot Sheng Guanling was a surprise, he could give the extra marrow to anyone. "That's about all I have to explain, oh yes." Dong Qingxiu suddenly remembered something, looked at Lu Sheng and said, "Kaiming's General Star selection is over, you should be doing your best for the college entrance examination next, right?" Lu Sheng nodded, counting the time, there are not many days until the college entrance examination. Time flies. Have you decided which university to apply for? Dong Qingxiu asked. Lu Sheng saw that there was something in Dong Qingxiu's words, and said, "Does Instructor Dong have any good suggestions?" Dong Qingxiu said without hesitation, "With your current strength, you can choose any martial arts university in the Dragon Country at will, it depends on whether you like it or not, and whether it suits you or not. If you don't want to go too far, Dongning Wuda is a good choice. If it was a month ago, I would definitely advise you to go to Dongning Wuhan University. Because you are from Dongning Province, if you go to Dongning Wuhan University, you can get great preferential treatment and benefits in all aspects. But now, I suggest you go to Kyoto." Dong Qingxiu looked at Lu Sheng calmly, and said word by word, "Because there are 7 holy martial arts schools in Kyoto, which are the origin and prosperity of Dragon Kingdom martial arts. The top martial arts talents in the entire Dragon Kingdom are all gathered there, and it is a real place where tigers dominate the dragon. If you can hone there for a few years, it will be of great benefit to your future martial arts development." Kyoto Shengwu University. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered. Dong Qingxiu's suggestion was similar to his own. He also planned to apply for the Shengwu University in Kyoto Province. Kyoto Province is located in the heart of Dragon Kingdom, and it is also the sacred place of martial arts in Dragon Kingdom. It is said that the existing martial arts saints in Dragon Kingdom live in seclusion in Kyoto Province. There are more than 20 top-level martial arts universities in Kyoto Province, and there are 7 holy martial arts schools. Saint Wu University. To be qualified to be called Shengwu University means that at least one martial arts saint has come out of the school. Martial Dao has been developed for more than 300 years, and there are a total of 9 martial Dao saints and martial saint-level powerhouses born. The inheritance left behind has created 7 holy martial arts schools and 2 world-class martial arts schools. All are in Kyoto Province. Just like what Dong Qingxiu said, Kyoto Province is the real origin of Dragon Country martial arts, a place of prosperity, and a place where tigers dominate dragons. I don't know how many martial arts geniuses and martial arts masters are entrenched there. If you just pick one out, it may be a big shot who can shake a city or a province by stomping their feet. There are 7 Shengwu universities, but Lu Sheng has not yet decided which one he will apply for. But no matter which Shengwu University it is, Lu Sheng doesn't care, he can accept it. Actually, as a lieutenant colonel in the Eastern Military Region, I should advise you to stay in the East. In this way, you will have a high probability of joining the military region in the future. But Dong Qingxiu looked at Lu Sheng firmly, and said seriously, "I think you will come back in the future, don't you?" Lu Sheng looked at Dong Qingxiu's exquisite and pretty face, and suddenly thought of the line in the spouse column of his personal profile in the dream space, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. Inadvertently avoiding Dong Qingxiu's eyes, but still said with a firm tone, "Instructor Dong, our generation of warriors, isn't the ultimate goal of working hard to strengthen yourself is to fight on the battlefield one day and defend your home and country?" Dong Qingxiu showed a gratified smile on her face, nodded and said, "You are right, I saw you right, Lu Sheng. If there is nothing else, I will go back first, Instructor Dong." Liu Sheng really didn't want to stay alone with Dong Qingxiu anymore. He always felt that the atmosphere was weird and it was easy to get confused. Hey, I knew yesterday would not be so free. Why do you say that you have nothing to do and go to look up your life history? Anyway, sooner or later, it will change, and it is a white shield. Okay, go back and get ready. Dong Qingxiu watched Liu Sheng leave as if fleeing, feeling a little puzzled in her heart, but she didn't think too much about it. She thought that Liu Sheng might be in a hurry to go back and squeeze his body's potential, ready to enter the different marrow pool in 3 days. Not long after Liu Sheng left, the small door behind Dong Qingxiu opened, and a figure walked in from the outside. Teacher seat. Dong Qingxiu quickly stood up and said hello to the people who came. Yu Fei nodded slightly, looked at the direction where Liu Sheng was leaving, and asked, "What is Liu Sheng thinking?" "It's almost as I guessed. After the college entrance examination, I want to go to Shengwu University for further study. For a seedling like him, it would be a waste not to go to Kyoto. What I want to know is not this, but his future path. How does he plan to go?" Yu Fei said coldly, "Does he want to enter the martial arts gym or go to the battlefield? This point is very important." Dong Qingxiu said with a serious expression, "Judging from what Liu Sheng himself expressed just now, and what I know about him, there is a high probability that he will choose to go to the battlefield. Liu Sheng is not the kind of extreme warrior who has nothing but martial arts in his heart. He has 877 fetters and concerns, he cares about his family and friends. His martial art is protection. If you don't believe me, Master, you can take a look at the information I collected." With that said, Dong Qingxiu took out a document and handed it to Yu Fei. This document records some things that Liu Sheng has done in the past few months. It was so big that he returned to Beihe No. 3 Middle School to listen to the last cultural class, and so small that he bought a 3,000 blood moxibustion instrument for his father Liu Haihei. All kinds of things, all on top. Yu Fei flipped through the information casually, and the expression on his face gradually eased. He closed the document casually, and said, "I hope your feeling is right. Those so-called ascetic monks in martial arts enjoyed a large amount of resources and power given by the national government, but they were huddled in small martial arts halls. The ultimate martial arts shit. Kong has a powerful force, but he doesn't use it, he doesn't go to battle to kill the enemy, he doesn't defend the country. What is the difference between that and the moth in the rice barn? A real iron-blooded man, a martial arts expert, should fight against strange beasts and shed blood for the future of the human race. Counting all the martial arts saints in my dragon kingdom, which one was not killed on the battlefield? The bones of alien beasts under their feet could pile up into mountains. It is rare for me to have a martial arts genius with the qualifications of a great master in the East, and I don't want to end up within the deep walls of the martial arts hall." Yu Fei sighed deeply. Dong Qing's face was dignified. 3 days passed in a flash. Soon came the day when Kaiming's generals were officially commended. Early this morning, Liu Sheng was awakened by a knock on the door, and an officer brought a new set of military uniforms to the door of his room. "Brothers, I feel very sick, can I save 2 chapters? 118 That day is not far away, enter the different marrow pool. 1. Change your clothes, and I'll pick you up in half an hour." The officer left in a hurry after putting down his clothes. Not long after Liu Sheng took a shower, after he came out of the dream space last night, he has been practicing stellar body refining technique until dawn. His physical strength was completely squeezed out, and he didn't deliberately use the natural breathing method to restore it, which made him still a little weak. After drying his wet hair, Liu Sheng put on the new clothes sent by the officer. This new set of military uniforms is similar to the military uniforms of the Eastern Military Region, but slightly different. Dark blue jacket and trousers, inside a slim white shirt, with bright golden horizontal stripes on the cuffs and neckline, paired with black alloy boots. It looks very handsome and exquisite, and it is high-end. His clothes were similar to the military uniform worn by Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun, except that there were no military rank epaulets on the shoulders, and the horizontal stripes on the cuffs and neckline of the latter two clothes were silver. Liu Sheng put on his military uniform and looked at himself in the mirror. The young man in the mirror was about 1.85 meters tall, and his slim military uniform made him look slender and straight. Against the backdrop of the military uniform, his fair and handsome face gave him a bit of a bloodthirsty temperament. He had the air of a young officer. If my parents and Liu Qinghe saw me like this, they should be very happy. Liu Sheng thought silently. Half an hour later, the officer who had brought the clothes knocked on Liu Sheng's door again. It fits well. When the officer saw Liu Sheng after changing his clothes, he smiled a little, and his eyes seemed to get closer. Let's go, the teacher seat has been waiting for you. Liu Sheng nodded, followed the officer and walked deep into the base. Walked all the way to the door of a large conference hall, opened the door and went in, and all the people inside looked at Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng saw Dong Qingxiu and Qin Shaojun, as well as Sheng Guanling and his young Zhao Lai, the young people participating in the selection this time and their chief instructor and school officer. Including the three of Xingji who had met in the selection channel before. Each of them is wearing a special military uniform of the Eastern Military Region, but the colors of the lines on the clothes are different. Most of them are bronze, Xingji 3 are silver, and only Liu Sheng is Jinwen. Kong Qing, who was dressed in a military uniform, stood upright, looking at her nose, and heart, not looking at anyone. But Liu Sheng's eyes fell on her, her cheeks obviously began to turn red, and the arms on both sides seemed to be still trembling slightly. Liu Sheng also saw a middle-aged man in military uniform with a golden star on his shoulders, with an air of calm and prestige. He guessed in his heart that this person should be the highest person in charge of this selection, Major General Yu Fei of the Eastern Military Region. When Yu Fei saw Liu Sheng coming in, he greeted him with a kind smile like an elder seeing his younger generation. Not bad, quite a bit like the young commander of my Eastern Military Region. Many school officials in the field trembled subconsciously when they heard this. The young commander of the military region, the division really dare to say. At this time, almost all the eyes of the people in the conference hall were focused on Liu Sheng. Amazement, envy, awe, curiosity. Many teenagers saw Liu Sheng for the first time. They entered the selection channel as soon as they came, and then ended the selection in a daze. It was only later that they learned about Liu Sheng's brilliant achievements from their respective chief instructors. 9 punches pass. Killed the quasi-level 5 alien beast golden-eyed demon ape with 1 punch. Junior Grandmaster. Level 3 psychiatrist. He was even so daring that he pretended to be a gatekeeper and played a trick on the top 3 geniuses. The latter 3 didn't even make a move in Liu Sheng's hands. Demonic deeds. It's like listening to fantasy novels. It's really hard to connect the above with the handsome and tall young man in front of him. Sheng Guanling and Zhao Lai deservedly contracted the most stinky combination in the audience. The expressions of the two of them were as ugly as if they got up early in the morning and finished 3 bowls of shit. Xingji and Jiaharan had complicated expressions on their faces, and their eyes were full of resentment when they looked at Liu Sheng, but more of them were fear and helplessness. Liu Sheng played tricks on them, but his overall strength is really strong. The two of them still have shadows in their hearts about their experience in selecting channels. As for Kong Qing, I didn't raise my head from the beginning to the end, and I guess there was only one thought left in my heart. You can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. Yu Fei announced lightly. Immediately afterwards, officers presented badges and rewards one by one. Pages are bland. The talent representatives of each province who participated in the selection, regardless of their ranking, will receive a special badge issued by the Eastern Military Region. Ordinary people are brass-colored, which is similar to the material of the warrior badge. The three of Xingji are made of silver. And Lu Sheng's is brilliant golden. I don't know what material it is made of, but even in a dimly lit environment, it still shines brightly. Yu Fei, I personally put it on for Lu Sheng. As if you were treating your own nephew, you patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "This is exactly the same material as the Grand Master badge, but the style is different. I hope that one day, you will be able to wear the badge that truly represents the Grand Master." Lu Sheng looked solemn, and calmly said, "That day is not too far away, sir." Yu Fei froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. The eyes of Lu Sheng became more and more loving. Others have complex expressions. Lu Sheng dared to say this kind of thing, and it didn't make people feel proud, as if he was just stating a matter of course. Moreover, the Eastern Military Region has Kaiming generals selected every year, but Yu Fei treats them with such an attitude. Lu Sheng was the first one. Immediately after that, the top 10 were rewarded with a different blood. Lu Sheng also got a copy. A small test tube filled with about 300 milliliters of scarlet liquid. If it wasn't for taking it back for Lu Qinghe to use, Lu Sheng couldn't help but want to open it and taste it. "Okay, Lu Sheng, the four of you come with me, and the rest will disband." Yu Fei waved his hand and took the lead to walk outside the conference hall. Lu Sheng, Xingji and their respective chief instructors followed, while the rest could only look at them enviously. They knew that this was going to enter the different blood pool, the different marrow pool. This year's Kaiming General Star rewards are generous, unprecedented. As long as they are in the top 3, they are eligible to enter the alien blood pool, because there is a demon like Lu Sheng. Yu Fei is in a good mood and even has an extra quota. Thinking that what the four of them were about to face was a pool full of different blood and marrow. The young man who had been rewarded before looked at the small tube of blood in his hand and suddenly felt unpleasant. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, Lu Sheng and others followed Yu Fei to a bright room full of instruments and test tubes. Several military officers in white coats were busy inside. When they saw Yu Fei coming in, they all stopped their movements and saluted him. "Teach your seat. Are you ready?" "Everything is ready and ready to go." "Good." Yu Fei turned around and said to Lu Sheng and the others, "Change out your clothes and get ready to enter the training room." "Why?" "Yes." 4 people including Lu Sheng and Xingji were led to different positions in the room. Lu Sheng saw a 2-meter-high, 1-meter diameter cultivation chamber filled with a small amount of pale golden liquid in front of him. "Is this the marrow?" Lu Sheng looked curiously at the amber-like pale golden liquid slowly flowing in the transparent glass, and couldn't help asking the female officer beside him, "Why is it only a small half? Why not fill it up?" The female officer rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "A little half? Do you know how much the total cost of all these different marrows here is? More than 1.5 billion. This is just the cost. If it is sold, the price will increase by at least 10 times. Do you still want to fill up?" Lu Sheng nodded in amazement, and then said seriously, "What if I don't absorb enough? Can I have another drink? Are you in or not?" The female officer is a little on fire. Immediately, Lu Sheng hurriedly began to unbutton his military uniform, watching from side to side. "Where is my change of clothes? Absorbs best with no clothes on. Then change it here?" "Nose." The female officer looked at Lu Sheng, couldn't help but sneered, and said, "Do you think it's a disadvantage for me to see you or something? Don't worry, little brother, I have children." Lu Sheng stopped talking nonsense, and simply stripped off his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts. The female officer scanned Lu Sheng's whole body with sizing eyes, seeing his smooth and perfect muscles, and his well-proportioned and tall figure, she nodded appreciatively and said, "I can't tell he has a good figure." Lu Sheng jumped into the training room with a plop, avoiding the wolf-like eyes. As soon as he entered the cultivation chamber, the pale golden liquid inside immediately reached the position of Liu Sheng's neck, as if something was squeezing his skin desperately, trying to get into his body. Liu Sheng stepped lightly on his feet and went. At this time, the female officer's faint voice sounded in the ear, "If you want to absorb better, don't show your head." Liu Sheng dived down immediately, allowing the pale golden liquid to cover his whole body. Now, the living energy in the water immediately rushed in through his 7 orifices. Liu Sheng simply opened his mouth and took a big gulp, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the legendary marrow fluid worth 10,000 gold with all his strength. Resurrected, today is still the 5th watch, ask for a monthly ticket. 119 10 billion different marrows, breakthrough, immortal golden body, 4th level warrior. 2. Yu Fei paced to the front of the training cabin, looked at the boy with closed eyes in the transparent glass cabin, and asked, "How is it? Is everything going well?" The female officer nodded, then frowned, and said, "It's just that the consumption of the marrow is a bit fast." Yu Fei looked at the pale golden liquid level that was about to drop below his eyes, and said casually, "As far as how much he can absorb with this little strength, don't be too harsh, just dump everything in the reserve bin, and strive for the best effect." Yu Fei was quite proud. Reporter seat, the extra marrow liquid in the storage compartment has long been drained. What? Yu Fei froze for a moment, subconsciously glanced at the watch on his hand. How many minutes have passed? That's why I said it's consuming a bit fast. The female officer's expression was a little helpless. Yu Fei's expression became serious. He stared at the closed-eyed boy in the training barn, and said, "Then hurry up and tune into curry, I want to see how much surprise this kid can give me." Yes. If he told him to take Yang Sui pill, Liu Sheng could feel a trace of heat flowing through his body. So now, his whole body is completely immersed in the scalding heat. Raging energy like a flood ran wantonly in his body. Every inch of his skin, every strand of flesh and blood, and even every strand of hair are immersed in the embrace of energy, absorbing it heartily, the devourer. The cultivation chamber was too small, and Liu Sheng couldn't move his hands and feet. So he simply entered the dream space, and then practiced stellar body refining technique in the dream space. Although the effect of practicing stellar body refining technique is quite different from the actual practice, the instinctive reaction transmitted from the nerves to the muscles is still much better than the effect absorbed by standing still. Natural breathing method is running at 220 degrees quickly, breathing in the body itself, bringing a steady stream of power. Liu Sheng practiced the movements of the immortal golden body over and over again, tempering the muscles and bones of his whole body over and over again. The influx of a large amount of energy made his physique develop rapidly on the road to the immortal golden body. Originally, there was only a slight hint of gold in the bones, but at this moment it quickly turned to gold. The value of qi and blood is skyrocketing every minute and every second, rushing and roaring in the blood vessels, and constantly evolving towards the level of thick mercury slurry. Clatter! Another bucket of grade 4 heterogeneous marrow was injected into the cultivation chamber, which was over Liu Sheng's head. Then it decreased rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a blink of an eye, Liu Shengjian's thick eyebrows and eyes were revealed again. Master Seat! The female officer next to her opened her mouth to speak. Yu Fei was expressionless, but his hands behind his back were trembling slightly. Continue. Yu Fei said word by word, "If you can eat it, you can eat it openly, I don't believe it, he can still eat up my huge army, can't I be poor?" Yes. Another 2 barrels of 4th grade heterogeneous marrow were brought up. Boom. Liu Sheng felt that there seemed to be countless volcanoes erupting suddenly in his body. Qi and blood are as hot as magma. Under the inner vision of mental power, all the bones of the body have been stained with gold, brilliant and conspicuous. The first phase of the immortal golden body has been completed. Between the bones and muscles, something seems to be growing and growing at this moment. Inner strength. At this moment, Liu Sheng has passed the 3rd level and officially stepped into the level of the 4th level warrior. For other fighters, it may just be a process of internal strength, 3 levels to 4 levels. But for Liu Sheng, this is not just as simple as the generation of internal strength. The completion of the first stage of refining the immortal golden body represents a huge breakthrough in his physique. It also means that his stellar force, qi, and blood increase, strength, speed, defense. His overall combat power will usher in an unprecedented terrifying promotion. I don't know how much time, energy, and money I have saved. Liu Sheng was delighted. Is this the marrow? The effect is really terrifying. Liu Sheng could clearly feel that energy was pouring in from outside his body, as if it were endless. Then half a can of different marrow can bring such a huge amount of energy, and there is still a lot more to help me complete the first stage of refining the immortal golden body. This is only the 4th level of strange marrow is already so terrifying, what about the 5th level, 6th level, 7th level, and even level 7 and above? It's unimaginable. Liu Sheng couldn't help being amazed. No wonder the price is so high, you really get what you pay for. In order to avoid waste, Liu Sheng was not in a hurry to go out, and continued to use the remaining marrow to start the 2nd stage of refining the immortal golden body, and by the way stimulate the internal strength between the flesh and bones to grow faster. At the same time, Master, do you want to add more? The female officer looked at more than a dozen empty glass jars beside the training barn, and bravely walked up to Yu Fei to inquire. Yu Fei's lips trembled slightly. Even if he was a Grand Master, a 7th-rank Major General, he could hardly keep his composure now. Is the consumption rate still increasing? It has slowed down a lot than before, but it is still consuming. Then don't add it. Yu Fei exhaled a long breath of foul air, and his whole body relaxed accordingly. Suddenly, he became excited and cursed, "Damn it, if this kid doesn't join our Eastern Military Region in the future, I will have to skin him." The cost of storing a jar of different marrow is 1 billion. Added 13 times, which is a total of 13 billion, plus the original 1.5 billion in the training warehouse, it is 14.5 billion. It's still a cost. Is there a black hole hidden in Liu Sheng's body? Yu Fei's heart was bleeding. Egged. Boom. In the training cabin, a slender figure jumped out and stood firmly on the ground. The officer next to him brought up a large towel. "Wipe it off." "Thanks." Jiaharan took the towel and began to wipe off the water stains and abnormal blood left on his body. During this process, Jiaharan's body continued to emit a crackling sound, which was a manifestation of a substantial improvement in physical fitness and rapid improvement in martial arts strength. Even the height is a few centimeters higher. Jiaharan felt the explosive power contained in his not-so-strong muscles, and a great self-confidence emerged from the bottom of his heart. It's not far from the 4th level, and my mental strength has also increased a little. If I am now against Liu Sheng again. Jiaharan thought about it for a while, but immediately chose to give up. It's still second, there is no second possibility. Liu Sheng's strength is too terrifying, even after absorbing the foreign blood, Jiaharan is not sure about facing Liu Sheng, and the shadow in his heart still exists. Not to mention that what he absorbed was only different blood, but what Liu Sheng absorbed was the different marrow that was 10 times more precious than the different blood. The absorption effect is good. You have almost absorbed all the strange blood in a storehouse. It's not a heavenly group. The officer next to him praised. Jiaharan smiled, and suddenly asked curiously, "Where are the others?" The officer glanced to the side and said, "It should be soon, you are the first to come out." Jiaharan's expression froze, and the complacency that had just risen in his heart disappeared without a trace. The longer you stay in the different blood pool, it proves that the more different blood you absorb, the greater the benefits you get. He was the first to come out, and the other 3 are still absorbing. However, Jiaharan was relieved when he thought that his real reliance was on spiritual strength, and that his talent in martial arts was already a little weaker. At this time, a figure came out from the side. Kong Qing's figure appeared in front of Jiaharan. Although her clothes were neatly dressed, her hair was still wet. Kong Qing is about the same as me, maybe a little stronger than me, but not much stronger. Jiaharan was in a better mood and nodded at Kong Qing. The two packed up and walked to another place. A tall, burly, dark boy who was 2 meters tall was wearing clothes with his back to the two of them. Jiaharan noticed that there was still about 1/3 of the abnormal blood in the training warehouse, and couldn't help but wonder, Xingji, you haven't absorbed all the abnormal blood in the warehouse. Hearing the sound, Xingji turned his head, glanced at Jiaharan and the two of them lightly, and did not speak. The officer next to him said in a rather complicated tone, "You are mistaken, this is the second warehouse." The second warehouse. The pupils of Jiaharan and Kong Qing shrank slightly, and their hearts were shaken. Sure enough, the two saw an empty glass jar next to Xingji's training room, and there was still some abnormal blood in it. The second warehouse, that is to say, this guy has absorbed 2/3 more aliens than us in the same amount of time as us. With 2/3 more foreign blood absorbed, one can imagine how much benefit and improvement Xingji got from it. It must be far more than 2 people. It was a bit worse than him, but now the gap is getting bigger and bigger. The way Jiaharan and Kong Qing looked at Xingji suddenly became much more complicated. Just when Xingji had just put on his clothes and hadn't had time to button them, there was a collective exhalation sound from the innermost part of the room. It was as if many people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Then they heard the sound of chattering. It can be regarded as absorbed. This kid is too terrifying. What kind of martial arts does he practice? Who knows? There is. Holy! Jiaharan, Xingji, and Kong Qing reacted almost instantly, and hurriedly rushed inside. They are very curious. Liu Sheng, who entered the different marrow pool, how is the absorption situation? How much has the strength improved? 120. Not a master, but better than a master, the figure that descends from the sky. 3. When the three of Xingji and Jiaharan arrived, they saw a figure as vigorous as a dragon jumping out of the training warehouse. Boom! Both feet landed on the ground, and large cracks cracked on the floor. A slender and tall body stood, and drops of golden water slid along the gaps in the muscles, dripping onto the floor. The fair skin is like jade, and there seems to be a faint golden luster underneath. The perfect body is like a masterpiece created by the heavens, exuding a unique and wanton masculinity unscrupulously. The eyes of several female officers in the room were all brilliant, watching intently. Kong Qing blushed, spat, and hurriedly turned her head away. Yu Fei's eyes were burning. He suddenly took a step forward, stretched out his hand and grabbed the high-spirited young man in front of him. "Master seat!" someone exclaimed. Liu Sheng didn't hide or dodge, but his face was full of anticipation and excitement. His right arm was tensed like a big bow, and then he punched violently. 10 times the power of the stars. Grandmaster skills, 10 days and 1 day. In everyone's eyes, Liu Sheng instantly became more dazzling, shrouded in dazzling golden light, and Tianlun's illusory golden sun rose from behind him. The heat wave is surging. Boom! The white fist and the generous palm collided fiercely. A white air wave visible to the naked eye erupted. The air wave quickly spread out, knocking countless instruments and utensils in the entire room tottering and ping-pong. Liu Sheng stepped back a few steps, stepping on the hard floor with cracked footprints. Shaking his sore arms, he smiled wryly and said, "Master, you are using too much energy, I just entered the 4th level." "Level 4? Ha ha ha!" Yu Fei's eyes were full of divine light, and he laughed loudly. The aura belonging to a martial arts master spread to the surroundings in waves like a tide. Golden bones and jade muscles, the image of a master, with a combat power of more than 500,000, you have the nerve to say that you have just entered the 4th level. Liu Sheng spread his arms and said helplessly, "But I'm level 4. Yu Fei smiled all over his face and scolded, "I don't care if you are level 4 or not. After eating my 15 billion different marrow fluid, a slap on you would be considered light." Hiss! There was a gasp in the room. A group of military officers who came over after hearing the news were stunned when they saw the reserve jars lying all over the floor, marked with level 4 different marrow. Yu Shizuo is really willing. This kid named Liu Sheng can really swallow them all. 15 billion different myeloid fluids, a total of 14 cans. I'm afraid that the 6th level fighters will be blown away, but this kid is fine. He can also forcefully receive the palm of Yu Fei, the master seat. Even if he knew that Yu Fei would never be able to attack with all his strength, it was still a positive slap from a 7th level master of the 8 classics. For a master level strongman, the minimum combat power needs to start at 1,000,000, so the power of a single palm is so easy to catch. Over 500,000 combat power. It's not an exaggeration at all. The key is that Liu Sheng has just entered the 4th level. The way all the officers looked at Liu Sheng changed after this. There is only one thought in my heart. This time, what kind of monster did their eastern military region choose to be the star general? Liu Sheng is stronger than us now. Qin Shaojun smacked his lips, and said in a very emotional tone, "Grandma, but he is only 17 years old this year." Dong Qingxiu stared intently at the radiant and high-spirited young man in the center of the crowd, and suddenly asked, "Do you think it is possible for Liu Sheng to be on number?" Qin Shaojun turned his head suddenly, opened his eyes wide and subconsciously wanted to say something, but shook his head quickly. "I don't know, I don't know." The three of Xingji were completely dumbfounded at this time. 15 billion different marrow fluid. The image of the master. Over 500,000 troops. A few words in Yu Fei's words shook their brains and made their bones tremble. I knew that the gap between myself and Liu Sheng would be huge, but I didn't expect it to be this big. Combat power of over 500,000. What phase? In other words, Liu Sheng at level 4 has the fighting power of a level 6 warrior. Across 2 great realms. After reaching the 5th or 6th level, is it possible for the combat power to break through 1,000,000 directly? Not a master, better than a master. The most important thing is that Liu Sheng's path to the 7th level has been opened long ago, and he has already condensed his martial arts will. The 10 dazzling golden suns just now are the best proof. The majestic power that covered everything hard received the fist of Grandmaster Yu Fei, and the aftermath alone made the three of them feel a sense of terror that their scalps tingled and their bodies trembled. How can they compare with Liu Sheng, and what can they compare with Liu Sheng? The most exasperating thing is that Liu Sheng's ability to absorb the marrow is dozens of times higher than theirs. In other words, even if the same opportunity was presented to them, they would not be able to compete with Liu Ze at all. You say you are angry. Desperate or not? So I have absorbed so much 4th grade heteromyelin? Only then did Liu Sheng realize this. No wonder I just felt that the amount of external energy was a bit exaggerated, but it turned out that there has been a steady stream of supplements all the time. Thinking of this, Liu Sheng said seriously to Yu Fei, "Thank you, Master. 1 or 2 cans of different marrow liquid is enough, there are 13 cans, Yu Fei's affection for him this time is indeed a bit big." Yu Fei waved his hand, and said lightly, "You don't need to thank me, when you go to the battlefield and kill a few more strange beasts, it won't be considered a waste of these things in the eastern military region." Liu Sheng nodded and said, "Remember it." Then, someone handed the towel. Liu Sheng wiped off the water stains on his body, changed his clothes, and left with Dong Qingxiu and others. 3 days later, Liangcheng in eastern province was empty. The super-large black military helicopter flew over a low mountain with a hoo-hoo, and the cabin door opened. "Liu Sheng, are you sure you want to play here?" The strong wind poured into the cabin, blowing Dong Qingxiu's temple hair. "Liu Sheng, who was carrying a black backpack, grabbed the cabin door, turned his head and smiled at Dong Qingxiu, and said, "There are few people here." Dong Qingxiu nodded and said, "Then wait for the helicopter to descend further, and I will let the rope ladder go down." "Need not." Before Dong Qingxiu could react, she saw Liu Sheng suddenly let go of her hand holding the cabin door, and threw herself fiercely towards the sky below. It flew out in a large character posture. "Instructor Dong, goodbye." Dong Qingxiu stared blankly at Liu Sheng who was shrinking rapidly in front of her eyes, but she still didn't turn her head around. Qin Shaojun who was next to him jumped up and poked his head out of the cabin to check, dumbfounded. "0, ask for flowers." "Fuck, this kid is going to die, this place is at least 200 meters above the ground. He's not carrying a parachute." However, Dong Qingxiu had already recovered her calm, and said lightly, "Don't worry about him, he will definitely not fall to his death. Don't forget, he is still a third-level psychiatrist, and his mental power is much stronger than mine." 2. Only then did Qin Shaojun heave a sigh of relief, and immediately shook his head, sighing with a complex expression, "What a madman!" Liang Cheng, Huangjai Mountain. Huangjai Mountain is not a tourist attraction, and the scenery is not good. But the advantage is that the location is secluded and the air is fresh, so there are some people who come here on weekdays for mountaineering exercise and outings. "Dad, are you tired?" "I'm not tired." Dad is a 4th-level martial artist. His vitality is more than 200. He is so strong that he can lift a few cows. You only weigh a lot. How can you be tired? The middle-aged man in grey sportswear responded to his son on his back with a smile, and even had a free hand to compare with his son, showing his strong muscles under the clothes. "Dad is amazing." The little boy clapped his hands in admiration. "I will become a 4th-level martial artist like my father in the future." "Sure, you have inherited your father's good genes from me, ha ha ha." The middle-aged man laughed. The woman next to her couldn't help but said, "You'll have to carry him for most of the way up the mountain, but you'll have to let him go down the mountain by himself. Don't spoil him too much, spoil him." The middle-aged man replied casually, "It's okay, I'm usually busy with martial arts affairs, so I don't have much time to accompany you." The woman wanted to say something, but at this moment, the little boy on the middle-aged man's back suddenly pointed to the sky with a hand and shouted, "Look, Dad, Superman!" The middle-aged man and woman looked up subconsciously, and the next second, their pupils shrank violently. In the sky above his head, a black spot rapidly enlarged, like a figure descending from the sky. Hoo. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The sound of people falling through the sky became louder and louder, and other people on the top of the mountain also quickly noticed, and immediately exclaimed. Many people hurriedly took out their mobile phones and pointed at the sky to shoot. "Is this, someone skydive?" The woman's expression was a little stunned, "But I didn't see a parachute." But the middle-aged man's eyes shot out 2 sharp lights, and he said with a moved expression, "No, it's a warrior. A very powerful warrior, at least level 6, or even." The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said slowly, "Martial arts master." Boom! At this time, the figure that fell from the sky had already landed heavily on the ground on the top of the mountain. The terrifying impact directly crushed the ground, creating 2 large pits. A circle of white air waves visible to the naked eye spread around the figure centered on the figure, causing the onlookers to squint their eyes, like a strong wind passing through. Everyone tried their best to keep their eyes wide open and looked towards the center of the air wave. They saw a figure standing still with its feet spread out and its head slightly lowered. This person was also carrying a black mountaineering bag on his back, and was wearing black and blue casual clothes. He looked tall and straight, as motionless as a gun. When the other party raised his head and everyone saw his appearance clearly, there was a sound of gasping on the top of the mountain in an instant, and some people even couldn't help but screamed and started to fuck. 121 The golden inner strength is destined to show up in the future. 4. It was a very young-looking boy, who looked about 17 or 18 years old, and looked like a high school student. In other words, is this high school student in front of you, who landed from a height of 100 or 200 meters without any protective equipment, and was unharmed? Many people were stunned and couldn't say a word with their mouths open. The young man also seemed to realize that there were too many people around him, his brows were slightly frowned, and his figure swayed and disappeared instantly. Look again, his back has already rushed down the mountain. Only then did the people on the top of the mountain react, and there was a lot of discussion for a while. My God, how did such a young child fall from the sky, and there is nothing wrong with it? Is it filming? Check to see if there is a camera nearby. Scared me to death, and made such a big hole. The middle-aged man in the family of 3 was also stunned for more than half a minute. You know, he is a 4th-level martial artist. He is most aware of the meaning of this leap. When he saw the boy fall, the boy was at least 100 meters away from the ground. Jumping from such a high place, let alone a 4th-level warrior, even a 5th-level warrior would have to be smashed into a ball of meat sauce. Unless it is level 6, the 950 will be able to land safely if the martial arts are trained all over the body, but there is also a high probability of injury, such as fractures and internal bleeding. So he guessed that the other party might be a martial arts master. The result surprised him. The person who fell was actually a boy who looked like a high school student. 17 or 18-year-old martial arts master. Even if you beat a middle-aged man to death, you don't believe it. But the 2 big pits in the middle of the top of the mountain clearly explained everything, but they were stamped out abruptly. The middle-aged man's cognition is confused, and his worldview has been greatly impacted. The woman next to him couldn't help but marvel, it looks so small, is such a small grandmaster? Impossible. The middle-aged man gave a wry smile and said, maybe it's because of some high technology, we just didn't see it. Saying this, his face was full of complexity. He really couldn't imagine what kind of high-tech means could allow a young man who didn't wear any protective measures and buffer measures to fall from a height of more than 100 meters safely. Dad, was that big brother just now Superman? The childish voice of the little boy rang in his ears. The middle-aged man patted his son on the back and put him down. There is no such thing as a Superman, it's just a movie, come down quickly, you have to go down the mountain by yourself. Oh. The little boy reluctantly climbed off the middle-aged man's back, but his eyes kept aiming in the direction where the boy left just now. It must be Superman, but Dad doesn't want to admit it. He thought to himself. Hoo-hoo. The wind blew past my ears. Sheng's speed was as fast as a phantom of green smoke, rushing furiously on the way down the mountain. After being promoted to the 4th-level martial artist, the power of several special breathing methods was finally revealed. After switching to breath of wind, Sheng's speed was more than doubled. The real breeze lingers around him, constantly offsetting the resistance brought by the air. Coupled with the speed bonus brought about by the physique breakthrough, Sheng believes that even a 6th-level warrior may not be as fast as him. If the shoes weren't broken, I should be able to go faster. Sheng looked at his feet. He was originally wearing a pair of sneakers, but now there is only a pair of uppers left, and the soles of the shoes have been trampled to pieces when they hit the ground. But at the cost of a pair of soles, Sheng also confirmed a point. The immortal golden body that completed the first stage of tempering. Really, really powerful. My whole body, muscles, bones, skin, including internal organs, have all undergone a great transformation. It is completely beyond the level of ordinary 4th, 5th, or even 6th level warriors, and it is even more terrifying than those warriors with defensive talents. The increased defense of defensive talent fighters only exists outside the body, and I am different, my internal organs are still strong. The strength of the muscles may even hold a bullet. A drop of water falling from a high altitude will smash it to pieces. Would a rock? No, it just smashes the ground. This is the case with Liu Sheng now. In order to verify how strong the immortal golden body in the first stage was, he jumped directly from a height of more than 200 meters. Although there is a buffer of mental power in the middle, and the breathing method of the earth is used, the strength of the immortal golden body can still be seen. After the fourth level, the bread strength spreads all over the body. While greatly enhancing the destructive power, it also greatly enhanced his speed and defense. Liu Sheng now feels like a steel shot that has been tempered for thousands of years, with the feeling that it is invincible and unstoppable. The internal strength is still growing continuously, and it may take half a month or even a month to fully grow. But the strange thing is, my inner energy is golden. Liu Sheng looked at his hands. His hands are as white as jade, and he looks tough and unbreakable. Just like what Yu Fei said before, golden bones and jade muscles are the image of a master. This kind of abnormal phenomenon can only appear on the body of a Grand Master whose qi and blood value breaks through 10,000 points, and whose blood, muscles, and bones are condensed to the extreme. But Liu Sheng was only in the 4th grade, so he was late. It shows how powerful the immortal golden body is. Under the jade-like skin, Liu Sheng could clearly feel the vigor of little mice rolling in the flesh and blood. He wanted to break free and break through, but his flesh and blood blocked him. This is a normal phenomenon. Only when the martial artist reaches the 5th level and the inner strength transforms into stellar energy, can this energy break through the shackles of the flesh and float outside the body. What surprised Liu Sheng was the color of these internal energies. As far as he knew, if it wasn't for the special talent to bring elemental power into the inner strength, otherwise, the inner strength of a general 4th level warrior should be white. The whiter it is, the higher the strength of the inner strength. But Liu Sheng was different, the inner strength he bred was pale golden. Bright and beautiful. He didn't know how strong the white inner strength of other 4th level fighters was, but he knew that this pale golden inner strength was definitely much stronger than the ordinary white inner strength. It is full of a powerful destructive, aggressive, and plundering. Overbearing. Moreover, there is still room for the light golden inner strength to rise. When all the internal energy has been cultivated, I can consider using natural breathing to temper it slowly. At that time, maybe the pale golden inner strength can be completely tempered into a golden 0. If this is the case, in the future, the stellar qi I will develop will also be golden. Liu Sheng tried to switch different breathing methods, but what he got was also golden wind, golden fire, golden thunder, and even thicker golden. Also very good. Liu Sheng comforted himself, in this way, every time you shoot in the future, it will have a brilliant golden light effect, which is incomparably cool and full of style. After being promoted to the 4th level, Liu Sheng needs to ponder, study, and follow up too many aspects. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to come to Liangcheng for the spiritual teacher assessment, Liu Sheng would have stayed in seclusion until the college entrance examination and then came out. There is no way, the psychiatrist can only log into the STAR network after the assessment, and psychiatrists have extra points for the college entrance examination. The bonus points are still great. Boom! A figure suddenly stopped in the middle of the road at the foot of the mountain. A taxi came to a sudden stop, and the overly frightened taxi driver rolled down the window and cursed. "Grass mud horse, don't run to me if you want to die." Before he finished cursing, he saw a tall and handsome young man standing in front of his car, holding a few hundred yuan bills in his hand, and said with a smile, "Master, take me to the nearest shopping mall, this is all yours." The taxi driver swallowed hard. "Fuck, get in the car." An hour later, Liu Sheng came out of the mall after putting on a new pair of shoes, and threw the rotten shoes without solace into the trash can. Then he greeted the taxi driver who had been waiting at the entrance of the shopping mall for a long time, "Master, let's go, next time." Liu Sheng opened the door and got into the taxi. The taxi driver chatted with him through the rearview mirror while starting the car. "Young man, I have seen quite a few people who climbed mountains and climbed to the point where their shoes are worn out. You are definitely the first one with rotten shoes. Liu Sheng smiled, but did not speak. Ever since he encountered chattering taxi drivers several times, Liu Sheng has firmly adhered to the principle of never speaking in taxis. Young man, you don't look like a local, come to Liangcheng for tourism. By the way, what kind of place is this Dongning Provincial Spiritual Culture Research Association on March 7th? I've lived in Liangcheng for decades, so I've never heard of such an association. Fortunately, there is navigation. The taxi driver tried to get the word out, but unfortunately Liu Sheng couldn't even give him an. Unable to get a response from Liu Sheng, he could only mope his head and start the army. Suddenly, a fiery red sports car roared past with a boom from the side. Nima! The taxi driver was taken aback. He was already a little depressed when Liu Sheng made fun of himself just now, and now he suddenly became angry. Driving a sports car, what a fart, the road belongs to your home. The taxi driver cursed a few words, kicked the accelerator to catch up. Anyway, he was the biggest in the car, and people outside couldn't hear him. Liu Sheng didn't bother to pay attention, anyway, even if the car exploded, he might not be all right. If you like drag racing, go for it. Next, the taxi driver began to compete with the fiery red sports car, and has been following closely. Thank you for every traffic light along the way, and thank the driver of the red sports car for being a law-abiding citizen. 122 Know how to pick up girls at such a young age? 5. In front of a traffic light, a taxi and a red sports car stopped side by side. Through the car window, Liu Sheng saw a very beautiful woman sitting on the red sports car. She looks about in her 20s, with big waves, big red lips, and a pure look of a royal sister. The owner of the hot red sports car apparently also noticed that the taxi was following her. Turning to look at the driver and then at Liu Sheng, he didn't speak. After passing the traffic lights, the taxi was still stuck behind the hot red sports car, mainly because the sports car was not driving fast. That's enough, master, don't follow me anymore, I'm in a hurry. Liu Sheng said lightly. I didn't follow anymore. The driver cried out, pointed at the sports car in front of him and said to Liu Sheng, this guy is on the same road as us. I always followed the navigation. Liu Sheng didn't speak anymore. Afterwards, the red sports car suddenly started to speed up, and soon the taxi disappeared without a trace. About 5 minutes later, the flamboyant red sports car appeared in Liu Sheng's field of vision again, but this time it was parked. Look, I'll just say go the same way. While slowing down, the driver turned his head to talk to Liu Sheng, he's coming here too, young man, you're here. Liu Sheng followed the driver's direction and looked out, and he saw a 3-story grey and white old-fashioned building with a signboard of Dongning Spiritual Culture Research Association hanging in front of the door. And the fiery red sports car that the taxi had been chasing all along the road suddenly stopped at the door of Building 02. Liu Sheng paid the fare and got off. I also heard the taxi driver muttering behind his back, what kind of association is this? Why has no one mentioned it before? Liu Sheng walked straight towards the association with the signboard hanging on it. When he was about to reach the door, a figure suddenly stood in front of him. You have the ability to chase after me all the way here. The woman in a khaki small windbreaker and black leather pants on the lower body looked at Liu Sheng with her hands in her arms, looking up and down. Are you only a high school student? You know how to pick up girls at such a young age? The big wave beauty was amazed. Liu Sheng tried to explain, we are on the same road, and I am also here on business. Liu Sheng pointed to the association in front of him. The big wave beauty smiled, looked into her eyes, and said amusedly, little brother, do you know where this place is? It's just for business. Next time, please make up a reason. Before the big wave beauty could say anything, Liu Sheng's eyes flashed suddenly. In an instant, a round of golden scorching sun seemed to appear in front of her eyes, dazzling. When the big wave beauty got rid of the illusion, it was discovered that Liu Sheng had already passed her and entered the association. It's really here to do business. The big wave beauty was a little dazed. So small, is she a spiritual teacher? There is something. At this moment, the big wave beauty's perception of Liu Sheng changed drastically, and she hurriedly followed. Liu Sheng walked into the building with the signboard of Dongning Provincial Spiritual Culture Association, and saw that there was only one table inside, and a young man in his 20s was sitting in front of the table. Wearing a white shirt and black trousers, he is sitting on a chair and concentrating on playing a cool mobile game like running through levels. Liu Sheng walked over and knocked on the table. The young man said without raising his head, "Little brother, do you know what this place is for?" "Here it is again." Liu Sheng thought for a while, and took out a cowhide envelope from his backpack. "I have letters of recommendation." The young man pressed the pause button of the game and raised his head. "Bring it to me." Liu Sheng handed him Dong Qingxiu's recommendation letter. "It's still in the military region, it's incredible." The young man muttered and opened the envelope. After a while, he looked Liu Sheng up and down in surprise. "You are really one of your own, not bad. You came to the association to report when you were only 17 or 18 years old. But your mental power seems to be very weak." "Didn't feel it at all." Having said that, the young man stood up quickly and wanted to lead Liu Sheng inside. At this time, the beautiful woman with big waves just met outside the door walked in quickly. "Wait, take me one." The young man and the beautiful woman with big waves seemed to be old acquaintances, and when they saw her, they immediately greeted her with a smile. "Fei Fei, you're here to take the second level assessment again? Can you pass this time?" The big wave beauty gave him an annoyed look. "It's none of your business. I'm almost 30 and I'm still at the first level, so I can only stay at the gate of the association." "Well." The young man was so stunned by the big wave beauty that he couldn't speak, so he could only greet Liu Sheng dully, "Come with me." Following the young man inside, Liu Sheng watched him enter the password in front of a password door, and then the door opened, revealing the elevator inside. "Go in by yourself. Someone will greet you when you go down to the third floor." The young man waved his hand and took out his mobile phone to play while walking. Liu Sheng walked into the elevator, followed by the beautiful woman with big waves. But now her attitude towards Liu Sheng was a little different, and she took the initiative to greet Liu Sheng when she came up. "Hello, little brother. My name is Shui Fei. I'm sorry to have misunderstood you just now. I didn't know you were one of my own. I thought you were a high school student with a sperm on the brain." Liu Sheng smiled and said, "Liu Sheng. It's okay, it's true that my taxi driver just now was unreliable." Shui Fei also laughed. Zhuan Shiwen asked curiously, "How old are you this year? What level is your mental strength? Why are you coming to the association this time? Are you a native of Liangcheng?" Liu Sheng could tell that this Shui Fei was a naturally curious woman. He replied casually, 18, "It's my first time in Liangcheng, and I'm planning to do a formal assessment." "You are very talented. You can take the first level assessment at the age of 18. For those who have not reached the level of an official first level psychiatrist, the general old-fashioned psychiatrist will not write a recommendation letter for him." Shui Fei said enviously, "I only reached the first level in my 20s, speaking of which, the two of us are destined for each other today, and we ran into each other on the way. We have to take part in the assessment together later." Although he learned a little from what the young man said just now, Liu Sheng asked politely, "Are you here to take part in the assessment today?" Shui Fei nodded. "This is the third time. The first time the intensity of mental power was a little bit worse, the second time the purity of mental power was a little bit worse. I hope I don't get stuck on the third level of control today." "Are there 3 items in the assessment?" "Right." Shui Fei said, use the instrument to measure the strength and purity of mental power first, and then test the control under the order of the examiner. In fact, it is the number of small balls controlled by the small balls within the specified time to pass the obstacle to be considered successful. It's quite complicated, and I can't explain it clearly. You will know when you test it. Xuefei sighed, and said, "Your level 1 is okay, but my level 2 is difficult. God bless you to pass this time, I don't want to do it for the 4th time." Sheng looked at Xuefei, who put his hands together in prayer with some amusement, and felt that this person was quite interesting. Looking at the family background, it seems to be good, but it doesn't have the airs and bad temper of the rich second-generation daughter, so it is considered approachable. But thinking about it carefully, Xuefei acted like this only after she knew she was a psychiatrist. Who knew what she would be like in front of ordinary people? If you don't know, there's no need to figure it out, anyway, it has nothing to do with you. At this time, the elevator door opened. A huge office area appeared in front of Sheng. Many men and women in professional suits were busy sitting in front of their respective workstations. Some are looking down at the documents, some are tapping the keyboard quickly, some are having heated discussions, and some are on the phone. It is like a busy and well-ordered heart of a large company, or an institution. But soon, Sheng discovered that this was not the case at all. His mental power swept across the audience. The person looking down is not the information, but the fantasy novel 533, the person typing on the keyboard is playing a game, the topic of heated discussion is last night's ball game, the person on the phone is just talking on the phone with her boyfriend. In the entire 3 basement floors, there is no one who is really doing things. What kind of office area is this? It is clearly a leisure and entertainment area. The only difference is that each of these people is a serious spiritual teacher. It's good to get used to it, I was shocked when I came here for the first time. Xuefei said next to him. Later, I realized that the Association of Psychiatrists simply didn't have so much work to deal with, because the number of psychiatrists was really too small. And you know, people with spiritual talent are very smart, and their efficiency in dealing with problems is several times higher than that of ordinary people. Even if there is a little work, it will be dealt with quickly. Then why are so many people needed? Because they really have nothing to do. Generally speaking, after the awakening of spiritual talent, there will be a period of high-speed burst of mental power, and the initial strength will grow rapidly. But when this momentum passes, that is, the potential is almost consumed, the progress will be painfully slow. Even the practice method announced by the Practice Association, the effect is not very good. If the strength cannot be greatly improved in a short period of time, people will be idle and bored. Ordinary people are fine, but for a psychiatrist, once they get bored and make a fuss, it will be a big deal. You know, people with stronger mental power than ordinary people, there is a high probability that they will have some psychological and ideological aspects. Cough cough. Xuefei lowered her noise and spoke close to Sheng's cheek, the hot air from her mouth even blowing into his ears. Let them come to the association to work, at least something to do every day, spend a little money to eliminate a lot of hidden dangers, why not do it? Then why, don't let them go to the battlefield? At least they can contribute a little bit. Sheng spoke. 123 What do you know, this is the feeling. 1. Xuefei looked at Sheng with a strange look. Why go to war when you can enjoy life? Besides, although a first and second level psychic master is stronger than ordinary warriors, they can't play a big role on the battlefield. Each of them is so precious that they will die. It is better to have a few more children to make a greater contribution to the country. There is a high probability that the offspring of the psychic master will also have the talent of the psychic master. If 1 or 2 psychic masters of level 3, 4, or even level 4 or 5 come out of these descendants, it will be a big profit. You don't know, there are a lot of rewards for giving birth. Xuefei chattered on and on. A little understanding rose in Liu Sheng's heart. He suddenly realized that he had fallen into a misunderstanding unconsciously. He himself bears the arduous mission of saving human civilization. He has also seen too many scenes of fighting for the human race to the last moment of his life. I have seen too much despair. So much so that he almost forgot a little bit. Now it is 300 years of martial arts, not 10,000 years later. Relatively speaking, it is still a peaceful age. The situation of the human race is far from reaching such a severe moment, so there are still so many people who practice martial arts purely for the purpose of practicing martial arts, and many of them practice martial arts to live a better life. Just like me at the beginning, isn't it also to make my parents no longer disappointed and to make my life more valuable? Liu Sheng thought calmly. At this time, looking at the group of people who are fishing, lazy, and wasting time in front of them, they no longer have the slightest feeling of anger. Hey, I told you too much, I forgot that this is the Association of Psychiatrists, everyone is a psychiatrist, I guess what we said has been heard by many people. Xuefei suddenly complained. Liu Sheng said lightly, don't worry, no one will hear it. His third-level mental power radiates around, and anyone who tries to get close to it will be noticed by him. Except when the two of them walked out of the elevator at the beginning, a few strands of mental power swept over them, and there was no spiritual power to probe them afterwards. Why are you so sure? Xuefei looked at Liu Sheng suspiciously. For some reason, she suddenly remembered the golden sun she saw in Liu Wu's eyes when she was at the gate of the association. But before Xuefei had time to think about it, she heard Liu Sheng say to her, let's go in quickly, it's my first time here, and I need you to lead the way. Oh. Xuefei readily agreed, and led Liu Sheng towards a man with glasses who was sitting at a workstation and flipping through books. The man with glasses looks like he is in his 30s, and looks like a senior otaku. He was holding a fantasy novel in both hands, and his eyes were looking at the contents of the books on both sides. He turned the pages quickly, but he was a little squinted. Listen to my advice, buy an e-reader, it's not expensive, and it's much faster than reading like you. Xuefei patted the shoulder of the man with glasses, and said earnestly. The man with glasses didn't lift his head, and the speed of turning pages didn't slow down at all. What do you know, reading paper novels is a feeling. Moreover, reading paper novels is also the greatest genuine support for novel authors. I have been a genuine reader for 20 consecutive years. The man with glasses raised his head proudly, his eyes slanted to the left and right respectively, and there was a bit of awe in his humor. The form is on the table, take it by yourself, and fill it out by yourself. From the beginning to the end, the glasses man's glasses never left the pages of the book in his hand. Xuefei seemed to have been familiar with the style of the man with glasses for a long time, and without saying much, she deftly found a few assessment application forms from a pile of messy novels on his desk. He took out 2 more pens and handed one to Liu Sheng. Fill out the form first. Liu Sheng nodded and quickly filled out the assessment application form. Then Xuefei took Liu Sheng to the side of the woman who had been chatting on the phone. Sister Xia, please ask the president to stamp you. The woman talking on the phone took the application form from Xuefei's hand, nodded and said, okay, just wait a moment. Immediately afterwards, he continued to speak to the other end of the phone, listen to me again. Come on, let's find a place to sit for a while. Xuefei looked around for a place to sit, as if she was not in a hurry. How long will it take? Liu Sheng asked. Xuefei pursed her lips to the woman on the phone, and said, look at her, I waited for 2 hours for the first time, and 3 hours for the second time. If I'm lucky today, it's probably only 2 hours. Bar. Liu Sheng frowned. He can't wait that long. He cannot interfere with these people's salty life, but these guys have no reason to stop him from moving forward. The powerful third-level mental power came out of the body in an instant, and retracted in an instant. In the next second, the light in the entire office suddenly went dark. Damn, why is there a sudden power outage? The young man who played the game dropped his keyboard and stood up with a bang, and said loudly, "Who the hell kicked the main power switch? The phone line is down. The net is gone." All of a sudden, the office was in chaos, and everyone was buzzing around like headless chickens. Damn it! The woman on the phone slammed the receiver twice, and was about to take out her phone angrily, but glanced at Shuefei, Liu Sheng and others standing next to her. "Forget it, I'll send you the form first." As she spoke, the woman angrily walked towards a separate office with a pile of forms. When the office door was opened, it seemed that the voice of a slightly old man could still be heard from inside. "Xioxia, it's so nice of you to come, why is there no internet all of a sudden? My Doutazu is offline." "President, please review the application form first, and then care about your happy beans later." "Fine. Good luck today." Shuefei looked at the messy office, and said to Liu Sheng gloatingly, "Otherwise we'll have a long time." Before Liu Sheng could speak, someone next to him immediately picked up the conversation. "Isn't it? I've been waiting for almost half a day." A middle-aged balding man interjected in a complaining tone. "Are you also here to participate in the psychiatrist assessment?" Shuefei said. This bald man just got together with a few people to chat about football, and he thought he was a member of the association. "Yes." The bald man touched his beer belly, and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm here to try the first-level psychiatrist assessment. I'm not talented, unlike you two, so young, with a bright future. Although there is no necessary connection between the talent and age of a psychiatrist, youth always has an advantage. The younger you are, the more possibilities you have for the future. And a large number of examples show that the earlier one awakens the spiritual talent, the greater the potential and the higher the future achievements." The balding middle-aged man focused his envious eyes on Liu Sheng more, because Liu Sheng looked too young, about the same age as his son. Thump thump. At this time, the woman who had just entered the office with the application form came out quickly and greeted a young man who was sitting at the desk. "Then who? Take them into the examination room and help them pass the examination." "Good Miss Xia." The young man stood up and walked towards the three of Liu Sheng. "This person is one of the few people in the office who really works." Shuefei secretly told Liu Sheng, "This guy is new, he joined the association for less than a month. Come with me." The young man led Liu Sheng and the three of them inside, walked to the first room at the corner, opened the door and entered. The room was huge and divided in two. There is an instrument in the middle of the first half, similar to the one Liu Sheng once saw in Dong Qingxiu's office. The other half consists of vertical glass walls. There are many irregular small holes between the glass wall and the glass wall. "Come in order. It's quick, there are only 3 of you." The young man glanced at the application form in his hand and said, "Wang Qiaovu, who is Wang Qiaovu?" The balding middle-aged man stood up immediately, "I am 27. "Okay, then you are the first one, first test the basic mental strength." The young man pointed to the instrument in the center of the room, "Do you know how to use it? Do you want me to teach you?" I know. "Good Jian Zhao." The bald man nodded repeatedly, then walked to the instrument and put his hand on the hexagonal prism in the middle of the instrument. Soon, the hexagonal prism began to glow. And the instrument also made a light beep, and several numbers jumped out. Mental strength, 1.52. Spiritual purity, 0.51. The young man glanced at the value on the instrument, and asked, "I have reached the standard of a first-level psychiatrist, do I need to test it again?" The bald man breathed a sigh of relief just now, and immediately shook his head when he heard this, "No need, no need. Okay, let's test the control." The young man took out a large iron box from the drawer on the wall of the room. The box rattled, and it was filled with iron beads about the size of thousands of thumbs. handed it to the bald man, pointed to the glass wall in the distance and said, "Pick the 6 you like the most, and then use mental power to control and send the iron ball to 2 pieces of glass. It will be considered a success. The time limit is 3000 seconds." The bald man nodded, carefully selected 6 iron beads that looked the smallest in size, but were actually about the same size as others, and walked to a yellow line in front of the glass wall. Immediately afterwards, his expression became serious. The 6 iron beads in his hand began to slowly float to his eyes. "Go." The bald man also pointed his finger. 124. Look carefully, I will only demonstrate once. God and number 039, S skills, amazing. 2. 6 small iron balls flew into the small round hole on the glass wall at a speed visible to the naked eye. The diameter of the small round hole is about 1.5 times that of the small iron ball. After passing through the 6 round holes, the 6 small iron balls slowed down and almost stopped. Beads of sweat began to ooze from the forehead of the balding middle-aged man, and this step seemed a bit difficult for him. Because of the second glass wall that is facing next, the diameter of the round hole on it is a little smaller than that of the first wall. If you don't pay attention. Crack! A small iron ball accidentally hit the edge of a round hole, and the entire glass wall immediately made a crisp shattering sound. Large cracks spread from the glass wall. Fail! The youth announced that the assessment was over. The mental strength of the bald middle-aged man loosened, and the 6 small iron balls he controlled lost their support and all fell down. "Can I do it all over again? I was a little nervous the first time." The bald man spoke to the young man helplessly. The young man in charge of the assessment nodded, "Yes, there are 3 chances in total, take your time, don't be nervous, there is still plenty of time just now." With that said, the young man went to the wall and pressed a button. Accompanied by the crisp sound of drip, all the cracks on the glass wall disappeared, and it became ordinary and intact again, which is quite miraculous. The glass wall of the examination room is actually not a glass wall, but made of special crystal, which is 10 times stronger than bulletproof glass. But there is a sensor device installed inside, and a slight touch will trigger a special effect of shattering, which means that the assessment has failed. Xuefei explained to Liu Sheng based on her experience. There are also small round holes on the glass wall, each layer is smaller than the next, and in the middle, the diameter of the round hole is exactly the same as the iron ball 547. The latter words are even smaller than iron beads. How can you get by, isn't it embarrassing? Not necessarily. Liu Sheng pondered, as long as the mental power is strong enough and the manipulation is clever enough, it is possible to use the tiny elasticity of the iron ball and the glass itself to achieve this. Real or fake? Xuefei looked surprised, and said strangely, "You are young, and your mental strength is not as strong as mine. Why do you feel that you know more than me?" Liu Sheng glanced at her, and said calmly, "When did I say that my mental strength is not as strong as yours?" Well. Xuefei was stunned for a while, unable to recall Liu Sheng's words for a long time. Before Xuefei could come up with something, at this moment, there was a burst of joyful congratulations from the side. Turning his head, he saw that the bald man was smiling happily while wiping his sweat. "It's over. Congratulations." The young man in charge of the assessment also smiled and congratulated. "You have reached the assessment standard for a first-level psychiatrist, report the result to the president later, and ask him to stamp it to be a 10th-level psychiatrist officially recognized by the association." Thank you, thank you." The bald man took his business card out of his pocket, sent one to the young man and Liu Sheng and others, and said with a smile on his mouth, "If you have time, keep in touch, come out for tea and dinner together." A full-fledged middle-aged man. After the bald man's assessment was over, it was Xuefei's turn immediately. Xuefei was still immersed in what Liu Sheng just said, a little distracted. "Come on!" Suddenly, a flat voice exploded in her ears. Xuefei's mind suddenly cleared up, as if she was suddenly called by the teacher when she was absent in class, and her mental power was instantly concentrated. Xuefei took a deep look at Liu Sheng, who looked calm as if nothing had happened, with strange eyes, and said in a low voice, "Thank you." If she continued to immerse herself in the state just now, the probability of passing the assessment this time is estimated to be less than 1%. Come on! Come on! The bald man obviously didn't know what happened, he was still cheering Xuefei up with a smile. Xuefei walked up to the instrument and put her hand on it. Soon, the hexagonal prism glowed, and the results jumped out. Mental strength, 11.33 tons. Spiritual purity, 1.02. Liu Sheng didn't know the criteria for judging a second-level psychiatrist, but he saw that Xuefei was obviously relieved when he saw this result, and it was obvious that he had met the standard. The young man in charge of the assessment also nodded and said, "The basic mental strength is up to the standard, and the next thing is to control." Xuefei nodded, and immediately walked to the glass wall. Different from the first-level psychiatrist assessment, the second-level psychiatrist needs to control a total of 15 iron beads at the same time. The number of glass walls that the iron ball needs to pass through also reaches 5 floors. Instead, the time was shortened to 20 seconds. With a serious expression, Xuefei used her mental power to control 15 iron beads to float in front of her, and she was a little nervous. The atmosphere in the room seemed to be tensed by her. "Go!" Xuefei spit out a word lightly. 15 iron balls quickly passed through the glass walls on the first, second, and third floors. When passing through the fourth layer of glass, the speed began to slow down. At this time, Xuefei's nerves were tense to the limit, her eyes were staring ahead without blinking, and a dense layer of sweat oozes from her fair and clean forehead. Finally, the fourth glass wall passed through. But before Xuefei could relax a bit. "Time up!" The assessment youth opened his mouth and announced. "Sorry, let's do it again." Xuefei nodded, not too frustrated, continue to start the second attempt. This time was similar to the first start, the first 3 layers of glass walls were all passed smoothly. But when it came to the fourth layer of glass, perhaps because Xuefei wanted to learn from the previous experience, she wanted to go faster. As a result, when the 15 iron beads passed through the fourth layer of glass, some of them accidentally touched the glass wall, and the entire glass wall made a burst of shattering sound. Wow! 15 iron beads fell to the ground. A wry smile appeared on Xuefei's face, she shook her head and said, "No, I'm still too far behind, there's no way I can pass." The assessment youth sighed, didn't say anything, just lightly pressed the reset button on the wall. The bald man came up to comfort him and said, "Little girl, you are still young, take your time, you will pass it sooner or later, don't worry. You can pass." At this time, a voice sounded. The 3 people in the room followed the sound and saw Liu Sheng with a calm face. "It's just that you're doing it the wrong way." Liu Sheng walked up to Xuefei, tapped his temple with his fingers, and said, "Use your brain more, don't just look in front of you, look behind you." Xuefei was taken aback, "What do you mean?" "At the beginning, determine which small holes the iron ball will pass through, and then treat each small hole as a point, and connect the points in series to form a complete route. In this way, through 5 layers of glass. All you have to do is to manipulate 15 beads to complete 15 different routes. Wouldn't it be so much easier?" Xuefei's eyes lit up, as if she was grasping something. The bald man also looked at the glass wall, thinking about Liu Sheng's words while nodding. "You are very smart." The young man in charge of the assessment looked at Liu Sheng with approving eyes, and said, "However, this method is easy to say, but not easy to do. Few people can determine 15 routes in such a short period of time, and calculate each route. The distance between the holes, the rate of passage, etc. You are wrong." Liu Sheng shook his head, it may be a lot of calculations for ordinary people, but for a spiritualist, this is really an easy task. As he said that, Liu Sheng looked at Xue Fei and said calmly, "Look carefully, I will only demonstrate once." Xue Fei was taken aback, and so were the young examiner and the bald man. The next moment, the three of them saw it in horror. All the iron beads in the iron box on the ground floated up densely, like a huge swarm of bees. Liu Sheng pointed in the direction of the glass wall. In an instant, the number was nearly 1,000, and the huge iron bead swarm flew forward quickly. The moment before reaching the glass wall, the bee swarm suddenly spread out and flew through the round hole in the wall. The number of circular holes on the glass wall is not equal to the number of iron beads, but all the iron beads pass through smoothly at an orderly speed. When the last iron ball passed through the first layer of glass wall, the first iron ball had already passed through the third or even the fourth layer. All iron beads are like living creatures with self-awareness, moving quickly between layers of glass walls. After just a few seconds, the huge black bee swarm had all arrived at the back of the last layer of glass wall. Suspended there quietly, like a group of soldiers waiting for the queen to review at any time. How many seconds? Liu Sheng turned his head to look at the young examiner who had already been stunned. The assessment youth looked at the time subconsciously, and blurted out, 11th, oh no, it's exactly 10 seconds, exactly. Liu Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, he turned around, looked at Xue Fei with a sluggish expression, and said, "How is it, do you understand?" Xue Fei didn't speak, and she couldn't speak at all. She, the bald man beside her, and the young examiner next to her. All three of them stared blankly at the smooth and complete layered glass wall in front of them. There are also nearly 1,000 iron beads densely suspended behind the glass wall. The expression is bewildered. There was only one thought left in my head. God's skill. Breathtaking. 125. Do you mind if I ask someone to overhaul the instrument? 3. Xue Fei and the others didn't see clearly how the nearly 1,000 iron beads passed through the glass walls and arrived at the end of the room safely. No, actually they saw it clearly. But the iron ball's speed was too fast. No, it's actually not fast, because the flight trajectory of each iron ball is clear and followable. But 18,2. But how on earth is it done? They just can't figure it out. It's like a magician standing in front of you and performing a magic trick. You can clearly see his every move, but you just don't understand. How on earth did the coin roll through the bottom of the thick glass and into the palm of the magician's hand? One reason, one feeling. And what Liu Sheng just did can't be explained by magic. That's magic. God's magic. The three of Xue Fei were completely dumbfounded. In their minds, no matter what, they couldn't understand how those nearly 1,000 iron beads passed through one after another intricate small holes within 10 seconds. Even small holes that are much smaller in diameter than iron balls. But without touching the sensitive glass wall, reach the final destination. If it is really according to the way Liu Sheng said, nearly 1,000 iron beads, dozens of layers of glass walls, thousands of small holes. This will be a huge and complicated calculation. What a brilliant and subtle skill you have. To do it? They do not know. Only know. Breathtaking. The shock caused by the scene they saw just now was too great. It is so big that the three views are almost collapsed, and the brain is almost shut down. The room fell into absolute silence for a full minute. Then the young man in charge of the assessment was the first to wake up, turned around and ran out of the room without saying a word. Deng deng. A figure passed through the office that had just subsided for a while. He ran all the way to the door of the president's office. Bang bang bang. Desperately knock on the door. Come in. Pushing open the door, an old man in his 60s, dressed like a retired veteran coder, was sitting in front of the computer, staring straight at the computer screen. He turned to look at the person who entered. It's Xiao Zhou, What's the matter, you're in such a hurry? Turning around and continuing to stare at the computer, he muttered, this one has a king bomb, there is a chance, there is a chance. The young man rushed to the old man like a gust of wind. President. He hesitated for a long time, his face turned red, but he didn't know what to say. Don't worry, if you have something to say slowly, smooth it out first. What should I start with first? The old man looked at the cards on the screen, thinking to himself. The young man took a deep breath, and seemed to have finally cleared up his thoughts a bit. He leaned into the old man's ear and said something quickly. Boom! King fried. The old man's body shook suddenly, he pressed the mouse with his hand, and threw out a pair of king bombs. Immediately, a pleasant notification sounded from the computer. You play cards really well. It's an honor to be a teammate with someone like you. But the old man could no longer care about the coffee handed over by the landlord and the rotten eggs thrown by his teammates. He suddenly turned his head to look at the young man beside him, and asked incredulously, Are you sure? The young man nodded solemnly, President, you can directly adjust the monitoring. The old man was about to operate the computer in a hurry, but he quickly dropped the mouse and stood up. Shit, hurry up and take me to someone. The old man hurried out of the office, followed by the young man. Seeing the old man come out, a group of people playing games, chatting and reading novels in the office area immediately stopped their entertainment activities like a mouse seeing a cat, and quickly returned to seriousness. The president has come out, I won't tell you first, it's not good to be seen by him. Even the woman on the phone put down the phone in a hurry, pretending to be serious about her work. But the old man didn't have time to pay attention to them at all, and led the young man directly into the examination room. As soon as the old man left, everyone in the office area immediately started talking. What's wrong with the president? It's not like this usually comes out. I went to the examination room, did something happen in the examination room? Who are the people who just went in for the assessment? Did not notice. Hey, it's none of our business, just keep going. After just a few minutes of seriousness, everyone continued to return to the original state, doing what they should do. At this time, the old man was standing in the assessment room, looking at Sheng who looked like a high school student in front of him, and questioned the young people around him suspiciously. Is it him? That's right. The young man nodded vigorously. Give me a copy of the information. The young man hastily handed over the assessment application form in his hand. The old man glanced at the application form, put on a kind smile on his face, and said to Sheng, Mr. Sheng, right? Level 4 psychiatrist. Listen to the staff of our association, you just. Zhang Yunian pointed to the position of the glass wall, not knowing how to describe it for a while. At this time, Sheng took the initiative to say, President Zhang, you came just in time, I am about to take the spiritual teacher assessment, it would be great if you can personally supervise. Zhang Jinyan smiled, nodded, and said, Of course, Mr. Lu, please go ahead. Xiaozhou, help Mr. Lu with the assessment. Yes. The young man hurriedly responded. This was the result Zhang Jinyan most hoped to see. Seeing is believing, this is the principle of life that he has always adhered to. Sheng walked up to the test instrument, put his hand on the hexagonal prism, glanced at the young man beside him, and said, Can we start? Okay. The young man tightly held the pen and paper responsible for recording the results, and looked even more nervous than Sheng, as if he was the one who was about to take the test. But Xuefei and the bald man had recovered from the previous shock and impact. But he was shocked by Zhang Jinyan's arrival. President of the Psychiatrists' Association. Although it looks inconspicuous on the outside, it is the real deal, a super boss who stomps even the mayor of the capital city to kneel down. Xuefei had been to the association no less than 7 or 8 times before, but she had never met Zhang Jinyan once. This is the first time. The four people in the room were all staring at the instrument in front of Liu Sheng, anticipating what kind of amazing value would jump out of it. Good. Liu Sheng received the affirmation of the youth, and began to slowly inject his spiritual power into the test crystal. 0. Ask for flowers. To be honest, even Liu Sheng himself is very curious about his current mental power level. It has been almost 3 months since the last test in Dong Qingxiu's office. During this period, his mental power experienced several major breakthroughs. It also includes the formation of the prototype of the Master's Will, the breakthrough of the Divine Illumination Pluto Sutra, etc. He also wants to know what level he has reached now. Or is it level 3? If it is still level 3, how far is it from level 4? Drop. Accompanied by the light sound of the instrument, the breathing of several people in the room became tense. Soon, 2 values popped up on the display. Mental strength, 435.87 tons. Spiritual purity, 126.02. The air defense siren sounded. Of course, this is just an illusion of a few people, and the room is still quiet. When the human brain is stimulated far beyond its ability to bear, it will produce symptoms such as tinnitus, deafness, and vertigo. The young man in charge of the assessment and Xue Fei are currently in this state. Bald men are slightly better off, just plain surprised. The main reason is that he is not very clear about the specific meanings of these numbers. It's just a feeling, oh my god, the value is so high, it's hundreds of times mine. Zhang Jinian should be the calmest one. But the eyes also bulged out suddenly. More than 400 mental strength, level 4 psychiatrist. This value is even higher than him. The key is that Liu Sheng looks so young, only 17 or 18 years old. Then wait for him to see the purity of mental power. Immediately. Hiss. There was a long gasp. An extremely terrifying value. The shock brought by the previous 400 plus mental strength is 10 times, 100 times greater. Zhang Jinyan's first reaction was impossible. The instrument is broken. As a 4th level psychiatrist, Zhang Jinyan was too aware of the meaning of a purity of more than 100 spiritual powers. What is the standard for the purity of spiritual power of the Psychiatrists Association for 2nd level psychiatrists? It's 1. What is the standard of spiritual purity for a level 4 psychiatrist? 10. That is to say, the young man in front of him who looks like a high school student has 126 times the purity of his spiritual power than that of an ordinary 2nd level psychiatrist. He is a 4th level psychiatrist, and his spiritual power is more than 12 times the purity. What does this mean? This means that one spiritual power of Liu Sheng is equal to Zhang Jinian's 12, or even more. Is it possible? If it is a 7th level psychiatrist, it is possible. But if it's only level 4, the instrument is absolutely broken. Zhang Jinyan quickly calmed down, and then said to Liu Sheng with a serious face, Mr. Liu, do you mind if I ask someone to overhaul the instrument? Liu Sheng seemed to have a normal reaction to Zhang Lingnian. He nodded casually and said, please go ahead. Zhang Jinyan nodded, then quickly walked to the entrance of the examination room, and shouted towards the office area, then Hu, Xiao Li, come here quickly. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.